Hey everybody, Reefgrrl here, and welcome to Reefgrrl Live. I'm so glad you could make it. The whole idea here is to have some fun, chat, ask a few questions, maybe show us what you're doing, and get to know each other a little bit better. So sit back, relax, grab a drink. The stream is about to begin. Here we are again, Saturday night. Where did the week go? I have no idea, although maybe it was babysitting for 3 days of the week. Our grandson's daycare got shut because one of the teachers tested positive for COVID. And so, of course, our daughter and son-in-law needed a bit of fill-in grandparent childcare, so we did that. And we're not at all concerned about doing it. We've been in real super close contact through this whole thing, and we used to live with them. So yeah, so I guess maybe that's why the week went by so fast, and I'm so tired. I'm doing the grandma run after the fast little guy thing. It's pretty crazy. So we have 12 people already. Great. Thanks everyone for being here. If you're on the replay, thanks for coming by, and hopefully you'll stick around and see us right through to the end. And we've got true skills in the waiting room. So first of all, I'm going to say hi to everybody who's here, and then we'll bring them in. And anyone who wants to, send me an email at reefgrrl@gmail.com and ask for the link. Maybe your tank lights are on. Maybe you want to chat about something or show us something new you got, or it's always interesting. I love knowing what everybody's up to and staying up to date as much as possible. Being as I don't have as much time lately for YouTube videos, and it's really starting to get to me because I feel like I'm getting super behind on what people are doing. So maybe tomorrow being Mother's Day, I should just take the day, put up my feet, and make it a YouTube binge day. I don't know. All right, so Tony Close was first. Hey, Tony, glad to see you. And then we have Filipino Reefer. Hey, Benny, I hope you're doing well. And the little guy too. Then we had B Speak. Hey, B, you're early tonight. That's good. Calypso's Reeves. Hey, Hector, glad to see you here. Tanks are looking good from what I've seen. Diacanthus, hello. And Marcus Aerolis, 187, hello. Glad you're both here tonight. There's Taryn's Little Ocean. Hey, Taryn. I wonder if you have some new little baby clowns to show us. That might be interesting to see. Who else is saying hi? There's Multiple Aquariums. Hello. Jessica J. Hi. And T40 Reefer. Yeah, you know what? It is a beautiful evening. And look at the curtains behind me. There's light coming from behind them. And obviously that means the sun is still up. So what time is it? It's after 8 and we still have daylight. And my favorite time of year because it's really nice out this time of night. The wind drops down. The temperature's nice. So yeah, T40, it is a beautiful evening. Much love, Reefgrrl. Back at you, T. And there's Carlos 23. Hey, Carlos, my favorite Reefgrrl, my favorite Carlos. Awesome. That's my typical Saturday YouTube binge day. My eyes are watched so much. Well, I guess you could, if you wanted to, you could just close your eyes and listen to the live stream and then open them if you want to say something in the chat. Oh, thanks, Jessica. Happy Mother's Day in advance. Thank you very much. My daughter and her husband and grandson dropped by today and dropped me off some treats and a beautiful hanging basket, which I love. And of course, we had to bring it in because there could be frost tonight. On the reef tank, well, first I'll bring True Skills in, and I'll give you guys a bit of an update as far as I have for my tank, what the status is of my tank. Okay. Aaron, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
There he is.
Well, hello. Boy, move your fingers.
Are you going to be pulling out that rock?
Oh, no, I'm pulling out algae.
Oh, that's a good use of your time because you can listen and deal with that. Cool.
Yeah. It's just unfortunately I'm putting a whole lot of little stringies around my tank.
That's an experienced reefer tip. When you're doing stuff like that, turn off the flow. Took me a long time to learn that, and now I finally know, and most of the time I remember, not even always.
Thank you.
What else we got? Johnny Martinez. Hey, Johnny. Happy Saturday, Taryn. Hey, Hector, Alex, Carlos, all you fellow reefers. Did I miss Alex? Did Alex say hi? And I missed him? I hope not. I hope I didn't miss him. If I did, hi, Alex G. Maybe he popped in and out. Everybody's saying hi. Oh, hey, Ugly Man's Reefing. Glad you could join us. Oh, boy. Marcus Aerolas. I did that yesterday in the sump. Want 3 gallons of it? Yeah, I didn't see Alex yet. So it looks like you did some algae clearance in a couple other spots in the tank. Or is it just kind of going away?
No, I did some picking on the mushroom rock right here.
Yeah.
So, and then I took like the interior portion of a bottle scrubber that lets you scrub the nipple portion.
Yep, yep.
I took that and just went across it, and I got all the stuff from this side, but I didn't get it all from this side because there's 1, 2, 3 all right here in a small cluster, and I couldn't get in between without messing up the mushroom.
Right. Yeah.
And then I took this rock that was out this way, and then I moved the octo spot, as you can see, but I put that rock back this way, and the algae kind of just hasn't grown to it. Keep your fingers in the camera lenses.
Do you have anything growing on top of that rock that you were just talking about?
This one?
Yeah, the one you said you moved to the side a little bit. Because what I was thinking was,
No,
if you
it was
want the
the
algae,
purple.
if you want the algae to stop growing, you can maybe flip it over, but not if you have stuff growing on it that needs to be
it's
right
got some
side up.
purple markings on it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, hey, it's a battle, right? One step at a time, baby steps, I
Remember what I
guess.
was telling you about the size of the recordias?
Yeah.
I had to move the orange one.
Oh my goodness. I see what you mean. Those things are massive.
And the smaller one was the cheaper one,
Yeah.
even on sale.
Huh. Wow. That's cool. So was that a good buy for you then? Do you think you're happy with your purchase?
The sale one, which is the orange and green one, I'm ecstatically with that one because there are multiple heads on it.
Yeah.
Like there's actually there's 2 separate, but the one that's on that side, it's almost like 4 mouths.
Yeah.
And it just hasn't physically split.
I have one that is splitting, and it's called longitudinal fission, according to Anya at Gallery Aquatica, and it has 2 tiny mouths side by side, and it is the coolest thing. It hasn't really, they haven't really split apart much since they first separated from each other. And I'm guessing it's partly because all the messing around I've done, moving it everywhere and bringing it over here, and it's not in ideal conditions, blah, blah, blah. So I'm looking forward to actually having that on the sand close to the glass in the new tank so I can, kind of watch what's going on there.
Yeah. But I've got a nice chunk of algae off this thing.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, hey, Reef Keeper. Hey, Reefgrrl, everyone in the chat. Cleaning up my mess from a huge coral haul. Oh, got lucky and got some nice stuff from a tank breakdown. I'll be listening. Cool. That's cool, Phil. And hey, if you feel like dropping in and showing us what you got, that'd be cool.
Wow, yeah, I'd like to see that. Come on in, Phil.
But I know different people have different kind of levels of comfort with that sort of thing. So we'll see.
Oh, you got puppies running around.
Yeah. Johnny Martinez, Aaron, he says, hey, True Skills, I know that feeling, finger pull brushing. I use Flux RX from Blue Life. It worked for me in 2 weeks. Oh, I wonder if that's a form of, is Reef Flux different from sort of the fluconazole type of thing that has been on the market? Do you guys know? I don't know if Reflux is a totally different chemical than
I'm not
fluconazole.
exactly sure because I never really played with chemicals. I try to keep it
Right.
as natural as possible.
Yeah, yeah.
I had to play with Pure twice. Didn't like it. It
Wow.
works. Didn't
Yeah,
like it.
yeah. Yeah, Marcus Aurelius says it is still fluconazole, and he used it, smells so lovely, his whole house stinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that feeling. But I think I was talking last week about my sense of smell isn't well tuned to organic, stinky stuff. So I don't really notice it. I'm almost nose blind when it comes to the really bad stuff you smell with that's associated with a reef. It has to be really bad before I notice it or it bothers me. But
Well, that
chemical
just means you
smells, oh
become
yeah.
that just means you become used to the standard funk of a tank.
Yeah, probably.
And this goes to, like everybody else in the world. It, you don't notice your own smell until everybody else notices your own smell from
Yeah.
10 feet.
Yeah. I hope that never happens, but hey, you never know. Oh, hey, Joseph Posada. Thanks for coming in. Cool. Hey, Aaron, I'm just going to mute you for a second. I think you're crackling a bit.
No, I have puppies barking in the background.
Oh, okay, I'll just mute you for a second, but I'll
Okay.
unmute you. Oh, Taryn's here. Let's bring her in. I'll give you guys the tank update. Hey, Taryn.
Hey, Cindy, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing so good, doing really, really good. I'm excited to
Good.
hear about your tank update.
Yeah, it's not much of an update, but the way I look at it, any update that involves things happening with the tank is a positive thing, right? Apparently now the builder is waiting for the acrylic that he needs to do the inserts for the overflow for the weir, because they can't really cut slots in the 5/8 inch glass. So they use acrylic inserts for that part where the teeth are for the overflow. And there are 3 sections of it that are each about, I think, 16 inches long, 3 of them. And they're about 5 or 6 inches. No, that's way too, no, I'm wrong about that. They've got to be around 4 inches high, I want to say. I don't know for sure. But apparently they're waiting for that acrylic. And I don't know if it's because it's super thick acrylic or it just is in short supply because of all the acrylic that's being used these days for retail COVID protection, that kind of
Oh,
thing.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean,
Um,
hey, it's progress. It means my tank didn't shatter. It
I was
wasn't
gonna
that
ask, did you get an update? Like the last I heard, somebody's leg got broken, and we weren't sure if the leg was broken or the tank was broken or if it was your tank.
right.
So I was like, "What's the update with that? Was it your tank or no?"
I
Obviously
can't.
not.
Honestly, I don't know. I'm making an assumption that the tank did not break if they're working on it. Like if I think they would have told me. Well, I hope they would have told me because they would have had to explain another God knows how many more weeks delay, right? So I'm assuming the tank did not break, and now they really are just waiting for this last piece. And I have asked for pictures, and so has the fish store guy. And they're waiting on tanks for the store as well. So
Oh, okay.
they have a reason to be in touch with the guy regularly. So I'm hoping to get some pictures. I really want to see what the stand looks like,
Right?
and because I can
It's
only imagine it, because I know what
yeah.
I asked for, and we had a couple back and forth about what they could do and how, whether they could do what I wanted. So we'll see. I whatever they've done, I'm going to be happy with. I'm not going to be a diva about it. Because I've waited for so long, I just don't think it's fair for me to start getting really picky now. I mean, unless it looks like total crap, then we'll have a discussion. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Hopefully it'll be awesome, but like it's definitely a test in patience, right? Like you must be so excited, like with the move and everything, and being so long of not having a tank in your house. At least you have stuff in your sump now that you can look after and like tend to,
Yep.
and still like get that feeling. But
Yep.
yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah,
feel like
it's
been
true.
like really a test in patience, but it'll be
Oh,
worth it.
definitely. Definitely. Oh, Jessica J has a question. Let's see. If I have had a nano reef for 2.5 years with 3 fish in it and no sign, I'm thinking no sign of illness ever, should I still quarantine them before moving them into my bigger new reef?
I
That's a
wouldn't
really
think
good
so if you owned
question.
them yourself.
Yeah, and if you've never had anything in your nano, such as ick, or like if you've never had to go through a fallow period because of a disease,
I
I don't
wouldn't
know
think
that.
so.
No, I wouldn't. If it was me, I wouldn't. I mean, maybe put them in another tank for observation, but then that's kind of a waste of time because they are in another tank right now.
Yeah. I
So,
think if it's my own fish and I know that I hadn't introduced anything new, and I've had them for that long, that I wouldn't be worried about it at all.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's, I guess, logically, if there's never been anything in the nano that you would be worried about migrating over to your bigger tank, then I would I would still acclimate them because, of course, there could be differences in the water that you might not want to shock them. But yeah, it's one of those things.
Welcome to the multiple tank world.
Yeah, exactly. You would know, wouldn't you?
Yeah, like I went from 1 to 4, but
In less than a year.
right?
Yeah.
It's addicting.
Joseph Posada has a question as well. Dearest Reefgrrl, and to all who can offer advice, I recently bought a Sea Clear 50-gallon. It's his first saltwater tank. What's the minimum size for a sump in gallons for this tank? I don't know. The smallest sump I've had is 15 gallons. And of course, it doesn't hold 15 gallons of water. That's just the calculation based on the size of the tank, like the footprint of the tank and the height. And my Red Sea sump was apparently, I want to say 24 gallons or 28 gallons, but it didn't hold 28 gallons. It held more like maybe 20 gallons. And the Red Sea tank I had was an 88-gallon display, and then the sump underneath for 110 total system volume. So I don't know. Is there a formula? Maybe like 20%?
Maybe 20 gallons, I think, would be safe. Like, I
Yeah,
think
yeah. The bigger, the
like a
better.
20-gallon tank, but I mean,
Yeah, yeah. The bigger, the better, I always feel. If you have room for more volume of water, then it's always worth having that extra water because it helps with stability overall in your whole system. Any water you can add anywhere. I guess it also matters where you have to put your sump. If it's going in the cabinet under your tank, you're going to be limited by uh, where the braces are. What can you fit in there? What sort of a size box will fit in under your tank? If it doesn't have to go under your tank, then it'll be more like, where's it going? How are you going to connect it? What space do you have? But I guess if it was me, I'd be trying to fit the biggest I could possibly use. And if you're going to have a skimmer, make sure the height, if it's under your stand, make sure the height of the sump still allows you to get your skimmer out if you have to. Because there's nothing worse than finding out that your skimmer will go in, but you can't get it out without spilling water everywhere because you pretty much have to turn it sideways to get it out. And ask me if I know from experience. Oh, yes, I do.
I'm a pro at spilling water.
Yeah,
I call it washing my floors.
with salt water. Yeah,
Yeah,
salt water works.
like a
Yeah,
disinfectant. I think.
Calypso's is saying a 15 to 20 gallon cube sump is good for that. Jessica J. Sigh. Yeah, wouldn't it be? It'd be great if somebody could just say yes or no. And it's like so many questions in reef keeping when it comes to making decisions like this, because everybody's situation is different and there's so many variables, you can really only make it basic and go by that. What's the worst case scenario, and kind of work back from there and see what your tolerance is for risk, I guess.
That's what I do actually. Whenever I make a decision, I'm like, okay, like what are the consequences, and am I willing to like deal with the possible consequences? And if it's like absolutely no, then
Yeah.
like, and I think like worst case consequences, like you get marine velvet or something, it wipes out your tank. So
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, people are saying just move the fish. Yeah. Yeah, Carlos also said the biggest sump you can fit. Oh, Marcus Arliss says people say 10% minimum, but yes, the biggest you can fit. Make sure skimmer fits too. Joseph Posada. Oh, he's planning a couple symbiotic relationships like pistol shrimp, yellow goby combo. I loved my pistol shrimp with my Aurora goby pair. They were so entertaining and engaging, and I'm going to do it again. I'm going to set up some areas in the new tank and maybe even have a couple different spots for different pairs. So we'll see. We'll see how that works. But yeah, that's cool.
I have a big Watchman goby in my tank upstairs, and I had a pistol shrimp, but at the time, it was brand new when I was brand new in the hobby, and I had a pistol shrimp, and I also had a serpent star, and the serpent star just like stalked the pistol shrimp, and like it grabbed a hold of it before I could even do anything, and kind of mauled it, and needless to say, it didn't survive. But I think I'd only been in the hobby, like, I think it was one of my first live stops. I still have the goby, but I haven't added another pistol shrimp yet, but I've been contemplating it.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Aaron, I'm going to unmute you now. It looks like you're showing us a plate coral. Oh, no, you are unmuted. Sorry.
No, I am. I just unmuted myself.
Ah, cool. Oh, hey, Pappy Reefer. Anybody want to come and clean my glass? He's asking. I can't wait till I have glass to clean. I say that now, right?
Right? Yeah. Then you're going to be like,
So, Taryn, are you showing us your new babies right now?
Yeah. So these guys, I don't know if you can even see them. They're so tiny, but they're mocha storms. They are really tiny. They're like probably like between half an inch and 3/4 of an inch. But
Wow.
I've had them like 2 weeks. They're doing fabulous. Like they are so cute. They're super active. Like they're getting along great. They came actually out of a harem tank. So they came out of a tank with I think like 90 clownfish or something in it. So at first I wasn't sure how they're going to do together, but one is a little bit bigger and they're oscillaris too. So they are a little bit more relaxed, I would say, than maroons, or a lot more relaxed than maroons. I have 3 single maroons there now. Let's just say that.
So you have 3 single and not a pair plus 1 anymore, right?
Not a pair plus 1 right now. Like I'm working on maybe pairing them, but again, it goes back to that conversation of like, what consequences am I willing to deal with? Because with maroons, like the fin nipping and stuff is fine, but once it can turn south pretty quickly. So I've got 2 really, really tiny ones that I'm gonna grow, that I might move my gold nugget to another tank and then attempt to pair, but I'm not there yet. So I'm getting kind of attached to them all. So I might just like get them all in an anemone and call it a day and be like, they're just going to be single, and get them like a nano fish or something to go with them. I'm not sure. But, So no, they're doing great. They're eating like brine shrimp. I'm feeding them TDO pellets right now. TDO Chroma Boost. The person I got them from gave that to me. So although it's really hard to get in Canada because
Yeah.
we don't sell it in Canada. We can't import it. I think
Yep.
some places will, but a lot like BRS won't.
No.
So I might try to wean them onto Vitalis. I've been
Hmm.
researching about that. I don't know if you've ever used that.
I do
Vitalis
have
pellets.
Vitalis algae flakes.
Yeah.
Seems like it's good food. I know New Life Spectrum has a lot of variety of fish foods, and the pellet size of some of them is really small. So they're good for smaller fish. But
Yeah.
I don't know what they would have that might be specific to clownfish, or whether it's a general marine pellet you could use.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try the Vitalis because it looks like it's like the TDO is kind of like a top dress pellet. Like it's kind of like a soft pellet, I want to say. Like
Yeah,
when they eat it, it kind of dissolves. It's not like a hard pellet, and it looks
yeah,
like the Vitalis is kind of similar. I
it
have quite a
is.
bit of the TDO still, so
Yeah,
and I mean they can eat other food. They're not like super tiny, but
yeah.
I love them, so I want to take care of them. But
Oh, hey, Straight Reefer, welcome. Yeah, Marcus Arola says, is asking if you can get Calanus, and I
I
can get it frozen. Um, and there's a thing you can get. It's called ocean plankton, and I cannot remember who makes it or supplies it, but it's stuff you keep in the fridge, and it's like an oily liquid with little tiny red. I bet you they're Calanus. That's what they look like to me,
okay.
and
I
so I've been putting that in.
I do have Calanus, like I have the P. mysis and the P. calanus. Like they're not super tiny. Like they can eat brine shrimp, spirulina brine. They can eat flake food. Like they can eat all of that stuff. I'm not like worried really
Yeah,
about that. But I have Calanus too. And actually these guys love pods. Like I stocked this tank with pods when I first got it, and my maroons never seemed really interested in it. My pods were like all over my glass. The glass always looked super dirty. And when I put these little guys in, they were just like they've just like cleaned it up. Like they literally love them. So I'll probably add some more pods to here too. But yeah, I do have Calanus as well. So I've
yeah,
been giving them a little bit of that too.
yeah. Pods would be really healthy for them, I would imagine.
They love it. Like they literally at first the first few days, usually when I you get them, like they might not eat. The first night I got them, they ate, and then the next couple days they weren't like as voracious, and I was like, "Oh no!" But then I realized that they had just like literally cleaned all of the glass, and their little bellies were like so full of pods. They were just like they were in heaven, but they're so
Yeah,
cute.
they really are. Johnny Martinez is saying he has this exact pair, one larger than the other. I think the smaller one is female. Now the bigger one at 1.25 inch now started small. I've always thought with clowns it was the females that got bigger.
Yeah, the females are usually the bigger ones and the more dominant ones. So the one that's at the top here, this one's the bigger one. It's a little bit more dominant. But these guys are actually, for me, when I know my clowns are really starting to like pair, they sleep together at night.
Yeah,
So these guys are starting to sleep together at night. So and I mean they're oscillarists. They're not
yeah,
having any problems. So
no. Yeah, my
they're
two
awesome.
clowns are still doing great in their green hairy mushrooms. And the
Oh.
other day I was over there, I did a water change on Mollywood. We still have to move Mollywood back home, but there's a whole series of things that have to happen in the basement before we can do that, and we're hoping to get to that this week. But you know what? It's spring. We're supposed to get a patio poured. Our driveway got paved. They're supposed to do the
Oh, that's
grading
awesome.
outside our house. Yeah. Oh, it's wonderful. No more mud to track in the house from the driveway. We're getting trees planted, which can't be done until the grading is done, and it just is like one thing after another. So without knowing what's going on, it's hard to plan a day to just get everything moved around in the basement so we can bring this tank home. So it's yeah, it never ends.
Then you'll have glass to clean then.
I know, but whatever is going on, this tank is 3.5 years old now, Mollywood, and whatever balance it has right now, I get rotifers on the glass all the time.
Oh, that's
I
awesome.
rarely get algae anymore. And the snails are finding algae on the rocks and whatever, little patches here and there, because that's where I put all my snails before I left there. But for whatever reason, the glass always is clean. So I don't know if maybe my daughter's cleaning it and I just don't know about it. But
Oh yeah, because she might start a tank. You said, right? Is she thinking
yeah,
about it?
she likes the clownfish.
Yeah,
Yep, yep.
they're awesome. You got Darwin's again, right? Yeah.
I do. Well, these were supposed to be the female was an aberrant that was supposed to be half orange, half black, an ocellaris. And
Mm-hmm.
it turns out she is mostly black and white, but her whole head is orange. And the male is an extreme misbar. So he's mostly black, but he has one white stripe around kind of right at the gills, and then a tiny kind of saddle of white on his back. And the male is smaller, of course. He hasn't grown a lot, but the female has really grown. And I believe they're laying eggs
Oh,
because
that's awesome.
when you go there, sometimes you can't see them and you go around the side and they're in underneath and they're just like messing around in there. And there are days, my daughter says, when they don't really come out to eat. So
How
we're
old are
pretty
they?
sure they are probably, I want to say, a year old, maybe.
Okay, yeah, they're getting close.
Or yeah, maybe a little less. I have no idea. Of course, I haven't seen eggs. I'm just going by their behavior.
Yeah.
So I have no idea. Yeah, it's fun. They can change gender, yes. Hey, Benny, thank you. Benny says, Happy Mama's Day to all in advance. That goes to everybody in the chat. And Marcus Aerolis is suggesting Hikari foods. Hikari, I'm pretty sure, makes a Calanus. They make a lot of different frozen foods, but not a lot of fish stores carry that stuff.
I have their brine, their spirulina brine, and their other brine as well. One of my fish stores carries that, so I do have that as well. My fish eat better than my family, maybe.
Yeah,
And I give
still
them
have
Salcon too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things. I don't think it ever hurts to give them a little bit of a boost, but I try not to overdo it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Okay, so Marcus Aerolis says, you were wondering who made the plankton. It's Hikari. I have some. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. The only thing I don't really like about it, but it's easy to overcome, is it's so oily. Normally I would mix it in as part of the frozen food and the flakes and the Salcon and the tank water, and then feed it with a small pipette. But the only problem is it is so oily and it's pink that the pipette gets covered with this pink slime, and then the little cup also gets like a pink ring around it, and it's really, really greasy, and it's gross to touch and clean off. And even if you rinse it under super hot water, when you dry it with a towel, the towel's all red. So now I just take the bottle down, I shake it up really well, and I just pour a little dollop in each of the 2 tanks and just let it go. I don't have the mess to deal with. Yeah. So you've had these guys for a couple of
So I
weeks
have
now.
Aptasia in my tank upstairs.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I got them actually 2 weeks ago yesterday.
Right.
So they've actually grown quite a bit already, but
Nice.
it's probably my last clownfish for a little while until I can either pair my maroons or, well, I just started a quarantine tank in my laundry room. It's my 30 gallon that I had my freshwater fish in. So they are gone now. I don't have any freshwater fish now. The one goldfish I'd had I know it's just like a goldfish. I think I got it from like a carnival. It was like 14 years old. So, you know, it was kind of hard. It was just like a goldfish, but I mean, I'd had him for a long time, but this lady posted that, it was a young girl that had a disability, and she had a 60 gallon that she just finished cycling, and she had mobility issues, and because, well, in Ontario everything's closed, it's because of our
Yeah.
lockdown.
Yep.
She's like, I'm just really looking for some goldfish. So I was like, I have 3 goldfish. And then she's like, what are their names? And so I was like, okay, they're definitely going to a good home. So yeah, they're gone.
Well,
But
when we sold our house, we had, of course, the pond. And I know what you mean about goldfish. I had goldfish in there that were 15 and 16 years old. And they're big. They're like about 10 or 12 inches long, plus the tail. And we kept asking, do they want us to leave the fish? Because we did have a good home lined up for them. And so finally they said, oh, yeah, please leave the fish. So then I had to, at the last minute, do this whole long thing about instructions, what you do in the fall, the pond
Oh,
heater
yeah.
to keep the water open, blah, blah, blah. Left them all the food. So I was really happy to do that. But I don't have the nerve to ask the neighbors if the fish made it through the winter. I don't know if I want to know.
Oh my gosh, I fully would.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would
that's
rather.
kind of true too. But like,
I don't know, because
be like, oh,
I
I'm sure they did.
I hope so. Because the setup we had was really simple. It had a box filter, and my husband ran a hose from the pump into the box filter, and then out of the box filter and into like another hose that went up through the rocks and made a waterfall. So it was really, really simple. And all you had to do was open up the box filter, pull out the pads that were in there, and replace them. I mean, that's how easy it was. And it was only about, I don't know, I want to say 200 gallons maybe for the whole pond. So it wasn't a big deal. Every spring we would clean it out, get the fish out, put them in a bucket with the pond water, then replace the pond water, put some bacteria in, put the fish back. So every year they got clean water, but we didn't go into any of that because it's just too hard to to try and explain. And I said to my husband, how did we
Yeah,
learn
to
all about
explain it to
this?
people. Yeah.
Yeah, we went on Google. We looked it up. So, they should
Well,
be
you
able
had
to
to
do
be
the same thing.
invested, right? Like,
Yep.
well,
Yeah,
before
and the
I met
reason
like all of you guys, I learned everything on YouTube.
yeah, yep, it is a good source is once you develop that sense of who's honestly able to give you advice
To,
that comes from experience and not just what they've read or they think. I sometimes get comments from people that,
yeah.
I just read them and I'm going, like, what are you talking about? It just, yeah, it's crazy. Okay.
Yeah, for me, I think I just like to ask a couple people questions
Hmm.
rather than just putting it out to the world, right?
Yeah.
Because you're
Yeah.
gonna get so many
Yeah.
different answers.
Yeah. It's very true. Yeah. Yeah. My goldfish, they started out as a joke. We put a pond in back there in 2003, I think, 2003, when the house had just been built. And so my daughter and I went to Walmart and bought feeder fish, 6 of them, and put them in there as a joke, so that my husband would be out there barbecuing and be going, "What's going on? Where'd these fish come from?" Right? Well, we never saw them again until the fall.
14
And
years later.
oh, yeah, well, no, like that year, but oh man, were they ever skinny, because we never saw them, so we never fed the pond. So the poor things were probably
Oh
subsisting
my
on
goodness.
whatever algae they could get, right? I felt so bad. So then I'm thinking, okay, but they're living creatures. We can't leave them outside to die. So they were small. I brought them in and put them in a shallow Rubbermaid tote on my kitchen counter. And I made them a little cave that they could go in. And there was a little internal filter, like one of those whisper things or whatever. And it was like maybe a couple gallons, but they were small. And then my one cat
Yep.
would sit there and pick them out and flip them onto the floor. So we eventually had to block it off so she couldn't get up there.
Oh my
But I mean, we
goodness.
we we had 6 going in. They all survived the summer. We had 6 going in, and we ended up with 4 going back out to the pond. And those were my 4 original ones. And they were veil tails,
Wow.
which the tails were as big as the fish. They were gorgeous fish. So who knew? 69-cent feeder fish from Walmart. Oh, there's Flipper's Reef. Hello.
Is that before you had reef tanks?
Oh yeah, we started with the goldfish. That was our introduction to it. I didn't get a reef tank until 2010. Yep. Hey, Camaro Kid, trial and error.
My daughter
oh, yeah.
jokes. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
My
Go
daughter
ahead.
jokes because, well, I've had that goldfish forever. But she was over at a friend's house like a few years ago, and she had guppies, and her guppies had babies, and she's like, "Oh, do you want some?" So then I was like, "Sure." So she gave me all these guppies, and that's when I started getting into like the freshwater planted tanks. And then my daughter's like, "Okay, now you have like 4 saltwater tanks," and this all started with my friend's free guppies. Like. She's like, I can't imagine if you didn't pick me up that day. If dad picked me up, like, would you even have reef tanks?
I know it's the way
I don't
life
know.
works, right?
Probably.
Well, I learned about myself that I like to nurture things. And I never knew that about myself up until then. That I got such pleasure out of nurturing these creatures along, making sure they stayed healthy, giving them what they needed. Because I mean, as much as I like gardens, I always thought, okay, you plant the stuff and then it looks nice and you don't have to do anything but water it. But there's so much maintenance in a garden, and it's physically tiring, and you get dirty fingernails, and like you're exposed to all kinds of microbes in the soil. Like I knew a guy that I used to commute with on the train. He was working in his mother's garden, and he ended up getting meningitis because he had a cut on his hand. He wasn't wearing
Wow.
gloves, and the bacteria was in the soil. And this guy, it took him 2 years to recover to where he was actually able to go back to work. And he lost most of his hearing, and for a little while could not see. He wasn't completely blind. His vision did eventually get restored, but and like gardening, and unless you wear gloves, like, and it's physically hard.
Wow.
So
I would have never thought about that.
but then I love plants. I
I've
love
always loved
bringing them
animals.
along. Yeah, and animals too, for sure.
I like gardening, but
Yeah.
they don't have a personality, where I feel like all animals, like I
Yeah.
have a personality, but I don't know if I'm putting that on them.
Yeah, the anthropomorphism is like, yeah, it's hard not to do that though. Flipper's Reef says one of the first fish I ever
Well, they
kept was
do
a
have
pond
different
caught bluegill.
behaviors, right?
Yeah. Oh, they do, definitely. His mother made him put it back in the pond 50 years ago. Wow. Yeah. Camaro Kid, my $200 tanks always wind up better than my $2,000 tanks. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, speaking of tanks, my
To be honest
husband
with you, this
cleaned.
is just an Evo, but
Yeah, but I mean,
go ahead.
it's good. It's exactly what you need, right? I wonder. I
Well,
think
it's
you.
actually one of my favorite tanks. Like, have like the BioCube. I have this one. I have the 55. I have a 30-gallon, but
Yeah. So the 55. What do you have in there now? I think you might be breaking up.
I have 2 pairs of clownfish. I can kind of show it to you, but sorry.
Oh yeah.
Can you see that or no?
Yep, the Clarkies.
A little bit.
Yep,
Is it my internet?
it might be.
Yeah, so I have sorry, this tank isn't great right now. It has some cyano, but is my internet breaking up or is it okay?
I think there's just a delay.
Okay. I have my Clarkies in here. I have a little bit of cyano, and then I have just a pair of my Darwins are in here. I have a little bit of cyano in this tank though, so it doesn't look great, but that's what I have in it right now.
Hmm. And how are the
It just
Clarkies
separated
with
it
the?
off.
How are the Clarkies with the Darwins? Do they get along?
Oh no, they're divided. Like I have a divider in between the two.
Oh,
It's
right.
just
Okay.
made with mesh and suction cups. So both of
Yep.
them are breeding pairs, so they would probably kill each other. But yeah. I have a bit of
Yep.
cyano and a little bit of algae because I don't have cleanup growing here, but yeah, they're doing. But that's what I have going on in here right now. I've thought about turning it into like using a feed tube and turning it into like an all-in-one. I'm just rolling it on hang on back aqua clears right now. It's just super
Yep.
simple, but I don't know. Maybe in the future I might do that.
Yeah. Hey, MB Reef. Glad you could make it. Yeah, fresh water is most of us started, got the bug for salt back in 93, been salty since. Well, I graduated all the way up to 125 gallon with 3 fish in it, 2 giant Oscars and a Plecostomus. And the giant Oscars I got as 2-inch babies from PetSmart, and they went together in a 35 gallon. Then they got moved to a 55 gallon. Then they got moved to the 90, and then we got the 125, and that's where they went when they got that big. The Plecostomus we got when he was about 8 inches long, and we had him for about 13 years. And then when we took the 125 and all the other tanks down, we found good homes for all the fish. I had Pictus catfish, silver dollars, a giant parrotfish. I loved those fish. I loved watching them. My husband did the water changes. I did the feeding and kind of maintained the tanks. He did the clean out of the filters and all of that. And I did the testing, and it was a great way to sort of get into the sort of routine of what you need to have a
Cindy, I'm gonna
successful
sign
fish
off.
tank. Okay. See you later. Yeah, it sucks when the internet won't cooperate. Still have both. Oh, Marcus Arrow.
Sorry, my phone's gonna die and my internet's getting a little dicey. Thank you. I'm gonna go back in the chat. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming. Bye. It's so hard when the internet is like that. Marcus Aerolis. So Marcus, you still have both. That's cool.
Cam's still on there.
Oh yeah, I can see her.
Thigh or a chair, one of the two.
Oh, there we go.
go. All right, she's not gaining color, but she's gaining size back.
Oh, that's the anemone.
Yeah.
And have you figured out what kind of anemone it is?
Not a clue.
I wonder if it's naturally like a really pale color.
No, it. If you go back, it was just a while ago. I sent it in a tank shot, and I had it was in the 15 gallon, and it was green, long tentacle, whole 9 yards.
Okay. Well,
I guess
maybe
the mysis that I was spraying the tank with weren't doing it. So, but I've given it a couple solid fish over the last, I don't know what, 2-3 weeks, as many times as I've been on here.
Yeah.
And as you see, she's starting to get fat. Her bell's getting happy. So
yeah, maybe it was just stressed for some reason and getting rid of its zooxanthellae, and that's why it doesn't have a color right now.
I mean, it's got a little black stripe. Well, it's dark.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, everything's out. I don't know if I was putting lights on too long. That was probably what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, look how much smaller this thing is now. Like the algae was clear up to here.
Not so fluffy anymore.
Oh, it is to a point, but.
Oh, so Marcus, you've got mixed cichlids from Malawi, 2 tanks for their babies, 2 reef tanks, a dedicated snail tank. Oh, that's cool. Marcus, have you ever run across a channel called Deb Tim, a Canadian girl? Because she has the most gorgeous tanks you'd ever see. And she, over the years, she's kind of gone in and out of cichlids. And I think right now she has a tank of mixed cichlids, super bright colors. She has bred them. She's a really interesting channel, and she does all kinds of different stuff with pond fish and goldfish, and she has bettas, and just absolutely interesting because of the variety of stuff that she does, and her tanks are always immaculate. So I should put a banner up if anybody is interested in checking that out. Let's see. I think if you type Deb Tim in YouTube, okay, where'd my banner go? Oh, there it is.
All right.
There we go. If you type Deb Tim in YouTube or in Instagram, she's not as often on Instagram, but she does go there once in a while. Anyway, if anybody's interested, she and I have become quite good friends because she's one of the homes that I relocated some of my fish. And that's how
Nice.
we got to know each other. And it turns out that she and I and her husband and my husband get on really well. And they live a couple hours away from us. And it's kind of sad because, like many people, we haven't seen them in well over a year. But hopefully things will improve. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. These trying times that we have.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, hey, Reefing with O. Hey. So, I got my hydros sitting on the table right over there in the box. Haven't opened the box yet.
Nice.
Camaro Kid, you're a hobbyist when you have tanks for specific species. Oh, yes. I don't know if she still has them. Wait, what? I don't know if she still...
Isn't
Go
that the
ahead.
goal of most reefers? Oops, sorry, my mic's on my mouth.
Oh, yeah, it is. I would say so.
Me specifically, I want a peacock mantis tank.
Yeah. Yeah, Alex and his refugium is planning a mantis tank. I think the 150 that he has is going to be the mantis tank.
Nice. See, I want to get a nice, good 4 or 5. Oops, sorry, I didn't see that.
Yep, no, it's okay. A nice 4 or 5 tanks, or
No, I want to get a managed shrimp that's the peacock mantis to be in the range of 4 to 7 inches. Like a true thumb splitter is what most Florida scuba divers call them.
So they're the ones that they don't have a spear. The peacocks are the ones that strike, right?
Yeah, they're the Tyson hands.
So is there a thing where you have to be careful about the type of glass?
Depending on how big they are, they're capable of cracking 1/2-inch glass.
Yeah. So what do? Use acrylic then? Yeah. Nice.
Well, when the club strikes, it strikes with such force that it creates a cavitation bubble at the point of impact.
Yeah, and I've heard that about pistol shrimp. That's what they actually do.
Well, theirs is...
Or is it heat that they generate?
It's both, but theirs is more of a cylindrical cone, like a sonic boom following a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Versus the mantis, it'd be like Mike Tyson in the early 90s boxing. Once he hits you, it doesn't matter what happened, you're on the floor.
Yeah. Cool. So Reefing with O just popped in.
Well, hello.
So let's bring him into the studio, seeing as he's here tonight. Hey there, Seymour. Oral, how are you?
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yep, yep. Can you hear us?
Yep. How are you doing?
Cool. Pretty good. Pretty good.
I heard you got. Sorry, I cannot be on camera. I'm just trying to. In a little
Are
bit.
you doing
Yes.
Are you doing the dishes? Sorry.
Ah.
Hey man, we all have to do it. Don't worry.
Oh man, I gotta mute and laugh that one off. All right, I'm back. Yes. Uh, how are you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Busy, busy, busy. I don't know if you heard earlier, we spent three afternoons this week looking after our grandson to help out with the childcare because the daycare was closed because of COVID. And you forget how much running around you have to do to keep them out of trouble. He's only 15 months old, but this kid is running everywhere. It's just
Yeah.
crazy.
I can't do baby anymore. My kids are 12 and 7,
Mhm.
and then it's just like 12 and 8. I'm sorry, my son corrected me. 12 and 8. Sorry. I'm sorry, Christian. I'm sorry. I apologize. And whenever I hear a baby cry, like it's just like this. No, I'm not saying you have the same experience. It's just that I haven't been around kids
Yeah.
so
A
it's
long
just
time.
different. Yes.
It
Yes.
triggers a response that you ain't used to having in quite some time frame.
Yeah. When you're kids, when you're used to one phase and you've kind of figured out the phase they're in, they've already
Yeah.
grown to
Yeah.
so you become an expert on a phase that is no longer those skills no longer apply to your child. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this little kid, he's into everything. My daughter opens the dishwasher to empty it, and she's trying to pull the racks out, and he's trying to push them back in. And so he pushes them in, and then he climbs up on the door, and he can reach the counter, and he just it's. I
Oh,
said to
that's
her,
not so bad.
it's like it's the terrible twos. It's not terrible because he doesn't get mad. He doesn't he doesn't throw fits or temper tantrums or anything. But man,
He's
oh
just
man,
inquisitive.
he's busy. You have to be ready to distract him at a second's notice.
If you aren't already out ahead of him, distracting him,
Hmm.
you're 10 minutes behind.
Yep, yep. And I've learned when he sits on the floor to play with his plastic cups, you don't show him anything else because he's quiet for 10 or 15 minutes just messing around with those plastic cups, stacking them and
Yep.
and it's like, oh, I can sit down for 10 minutes. I don't have to chase him anywhere.
I'm all about
Anyway,
that one.
oh yeah.
My little one's the same thing, and he's 3, but
Yeah.
he's just a nice cluster to handle.
So Aaron, you said you have 4 or 5 kids?
Huh?
6.
6
What?
kids. Wow.
Yes, sir.
What?
That must be like a full-time job in itself right there.
Well, I have custody of 4, so
Wow.
That's wow.
That would keep you busy.
and they're all under 9 years old.
Huh?
Well, 4 of the 6 are under 9.
And you have a reef tank?
Yeah, it's taken me 3 years to get to this point.
Let me tell you something. I salute you, sir. You can't see me, but I'm giving you a virtual salute.
Well, I appreciate that in 2 ways. 1 as a father and 2 as a veteran. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Cool. So yeah, I did indeed buy a hydros.
Oh, you know what? I'm excited. But you
Hmm.
haven't installed it yet.
No, I haven't even opened the box because, well, this past week is just nuts. And I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were listening, because of the time of year that it is now, all the outside stuff is going to get finished for our house. So we had one day we came out here and there's a window beside me here, and outside the window is where the patio is supposed to be, and there were guys out there moving the barbecue, moving other stuff to excavate it a little bit because they're going to be pouring it pretty soon. Well, we didn't even know they were coming, and my husband would have brought all the stuff and moved it, right? So after they left, I went, is that temperature thing? Because we have an indoor-outdoor temperature, right? You got the little sensor thing that goes outside and the
Yeah.
little panel inside. And I said to my husband, come on, it's like 17 degrees out and it says 8. Like, what's with that? So he went looking for the sensor and he couldn't find it. And we think they buried it
Yeah.
in the patio because we cannot find it. It consistently reads between 7 and 9 degrees. So
Ooh,
we're pretty sure they buried it.
I'm
And the,
Googling. I'm converting. I'm Googling the conversion.
oh, sorry.
9
Yeah.
degrees. I think 23 is like 75.
Yeah, 77 is 25. I know that.
Yeah, so
So
I
it's
know
under
100
50. 50 is 10.
I know 135 and some change is like 53.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in that type of weather. It sucks.
Yeah, 50 degrees is 10. So it's underground. So that's not the worst of it. The worst of it is we bought a new one because we're going, okay, we're never going to find this without digging up the whole patio. It's not worth it. We tried a phone app for a metal detector. I just realized this isn't really about reefing, is it? But
No, it's
anyway.
Oh, we're good.
So we tried a phone app for a metal detector, couldn't find anything. And besides which, you have to walk around hunched over with your hand down by the ground really close to make it work. And neither one of us is able to do that with our back situations the way they are. Put it on a what?
String.
Oh,
Or
that's
the metal detector?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I never thought of that. But then I think you have to read the screen, though. That's the only problem.
Well, you can put it on a string and then almost like you would hang your lights off the wall. Instead of doing it from the ceiling, you'd have to put like the little extra piece of metal that allows it to go out. So that way you're not like kicking it with your feet. So that way it's out in front of you.
Yeah. Kind of like metal detectors have those long poles on them.
Exactly.
So the worst of it, though, is we went, okay, these things aren't very expensive. Let's just get a new one. So we got a new one. It won't pick up the new sensor. It picks up the old sensor. So now we've got a new temperature thing that will not read the sensor that came with it. It's picking up the one that's buried outside the back door here somewhere.
Wait, how does that sensor work? Is it connected to a wire? Is it?
No, it's Wi-Fi. It's wireless. So it probably
So
has a very specific frequency that because it operates with batteries.
So it's going to run out of power eventually.
Eventually, it only takes about 1.5 years.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's it. Oh, don't worry about it. You got time.
The other thing that you could possibly do is take the side of the sensor that you have and walk around your yard. And when it stops sensing, then go to a different point in the yard. Say you go somewhere on the east side of the yard and it stops sensing. At that point in time, go to the north side of the yard until it stops sensing and triangulate roughly where it's at. And then it'll give you guys like a 10, 15 foot circle that you can possibly be in. And if you see the ground and it's still freshly disturbed, you know it's right there.
I think that would work, but because of where the house is, like the patio is like a cutout in the house and it's under the roof. And we're pretty sure it's close
within the patio.
Yeah, it's got to be in that area. And we haven't seen those guys. They're supposed to be back this week to put some forms in. And I wanted to say, anybody stick this in their pocket when they left last time? Because we can't find it. And we know it's under, anyway, I guess they wouldn't have stuck it in their pocket if it's actually sensing. So I don't know. We just might have to find out what the temperature is at the front of our house for a while and hope that it doesn't reach that far or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Crazy man. It's like a doorbell. Huh? Yeah. It's like a doorbell. You might be able to open it up and switch its pins. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a thought. There's a thought. We'll have to look. Hey, Oral, Carlos 23 is saying hi.
Hey, what's up, Carlos?
Yeah.
So
anyway, that's my joke of the week.
It's time. You just reminded me that it's just time to do outside stuff now. You know, people in other parts of the country, you're in Toronto, people maybe in other parts of the country don't realize that, you know, like in the
Yep.
Northeast and the northern states, like in the winter, we'll get like barely 9 hours of sunlight.
Yep.
And
It's
then in
true.
the summer, we get 16 hours. So that is a 6, 7 hour swing of sunlight. So we want to enjoy the heck out of our summers before we turn into hermits in the winters.
Yep.
You know,
Yep. Well,
we
and
sometimes
there's
let our tanks get, our tanks sometimes get ignored in the summer because we're so busy enjoying outside stuff.
Yep. Yep. I just noticed Alex is here. I'm going to let him in. Oh my
All right.
God. I'm sorry,
Oh,
Alex. I'm
not
doing
that
it
bad.
again.
What do we got?
Okay.
Okay.
That
I'm
guy's
sorry.
here again. What's up?
Evening,
It's
everybody.
hello.
Hey, Alex.
Hiyo.
I
What's
think
up, Alex?
O has this psychic thing where he heard me through the ether say hydros, and then I got one, so that's why he came in to marvel at the fact that I actually got a controller.
I marveled that you've had it sitting there and haven't even opened it yet, which is crazy.
I know it is, but I'm the person that buys a new sweater and puts it in the drawer, and I'll get it out 3 months later and wear it. Like
That
it's
was my elbow.
anyway.
I can't.
I just
Yeah.
cut my elbow with my back door.
Ouch. Oh, I hate that. Funny bone.
No, hit right before it. It hurts.
Marcus Aerolus says, "Yep, I'm enjoying this 45 degrees Fahrenheit." Yeah, we've had a similar thing here. And the other thing, Oral, I mean, the time of year that it is with the new house, we've got the patio to be poured. The grading has to be finished. We finally got our driveway paved. Once the grading is finished, they come within a few days and put the sod down on the lawn. And then we have to have trees planted. So they need to do locates to find out where everything is before they plant the trees because because of the age that we are, we got big trees. So they need a big thing to come and put the trees in, and it's just like it's like a military maneuver. There's so much stuff going on. You don't know when any of it's happening because they just show up. And I get that sometimes that happens. They got like a half hour here, so let's run over and do this. But it sure would be nice to know that they're in the neighborhood and might just drop by to do this stuff. But it is what it is.
That would be nice.
Yeah. So Alex,
Yeah.
you look like relatively relaxed and refreshed this evening. Did you ever get your couple of days off?
Yeah, I've been slacking this week, so I hooked up my auto top off today. That was my big job.
Yep.
So
And I saw you started building your secondary sump.
yeah, I really didn't get any further than that. I thought I was today, but
Uh-oh.
cooking got in the way of that. So
Well, you'll probably go back to it all refreshed because every once in a while you just need to change the scene, right? Yep. So I meant to ask you, and I was thinking about this. Your secondary sump, what sort of function is it going to have in your system? Oh, we lost
So-
O.
oh no, couldn't pass up the pun.
You had to.
It's water capacity, and because part of it is with the sump right now. So roll myself over here. Hey, buddy. So where that blue tape is, right here.
Yep.
So this is my water line. So if I shut all the pumps off, the water will come all the way to the top.
Oh boy. And does it stop there?
Yes, it does stop there. That's why the water only goes that high. So
Oh man.
a lot of the reason I want the secondary sump, I want water capacity in the system, but I also want capacity for drain off in case I shut things down.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it'll give me another, also if I need to expand the heating coil or add extra equipment,
mhm.
it would give me the flexibility to have something set up for it already, or if I had to isolate some things, I could use the sumps to isolate some things in an emergency.
Right. Yeah, that
So
makes sense. Yeah, we did the rough math, and that's why my return 100 is running at 12 inches of water, because we figure it's 24-inch deep, and of course they're tapered, so most of the volume is above that. And we figure it'll give us at least 4 inches of spare capacity when we shut everything down and the water all drains down from the tank. That's what I calculated, but I won't know, of course, until it's all set up, right? And we do the first turn off. Oh,
yeah,
and Marcus, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say it was a little nervous when I shut it all down because I'm like, all right, you could stop.
I know the feeling. But you know what I do now? When I turn the system off to feed, instead of waiting the 15 minutes it takes for the strainers to gradually allow the water to go through and down and all the draining, I just shut the valves off, and whatever stays, stays. Once the return pump is shut off, I wait a couple minutes and then I just shut the valves off, because the shallow 50 has to drain down about 1.5 inches. And that water does take up some space, and I found that's a lot quicker than waiting all the time for everything to settle. So
there's no way to know, like, to be sure until you've actually have everything, and then if it can't hold it, you're like, just got to get a bigger sump then.
That's right. Or I mean, the thing is, I've asked for a water level for the bottom of the weir teeth to be roughly 19.5 inches off the bottom of the tank. And so that's kind of what I'm going by, because I know that the water level when it's running won't be much more than 1/2 inch above that, if that. Just from my experience with the Red Sea tank, I could make it go higher if I wanted to, but I can get away with it down that low. So doing the calculations of it being roughly 1/2 inch, plus the returns, I don't know how they're going to be set up yet. I'm hoping I'll be able to get them near the surface of the water, but I won't know until it actually works.
I always have my returns, like the Red Sea. I had even before Red Sea sold that kit, I had someone make me like a lock line kit, and because I only run slow turnover, having the return above the water line, I don't get much drain anyway. I don't get much. Because I don't run my power heads close to the surface. So a lot of times the return is the surface agitation I get. I just find that I get less evaporation that way.
Yeah. So here's a question. I've been thinking of how am I going to do bubble scrubbing? Because I like bubble scrubbing, and I know people have mixed opinions of it, but I like it. I think it did what I wanted it to, right? Which was a number of things. pH and aerate the tank, oxygenate it, get the slime going on the corals, blah, 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 all that stuff. So I'm thinking of mounting some power heads partially out of the water, whose only purpose will be to turn on a timer and just run and put all kinds of bubbles in the water. Like, do you think that would work or be effective, or would I burn out these pumps, do you think?
Depends. I mean, if it's a magnetically driven pump, it's not going to burn it out. It's more of, is it going to, you'd have to calibrate it to where it's not cavitating the propeller constantly, where it's just enough. I mean, you could almost do an airline down to something.
Yeah, just kind of like the hang on the back cyclones. The airline's directly into the pump. So, or you could take one of your wave makers or one of your high-end pumps as far as flow wise, and just kind of move it up a little bit to where it sucks down a cyclone of air and then does it that way.
Yeah, because the thing about bubble scrubbing is it seems to work best when you have a really fine wooden air stone, because then the bubbles are tiny. So that's the other part of the equation. I'm not sure. I'm thinking the pump, the power head wouldn't need to be that much out of the water in order to draw in enough air. And probably if it was too much out of the water, the bubbles would be too big.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
Well, the other thing is too is you could always still, if you're gonna do it in this tank, I mean, you could still put something to where it'll get sucked up the return pump.
Yeah, that's true. The only problem is they're external, but I could probably put something at the bulkheads where they exit the tank, right?
Yeah, wherever the intake is, you just do it the same way, and
put the air stone down to a power head and let the power head just distribute the the bubbles.
Yeah, I could probably jam an air stone quite a ways down the pipe that joins that goes out of the tank. I have to think about that.
To what? To the return pump?
Yeah, because it's going to be outside the last 100, so there will be an exit from that. It'll have a strainer or something on it, because I don't want any chance of creatures going in there.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd feel about put the air stone in the pipe, because if it breaks loose, it's going to go straight into that pump. And
true, that's true.
I'd put it outside the strainer, because the suction's not going to be any different.
Yeah, that's true.
It's still going to have all the same suction there. You could wedge it up by a strainer and be just fine.
I'll have to try.
Yeah, I see what you mean now. Oh, so your return pump is external, but the intake for I would put it right there by the intake for the return pump. Yeah. Wedge it somewhere there. Okay, I see what you mean now.
Yeah.
I got you. I got you.
In the Red Sea, because I had the Jabo DCS 7000, and they have that big basket on the front that doesn't rest on the bottom. So I was able to get a little tiny limewood air stone and tuck it underneath there. And the line went to an air pump that was right beside the window. So it was drawing. No, actually, it was a Tom Aqualifter that went through the window frame and outside. So the bubble scrubbing was outside air coming in, going down to the return pump, and then getting pushed up to the tank. It was cool. It was really cool.
The water volume. I tried that. I didn't see any effect on pH. But I also had my skimmer pulling in outside air. Like, I have to do that in order to have any kind of a decent pH.
Yeah.
That's just, but I will tell you that Tom's Aqualifter is not going to make a difference on the volume you have now. You might need a couple of Tom's Aqualifters or a much stronger pump.
Well, don't forget, I own 5.
Oh.
Hey, Cindy.
Yes.
You remember how a couple streams ago I was saying that your screen starts doing that flickering?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's showing up on the stream itself, but on mine, it's done it on 3 separate occasions for me at hour and 13 minutes, and right as an hour and 18 minutes hit, and it just did it as I was saying it right now.
All right. So an hour 13, when I look at the replay, I'll see if I can see it, because I'm still on Wi-Fi.
Hour and 13 and an hour and 18.
13 and 118. Okay, thanks.
And as you're writing that down right there, 1 hour, 19 minutes and 17 seconds.
All right, I will look at that. Thanks, Aaron.
I'm not sure if it's coming through on the stream itself, but it's definitely coming through on your end, because it keeps flickering. As a matter of fact, it's doing it right now.
Okay.
I don't know if O sees that or not, but
I don't see it, but I'm looking at the stream and I don't see it. So
okay, then I'll have to do a screen record from my phone or something of mine to show you what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think I saw that on one other live stream. I did see where I kind of went like that for a brief second.
It doesn't like lag screen you. Like, the screen legitly flashes blue. Like,
That's weird.
3 or 4 times. That's the only reason why I've said it so far.
Yeah. Okay. I will check the replay. and see if that's, and if it's an issue, I'll check with StreamYard, and they're going to say, well, you shouldn't be on Wi-Fi. So I think next week we'll be on a hard connection though, because we're going to move back to the fish room.
You know what? I and Alex, tell me if I hate when people say, "Oh man, you shouldn't be on Wi-Fi because it's not fast enough." Wi-Fi inside your house is so much faster than
that depends on if you're on the 5G or the 2G channel.
Yeah, but it's so much faster than what you're actually like, just what the internet speed is. Like in your house is, I mean, listen, if you're all the way at the other end of the house away from the router, like that's different.
It's right behind me. The modem is right behind me.
Wi-Fi speed,
unfortunately, that's the problem. It has an umbrella, and if you're within the interior confine of the umbrella, the signal is weak.
Oh, weird. That's
if
weird.
you get outside it's like a 15 or 20 foot umbrella.
Yeah, but this is fiber optic internet. So when I have a hard connection, it's really steady. So I'm going to be going back to the fish room next weekend because we're getting tired of this setup in the living room, to tell you the truth. And the fish room is largely cleared out of equipment sitting around all over the place waiting for me to clean it. I only have a little bit more to go, and I want to make space, so we're going to go back there.
I had 2 devices. I think I needed to plug something in. Like, I think my job sent me a phone and I needed to plug the phone into an Ethernet port. And I realized I didn't have an Ethernet port available because I use like the Google router and it doesn't have any Ethernet ports. So I don't have anything that uses Ethernet. Like I think at the end, I had to go find like a really old switch thing to use, like my Philips Hue lights and then my old Apex, but I don't have any devices that use it. So we like whenever that's come up,
you at least have a coaxial cable hookup.
And I do not have anything that uses, like I was using my like Apple router as and it failed the other day. So literally my house is like full on, every device is wireless, and I don't like.
That's actually kind of cool.
No, but your computers these days, when you buy them, they don't have like a Ethernet port. They don't come with Ethernet ports anymore.
Well, especially a Mac. I mean, I have a Mac. It does have a port though, but it's probably I want to say 2 years old, maybe.
Yeah, I only Ethernet cable I hooked up is to my Wi-Fi router upstairs, and then my Apex downstairs. I hooked it into the cable modem, but. They asked me when I was building my house, they're like, you want us to run Ethernet everywhere? And I was kind of like, why? I'm just going to use Wi-Fi.
A few years ago, I don't know if you guys remember like Adele's first album. I was so excited. I went out and got it. My wife and I went to like Best Buy. We bought it, came home, realized we don't have anything that plays CDs. So we ended up just pirating the even though we bought the album, we ended up just pirating the thing anyway, because there's nowhere to play it. Like we did not,
hilarious.
And then we couldn't stick it in the kids' Xbox because, they'd keep taking it out and, so yeah, like that.
Doesn't Xbox still have that feature to where you can download discs to it?
You can, but do you really want the kids to be taking out your music CD when they're sticking their games in it? I didn't want to go through. No,
like the very first Xbox, you could put a disc in and download whatever was on the disc to the hard drive of the box, and then be able to play it from there after you remove the disc.
You could, but when I'm listening to a CD, I don't want to, like it's a kid's Xbox. You're going to have that fight.
Exactly.
That fight.
It's not a fight I'm willing to do.
No, not a fight I'm willing. I think I'm going to lose every time. So
Johnny Martinez, Alex says, all the miles of plumbing pipe store lots of water. Have you figured that into your calculations as well? I mean, I'm sure you have.
What, just the volume of water on the pipes?
Yeah, we were talking about that a couple of weeks ago. For when everything settles down into your sump there where the skimmer was.
Yeah. Well, what, just making the calculation of what's in the pipes?
Yeah,
Or-
have you figured it out all?
No, because
Like,
so the way I did the drain pipes is that they won't fully drain in. They so like the 2-inch lines here for the water storage tanks in the 400 stay along the floor,
mhm.
and they come all the way up to here before they drain in.
Okay.
So if the water dies in here, then these will still be filled with water, which is why I installed drain valves on them.
So they won't
So,
go anywhere. The water won't go anywhere.
I did it on purpose so that I wouldn't have to deal with the water volume in the pipes as well. And it's
Right.
the same on the 2-inch drains here go down, and then they got to pick up on the other side a bit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So they pick up here and then they tee off here, so they're a little taller, so they'll stay full. And then the 150 gallon drain line that snakes around, that comes up here. So, and that's why I have the drain in there. So if I need to, I can empty them out.
Right.
My question is, Alex, is when are you going for your plumbing license? Because I think you're
No kidding.
qualified. I think you're qualified now.
Oh, come on now. Anybody could make a plumbing trestle.
Oh, anybody.
Or this fun thing.
Oh, yeah.
You're speaking
Yeah.
French to me here. What's a trestle?
Yeah, that's normal stuff, man. That's just normal. I think you've done more work than you have more pipes than maybe some plumbing apprentice have ran in their entire life. Between the old house and this house, don't you think there's more pipe than maybe some apprentice has done?
It's sure it's possible. I mean, there's a lot
That's
here.
crazy.
I mean, this is probably the most complex thing I have, and it just took time to do.
Yeah, I remember you had to fit the valves in there somehow so they could operate too.
Yep. Nope. And the good thing is that the way it's set up with the skimmer in it, I have to keep the bypasses open just a little bit so that these tanks don't get too full.
Mm-hmm.
So
I thought about you this week, Alex. The guys from BRS were doing a live stream, and they were like, "Hey, they were talking about having like a skimmer where the neck could be, made smaller because and I was like, I know somebody who's done that, who had a skimmer and the neck was too big, and he made an insert that made it small, and I was like, go figure, right? And yeah, so I was like, man, Alex has already done that.
Yep.
yeah, I could. I'll sell it to him. I'll buy the $2 in PVC and sell it to him for $50.
Because if you think about it, man, it's just that when you have a big skimmer, I don't even want to smell that.
Look at that.
Yummy!
is
Come on,
awesome.
delicious.
That's awesome.
Get in there close.
Smell-o-vision.
It's like breathing.
It is too.
Hey, crazy enough,
Actually, it has. This is 1 week.
Do you think that's something that is, it's something that can be done for like I know Royal Exclusive has like the removable neck, not the neck, but the piece that's in the cup that that long neck piece in the cup, that's removable on most Royal Exclusive skimmers. So I wonder, that piece that's inside the cup. Don't stick your hand in there. Yeah.
Oh my God, I was just thinking, please put a glove on.
I was about. Oh, all right. I'll be right back. Oh.
You know what? I think I got to clean the skimmer now that I've done this.
Dude.
Way to create some work for yourself.
Honestly, I can't do that because I can't stand the idea of getting it under my fingernails. That would just be crazy.
Also, So what you're telling me is if I like went like that onto all the dirt, you'd probably like freak out a bit.
You know what? If you were Billy Pipes, you'd be pretending to lick your fingers right now.
Oh, I don't think I'd do that one. I put this under the microscope. I don't want that inside me. There's a lot of wiggly things in there that I don't think would be compatible.
Did you know I my tank is obviously my living room with my skimmer, and Reefgrrl taught me a little trick. You just tip a little bit of kalkwasser next time you empty your skimmer cup, and that stops it from stinking, and it works.
Really? It's like baking soda, right?
Yeah, I think he said it has something to do with the pH. Maybe baking soda works too, because he said it's all about the pH. Like the kalkwasser stops the sulfur. Like he explained the science to me, but it went over my head. But I just know that, kalkwasser. So every time I clean my skimmer cup, I just tip a little bit of kalkwasser in it, and guess what?
Yeah,
Stops it from stinking.
Oh, cool. So Alex is cleaning the lid of his skimmer cup that's bigger than a dinner plate.
Wait, what's the diameter of that, Alex?
Oh, he's muted and he's got both his hands full.
Yeah, I assume,
Why you gotta ask difficult questions? I don't know the answers. Hold on.
Take a guess. What is it, like 12 inches across?
No, it's more than that. I'm gonna say it's like 14 or 15.
Oh.
Hold on. I can deal with that. I have a measurement device over here somewhere.
And you've got that ultimate accessory, a gizmo.
How big is a gizmo? Tell me.
How big is
Well,
how
you're
big
no
is a
help.
dog? Just
Well, here we go. It's bigger than a 5-gallon bucket lid.
It is?
Yeah.
Let me go measure how big.
This is 12-inch diameter here, so I know that. Hold on.
O's going to measure his. See how you can compare it.
I got a tape measure over here somewhere. I just got to find it. Here we go.
And O's going to come back and go, mine's only 6.5 inches. So Johnny Martinez says, Alex, you did an awesome job building that. Oh, hey, the Herm 14. Marcus Aerolis wonders if the kalkwasser, the calcium hydroxide, binds to the organics, and maybe that's why it doesn't smell.
I hope so.
See, I'm interested to see, because this will be the first time doing this. My last skimmer, as long as I cleaned it a couple times a week, it never smelled.
Yeah.
So, all right, it's 14 and an eighth.
Oh my God.
So
you win.
Yeah.
All right, so let's pull the insert out here. Well, actually, you know what? Hold on a second. I'm just going to grab the whole thing.
No, I want to see the insert because all right, I'm not asking. Don't make.
Hold on. This is going to get weird. I'm going to mute myself.
If you want to see the insert, you also have to watch Alex touch that stuff.
While he's doing that,
yes,
I set up my tablet to see what I see, and I caught a little glimpse of it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at it and see if I can identify it. Somebody said, what the heck? Back here. Maybe it's the camera backlighting. Johnny Martinez said he doesn't see it. So maybe it's the device you're on.
So
it could be. It's literally it's just your screen, and it only flashes a couple times.
Okay. All right. There's the insert.
There you go, Earl. There's the insert.
So that's literally just like a device that just is that hollow, Alex?
It's just 3-inch PVC with a cap on each end, and then
it's a cap. Oh, there's a cap on each end.
All it does is take up space. Oh,
wait,
sorry,
can I see the bottom?
You couldn't resist.
Can I see the bottom of that, Alex? Let me see the bottom.
Yeah, hold on.
Right.
If it's too loud, just mute me here because I'm kind of one-handed.
Okay, I don't need to see the bottom. I got it now. Okay, I see now. So you could probably do that for pretty much any skimmer that you think is too big. You literally just get some PVC and because all you're doing is just reducing the neck.
Yep.
So,
all it does is take up space.
Yeah, it takes up space and it increases the air pressure.
Yeah, I think the first time you explained that to me, Alex, you used big words like air pressure, and I didn't get it. and now I got it.
Wait, what's a marketing term for air pressure?
You don't want to know. It depends on who's writing it. But I got it. I got it now. So see, it's not so like that's something you could probably DIY.
He did DIY it.
Well,
I know. It's a whole different level of DIY.
yeah,
when
it's a whole different
Alex.
level. Yeah. Alex is like Bill. Well, no, he's probably gonna get pissed if I compare him to Bill Wad.
Sorry for the noise. So yeah, it's not a big deal.
Oh, Alex, so you're like your stuff is like Bill Wan, except it works.
You know, I don't even know what to say to that. I can't comment on someone I've never met or actually seen their gear in person.
Oh, it's if it works, and okay, all right.
Look at that. The water is right up to the top now. I love it.
Yep. It's whatever you did, it's pushed it up there.
Yeah, well, that's the gravity feed lines are now. You can see the gravity feed's a little bit taller now.
Yep.
So
cool.
So Alex, so what you have there is kind of a mix of like an old school like Beckett plus needle wheel, right?
So there's two. Hold on, let me move some stuff out the way.
If you ever have some time, Alex has videos on back when he was developing the needle wheels and all that kind of thing. It's really interesting.
I think I watched those before, but I had a different level of understanding of skimmers then versus now. Yeah. So now I actually know what's happening.
Yeah, me too. I know what you mean.
So it's just like a reef octopus. It's just a big recirculating skimmer because there's two suctions, one there and one there, the black pieces, and then they come back into the bubble chamber and the bubble plate, and then all it is that's the water coming in where the bubbles are. That's the gravity feed in, and then you got a gravity feed out here, and then I added a second inlet gravity feed and a second outlet gravity feed for the main display when that goes online.
And then what creates bubbles is those Jabo pumps.
Yep.
Sucking in air. And then I remember when you were designing the entire needle wheel, I remember that whole thing. So okay.
Cool.
Now I'm looking to see if I got any of those sitting here. I don't think I have any out right now.
Marcus Aerolus, I asked earlier because I saw something in the beginning also, if you have LED lights, the frequency of LED lights can be seen being recorded. Do you mean the thing that Aaron, that True Skills was talking about? I don't have a backlight. The light is from my screen, and I have one photography light aimed into the ceiling in just around the corner here.
Cindy, I just sent the video.
Okay. And it has like a screen over top of it, like a fabric filter over top. And it's a compact fluorescent light. So there's no LED around here.
And you'll see it when you go to open up the video. It's a real short clip.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll look at it later when I can concentrate on it. Hey, producer Reef, glad you could make it. Freestyle Traveler, what are your thoughts on feeding SPS corals? Is it worth it or a waste of money? I think there's a lot of different opinions on that, and it's probably mostly based on people's experience. So,
what, feeding them aminos?
Yeah, feeding SPS corals in general, i.e. aminos and stuff like that. Supplements, I'm thinking. I guess I feed mine. I have trace elements that I put in.
Okay. Can you post that question back up real quick?
Sure.
Because I'm not sure if I took that as he's going strictly for questioning just specifically amino acids for SPS, or he's just speaking in feeding in general.
Yeah, maybe you can clarify that a bit.
Because I'm
Alex.
thinking he's more along the lines of doing the specifically for aminos. I could be wrong though.
Flippers Reef says, Alex, you're a steely-eyed DIY guy. Bravo. Yeah, the whole feeding corals thing, I think a balance of nutrients is really what matters. Are aminos a waste of time? I guess it depends who you talk to, because I think some people use them and find them useful, and others don't use them, and their tanks look just fine. And it's one of those things that, I don't know, maybe you have to try it and document it and see if you notice a difference, and then make your decision from there, because there's so many variables. It could even be the food you feed, or the type of salt you use, or any of that kind of stuff that could impact it.
Phone's ringing.
Oh, I'm not on mute.
There we go.
Oh man, I was making coffee. I thought I was on mute this whole time. Sorry.
No, that's
Coffee
okay.
at this hour? Holy crap, Bo. You're going to be up all night.
You must not be 40 yet. When you turn 40, you can't do the caffeine after 4 in the afternoon.
Oh, you kidding me? Like I fall asleep drinking coffee. I fell asleep drinking coffee yesterday.
Wow. That's
All
right. Yeah.
I think I finally got it clean now. See, look how pretty.
I've got that same problem with caffeine. I can literally down a Monster Energy drink and inside of 10 minutes fall asleep.
Dude, like at one point, I was doing like 5-6 cups. I'm only down to like today's only 2 cups. But at one point, like I have like instant coffee. I have like a brewing machine. I have an espresso machine. I still have Dunkin' Donuts. I still, so yeah, I'm only down to about 2 now, which is good. And I don't use creamer anymore. I just put a splash of milk. So at one point it was.
Yeah. Yep. So Flippers Reef never feeds his corals fish poo and broadcast frozen. Marcus Aerolis, if you feed a lot, you get aminos from natural proteins. But if you had a huge stock tank, I would dose. Yeah, that's the other thing. It depends on the level of livestock you have. Where you go with that.
I would also say too is that, when you think about that is, and I think it still gets overlooked a lot today, is what's your level of microfauna in the tank?
Mm-hmm.
All those, dosing phytoplankton, copepods breeding, amphipods, isopods, ostracods, all those things are going to have aminos in them too. So it's, they could get generated by other means naturally in the tank from things growing.
Yeah, the natural life processes that go on.
See, I got that, Alex, like 90% of that. And then when you started saying ostropods, like I don't.
Everybody loves ostracods.
I mean, oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. They're yummy.
I put Tigger pods in my system this week. 3 bottles.
All right, let's see how this goes. I haven't done this since I've done. So this will be turning on one of the 2 pumps.
Oh,
Well, that's
yeah,
not too much. Oh, there it goes.
Okay.
That's almost instant too.
Wow.
And that's just 1 pump.
Yeah, so it's actually this one that's going. And let me kick the other one on.
Don't lean in too close. You get that stuff on your face.
And then he sticks his face in the tank.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Oh, wow.
The other one's not kicked on all the way yet.
There it goes.
There it goes. So
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a
that is cool.
volcano.
Well, I have to say, I have now learned how to adjust my Aquavitro Division 500 skimmer. And I need to know how to adjust it because I only run it about every 3 days overnight. So usually when I first turn it on, it goes crazy because of the buildup of organics or whatever, especially feeding that ocean plankton stuff that's greasy. And so I have to be able to adjust it, and I've learned how to do it. So I'm really proud of myself because I never used to understand enough about what the variables were and how they needed to be in relation to each other, and now I finally do. And that skimmer is I'm very happy with it. For the money,
Is that the one that Jake Adams did a video about recently?
I think so. He did the 250. I have the 500, which is the taller one, because ultimately we're going to have 600 gallons going on, and that was the biggest one I could get.
I see. And that is supposed to be nice and compact, right?
It has an external pump. Yeah, I guess it is because it's a cylinder. It's not a cone. So the footprint is not that huge when you think about the height of the thing.
Okay.
So it's pretty good. I'm very satisfied with it, and we'll see what happens when I have to run it more often once the system is up and running. And you know how the progress goes. When you first start, you don't need a skimmer, and then gradually as time goes on.
Yeah. I've actually been looking at that and just that just seemed cool and different to me. And I've also heard that you can, I heard Jake say on his video, like you can use it as a recirculating skimmer fuel. Like you can add a separate feed pump. So the pump that's attached to it, you can use it to only generate air.
And my fish store guy, who recommended it to me, that's where I bought it. He said he figured out a DIY that you don't have to buy the $20 kit or whatever to turn it into a recirculating, but I'm pretty sure you still need a separate feed pump.
Yeah, I would love that because I'm all about like pulling in outside air. And if I can have, like in the past, the skims recirculating skimmers were just so big.
Yeah.
So I think like that's small. And if you can use another pump to feed it and have just one pump like doing just the air, I just think, for me, like the more air I can pull in from outside, the better my pH is. So anything I can do to pull in more air, more better. So
yeah, BRS did a video a while ago about how the skimmer actually works in terms of how much air is involved versus water level and all that kind of thing. And it was really interesting. And to be honest, I can't remember what their conclusion was, except that it really made a lot of sense. And it seems to me it was more like a balance. If you overdid one or the other, you reduce the efficiency. But if you could get the two in balance, then you could get the optimum performance out of it.
Yeah. Okay. I think I remember that. I'm not interested from my application. I'm more just interested in pulling more air, like more air, more better. Like I'd rather the skimmer not be 100% efficient, but just pull as much outside air as possible. Like I'm just looking for, but that is cool. Like you know what? I actually do like it. I've looked at it and I thought they were interesting. I might have some questions for you. I might send you some questions about it.
Cindy, you could always retrofit it to be a gravity feed instead of putting a feed pump on it.
Yeah, and you know what? And you know why I could do that? Because I have a waterfall style sump already.
You could easily divert some water to go straight into it, and then
I could run a line through one of the saber tooth emergencies, because the shallow 50 has what I call the saber tooth emergencies, where if the water gets too high, it'll come out these curved hoses on either side. Yeah, I could run a line straight up in there.
With the gravity feed, the lines coming in got to be higher, but whatever you put for your drain line, that sets the height of the water in the skimmer.
Yep.
So it's as long as it's above everything else, yeah, the water height in the sump has no relevance to the skimmer performance. Like in this skimmer, it just stays here, and oh heck, we'll see what it does in a bit. I bet they'll already start sucking some stuff out.
Yep. Well, and the thing, I did a Unbox-A-Palooza that included that skimmer, Oral, and I went through what I really like about it. And one of the cool things is the ergonomics of the collection cup, because it's like a built-in handle, the shape of it.
Oh, okay.
You can, and for me, that's way better, because if you need two hands to get that thing twisted and off, where's the third hand come from that holds the base of the body in place, right? You almost have to be able to twist that cup with one hand, and I can't do it. But with the way the skimmer cup's designed on this thing, there's the intake port on the side that's meant for the recirculating. I just kind of brace one hand on that, and I can lift that entire cup straight off easily with one hand because of the way that handle is. The lid has a hole in it and also a little indentation, and you can hold the cup with one hand with your thumb in the indentation and your fingers wrapped around the edge, and you can put that thing back with one hand.
Okay.
So, I mean, to me, those little ergonomic features make such a difference with ease of use, and no messing around with trying to, like the Deltec, as much as I loved it, you had to seat the cup and then rotate it to get it underneath these little flanges to seal it. And you didn't have to rotate it all the way. You just had to get it just underneath, but it took two hands to get the cup in place, and then you had to let go, and my hand's just not big enough to get over top. You know what I mean? It was awkward. It was really awkward.
Yeah. That's one thing. I love my Royal Exclusive now, because it's just gravity. Like the cup is so heavy and so well built that it's literally it's huge, but it's gravity it just sits in there. And then I always hate sticking your hand into the corners to clean. And because the neck thing is removable, it's held in by an O-ring. It's so easy to disassemble and clean. So I know, I get what you mean. There's some small things that sometimes make a big difference, especially when you're thinking of like, hey, I got to do this for the next 5 years. You'd rather pay for these little conveniences.
Yeah.
Because when you think of it as a weekly task, you got to do it 52 times a year for the next 5. Man. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and this Aqua Vitro was 450 Canadian dollars, and that's the biggest one they make. And I was looking at a Deltec 3000i. That's the skimmer I originally wanted, and it was going to be close to $2,000 by the time I got it here.
Jeez, I can't find this Aqua feature on sale anywhere in the US.
Well, not if you look online, you can't. They only sell them through fish stores, local fish stores.
Really?
Yep, and it's a complaint, and I think it's justified, because if you try to do research on it, you can't find anything out except the odd forum post here and there, and maybe a couple videos.
All you have is the Seachem video, the Reef Builders video.
Yeah.
And that's all you have. And then their website.
They have minimal information on the website. And to me, they would be better served if they would put out a little more information on it, so that you can do your research before you go to the fish store, and you can, or even call your fish store and say, order me one of these, please. Instead of just not providing the information and forcing people to go into the LFS when they might not be inclined to do that.
Yeah, because right now I want to know the dimensions of them all. I want to know, all that stuff. I want to know if it fits. Like, I don't even get information like that on the Seachem website. I see that there is 125 for gallons, 250, 500. I see the features, but I don't even see. I guess I see the dimensions.
I think the dimensions of the 500, because I found it on a forum somewhere. Somebody said it's 23.5 inches tall, and I forget what the footprint is, but
I see it now. It's actually freaking tiny. Sorry, I didn't mean.
I know. Well, considering that it's rated for 500 to 700 gallons, it's not, and it's slender, so it doesn't take up a lot of area.
Yeah, the one I would be looking at is 8.2 inches by 4.4 inches, and with the
That's
double
not big
pump,
at all.
yeah, and with
No.
the double pump, it's 5.5 by 8 inches.
Okay, so
That seems a bit small for a skimmer.
It does seem
Yeah.
small. I agree. I totally agree. But you should see the dark goop that comes out of this thing. It does the job. I mean, okay, I'm only running it on 265 gallons right now. So I guess I'll find out once I've got the tank actually installed and the whole system hooked up.
I still think that how skimmers are rated for tank sizes is a bit. I don't know. I feel there's a bit of a pseudoscience to it because there's just too many variables again. Because I mean, your bio load with fish and corals and whether or not you have a refugium or run filter socks and all this other stuff plays into it.
I'll tell you a funny story. And I think Greg told me a story and I came upon it once. I forgot if I think it was on a live stream. No, I forgot where it was. But a guy was asking like, hey, I'm looking at 2 skimmers. And just like Alex said, like one was not a high-end manufacturer. I don't remember. I think it was like, I don't remember who it was, but it was like a budget brand.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say a budget brand and Vertex, but the budget brand, they like when you look at the neck size and diameter size, they were very similar. And you know how one would use like, let's say a PSK pump, which you know is a C-Che or something. So they were about the same neck size using the same pump. One was rated for like 500 gallons and the Vertex was rated for like 75 gallons. So the guy was like, I'm going to go with the one that's rated for 500 gallons. I'm like, they're literally like
the same thing.
Same neck size, the same body size, the same pump. So, you know, this manufacturer is just being like, you know, just rating it for like 100 to 500. I'm like, it doesn't matter if that's a softy tank, a fish only tank. There's nothing similar at all between a 100-gallon tank and like that is completely different. Like, neighborhoods. I don't care if you have a softy 500 and then an SPS dominant 500. Like, I don't care how it is. Like, those are 2 different planets.
Yeah, I always, you know, the one that always got me, and I used to hate it when I worked at the local fish store, is someone would have a 100-gallon tank. They want to buy a skimmer, and at the time, Aquaseas were really hot, and that's what we like selling. And they were more pricey, and what the guy wanted, he's like, well, why don't I just buy this Cyclone skimmer? It says it's good enough for a 100-gallon tank. And I'm like, yeah, no. And I remember I told, like, the guy ended up buying it, and I told him, I go, we will not take that back. We didn't accept used equipment returns. And I remember he's like, oh, this is going to be great. And I'm like, you're going to regret that. And like 2 weeks later, guess who's buying an Aquasea?
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think it takes some level of experience to even figure that out. And early on, there's a lot of trial and error. Like, how many of us have skimmers in the closet that we tried and we couldn't use anymore because it wasn't the right choice? And I think that's one of those things, you know, maybe there needs to be a video on how hard it is to choose a skimmer, because like you're saying, Alex, the pseudoscience and you know, the variation between one and another, it says it's supposed to do something, but it's identical to something else that says it's supposed to do an entirely different thing. Like, it's hard.
I've used every skimmer brand out there. Anything that's within the last 5 years, like some of the old ones, like Reefgrrl.
That's not fair. Oh, I was gonna say, so you got a Berlin skimmer?
No, not anything that's 5 years. I haven't used like the Reef and some of those brands, but I've been through them all. And I will say that if you have a skimmer that's not working, I would say do everything you can to try and get that one to work. Like maybe choking off the air. There's things you can do to get it to work, but try everything to. But back in the day, man, like there were like I think the most of the high-end brands now are not overrating the skimmers. I'm not saying they're spot on, but they're not that far off. Yeah. Like I know Vertex is out of business, but I love Vertex because they were rating it. It made them look bad when you lined them up to some of the other guys who were just like rating stuff in the stratosphere, but they were I have to look. It looks like the Aquavitro. First of all, I just saw the pricing. I cannot believe that's the price. That is dirt cheap.
Well, I will say when I handle my Deltec compared to the Aquavitro, there are a couple of components in the Aquavitro that feel kind of flimsy, but the question becomes, does it matter? You know, like the knob that you turn to adjust the water output up and down, the long rod with the threads on it feels flimsy to me, but maybe it needs to be flimsy so that it's easy to move, so that you can get that, you know what I mean? So there could be some flimsiness that's intentional because of the function, but overall it's solid. The cup feels hefty, the body itself is heavy enough to stay in place. It doesn't tip over. They say it doesn't matter what water level is in its run in, but I don't believe that. I've tried it at different levels, and I think no matter what, if you have it in too deep, you're going to get the skim's going to be so wet, you're not going to want it. I mean, unless you want to use unless you need wet skim for a specific reason, you know, to remove a problem. But I think. Okay, so the pump is mounted on the outside, and the perfect level in my tank, on the side of the pump, there's these little tiny veins, like little horizontal kind of indentations. It's the third one down. So whatever depth that is in the water, the third vein down is the perfect spot for my particular setup. It works perfectly there.
I see Freestyle Travelers comment and said, I think it would be cool if some company would develop a skimmer that grows with you as you advance. You know what I'm now thinking? I see someone on my local forum selling a Vertex Omega I 180, which is a huge skimmer for me. But I'm thinking like, maybe I can do a contraption, like what? Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, why not get like an 1.5 PV? Like, I just get every size. Like, what's wrong with getting an 1.5 inch and just, you know, do exactly what Alex did? Like, I might ask him how far down in the neck he dropped it. But why not, like, because that's all it is. Like, is it wide enough for the organics that's in the tank? And then, you know, maybe I'll go from 2 inch to 1.5 inch to 1 inch to, you know.
And before you know it, you're going to be a DIY guy.
No, that's, you know, it's funny. That's what I told you when I saw, like, when BRS said it. I'm like, Alex has done that before. When they're talking, you know, about like Alex, like you could 3D print that, and like what you just did there. Like, how about you? That could have been 3D printed and made like a lot, you know, that's not so.
I mean, I would maybe 3D print the bracket, but the PVC, I mean, it would be more expensive to print that than buy the off the shelf parts. Because really all you need is a bracket that spans the cup here.
Yeah.
Oh man, you know what? I'm also thinking like do that and then also make it like make an optional wiper on it, so when you spin it, you just clean in the neck too. Because I never liked.
There could be something like that in the future here.
Hey,
there it is.
Yeah,
you got to pick up these little hints when you hear them.
You're giving him plans.
All right.
Oh no, I had plans to do a totally different style of wiper that I don't get the vertical squeegee thing that just doesn't make sense to me, because you're going to dump half the stuff you wipe off back into the skimmer body, and
you almost need almost an auger.
Yeah,
that's a very interesting thought you have there, Cindy.
I've read. Have you ever read
Hello?
Have you ever read One Good Turn? It's the history of the screw, and oh my God, is it ever interesting? Like going right back. Anyway,
that is what I was planning though, is to make an auger that spins around.
Yep.
So that as it works its way, it would take any waste. I'd put a channel on it so it would pull it up, and then when it gets to the top, have a little piece on it that would just, squeeze it off into the cup.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, Alex, I got to tell you, Johnny Martinez says those screens were clean last week. He's talking about your algae screens. He wants to be like you when he grows up.
Well, so I did cheat a little bit on here. So I went to the local fish store and I picked up some Callirpa.
Yeah, someone was asking about that. Yep.
A bit of Chado. And I got a little ball of it and I stuffed it in there, and it's in high water flow. But some of the other hair algae that's on its own, and all this algae is kind of on its own. Mm-hmm. So it's growing. I bought 20 snails and 20 hermits this week too.
Oh, hey, Chip the Reefer. Glad to see you.
I figured out what's causing it. I went back and looked at a separate video. It's the second email that I sent you, and while I was cutting it to break it down, what's happening is the red from Alex's tank somehow it's double layering your screen with flash images.
It's bouncing off my face and going that way.
No, it's coming in full screen. Like it's overlay. You have your screen, and then it's overlaying a flash image of his screen on your screen.
I knew it was Alex's fault somehow. So yeah, let's celebrate.
It's the red lights.
The gates of hell.
No, because when he was looking at his protein skimmer not too long ago, and he went to go look in the protein skimmer right as I was editing the video, it showed when he had the cup of the protein skimmer off, it literally showed his protein skimmer surrounding your face.
Ooh.
So
what do you got going on over there, True?
I'm telling you, open up the second email I sent you. You'll see it right away. It's a 10-second video. And right at the end of it, if you pause it and slow it down, you'll legitly see flashes of Alex's tank right over your screen.
Maybe I'll use that in a freak out video one of these days.
Yeah.
I'll get your permission though before I
by all means, go for it. It's your channel.
That's cool. All right, well, thanks for figuring that out. Oh, hey, Fletcher, right?
I'm just glad it's Alex's fault. That made me feel a lot better.
That's okay. I'm used to being blamed. So I did get some pods to toss into the 700 this week. So I tossed those in. I got some phytoplankton and started up a couple beakers of phytoplankton. So we'll see how that goes this week.
Yep. Somebody asked what tank is that, Alex? But honestly, at this point, I've totally lost track of when that was, and I think we can just safely say this is your fish room, your back room tank. It's all one tank. It's all different tanks, all one system.
So I tossed a little bit of phyto in here. We'll see how this goes. I'm not sure how everything's going to grow with the indirect reef lighting. We'll see if I can grow some phyto that way, though.
Wait, you're trying to grow phyto right there?
Yeah, why not?
Hey, now that I have some cabinet space, so Cindy, if you know the other cabinets on your Red Sea Reefer, you remember how now that cabinet is not taken up by all my Apex gear.
Yep.
I'm now thinking,
phyto station. And you can drill a hole through the side and run a line directly into the sump.
I already did that, but it's for another reason. I've already butchered that stand.
We drilled 3 holes, one for each hose.
Yeah, so, I drilled a couple. I drilled to go out the back because my auto top off is on the left side and I didn't want to bring it all the way. So I've drilled one through the back.
Yeah.
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 But man, wasn't that thing hard to drill though? That thing is solid.
They definitely. Yeah. Alex, what was that bottle? Was that the Phyto food?
Yeah, it's F2 solution.
Oh, F2. Now, was it you that was talking about how hard it is to get reasonable small quantities of F2? Who was I talking to about that?
No, because I bought this bottle of it. It's just some
okay
hydroalgae filter. I got it from Mercer of Montana.
Someone said Phyto is really easy, but you have to make sure it's clean. I think I want to try. Do they sell like anything like any kind of kits? I'd rather start with a kit before I start DIYing.
I'm thinking if you contacted someone like now I don't know if Brett Bertner has still got his pod thing going, but Algae Barn or somebody.
They might. Yeah, they might have a kit because sometimes they'll have like they'll have the discs and stuff where you could start it from. And the thing about it is that you got to be pretty contaminant free is the key to it. So like I mixed up a separate 5-gallon bucket of salt water at a slightly lower salinity and I keep it capped. So I'll go ahead and I filled it up mostly with that water and I dumped in a little bit of the phytoplankton. I know it'll be interesting to see what happens because it's a 4 species of phyto mix from Algae Barn.
Mm-hmm.
And usually they don't play nice together that way. So somebody might outcompete someone else, but we'll see what happens. Once it gets pretty dark, though, you want to split them, or just bottle it up and toss it in the fridge.
Yeah.
But I know crashing is something gets in there, or it just happens periodically. It's just part of doing it.
Yeah, and I had understood that the thing about phyto that you have to be super careful if you're dosing live phyto to your tank, you can't have an accident because that stuff can create a bloom in your tank and cause real problems if it gets out of control.
I did see that happen once to somebody on Reef to Reef, I think.
Yeah, there's a YouTube channel called Kowali Aquariums, and he had a 125 with an inline phyto station, and it got away on him, and his whole tank was just green water. Yeah, it was pretty scary looking.
I just Googled Phyto kit, and apparently there's a lot of people who do it. So it seems like it's not. Yeah.
It's pretty easy. Like the one thing that I found was you do definitely need to get a good fertilizer, like the proper stuff.
Yeah, the F2 I think is kind of the gold standard, right?
And then the other thing is too is that whatever containers you're growing in, you should have spares that you could. I usually acid wash them with some strong vinegar or muriatic acid. I mean, everyone will be like, "Oh, you need to autoclave that stuff." Well, yeah, I don't have that level of lab equipment here, so
not yet.
I see one.
I don't know if I get to that level. That's expensive.
I see. I'm just in just a few minutes of Googling, I found a lot of them where, like there's even kits where you can grow a lot of different ones. So I'm going to, I think this is something I definitely want to try.
Yep. Well, as you saw, Marcus Aurelius uses antibiotics in his cultures.
Yeah. And then once you have it and it's alive, you can just put it on a dosing pump and just dose it, right?
As long as you are willing to risk an error in dosing, flooding your tank with phyto.
I don't. You know what? I use a Clarice. So it's one of those things where if it's particulates or anything like that, I get what you mean, but
I think what happens is if too much gets in and it starts reproducing, before you know it, you can have a bloom.
I have a Clarice which the entire tank goes to a Clarice, so it's really,
I'd be interested to see though in the tanks that have had those blooms is what kind of skimmers and filtration systems they had, because some of that, like I just think about the nature of my tank and all the corals would start eating it, of course.
Yeah.
But then the skimmer would take a ton of it out.
Yeah.
And then in my case, the UV sterilizer would probably neutralize a lot of it too. So
and who knows what the nutrient levels were like to begin with in that particular case.
I've only had that. The only time I've ever seen that happen in my tanks is when I've had Caulerpa spawning in mass in some of my older tanks.
Yeah, Hector's saying Poseidon Phyto Kit is a good one. You can grow
Hector's in my head.
Rotifers and pods. Ooh.
Yeah, Hector's in my head because that's exactly where I'm looking now. It's just that when you said, like get a second, I was actually adding that stuff to the cart and just looking how much would it be to get a second container.
Yeah.
Oh, you get Phyto going, and then you dose that to rotifers and some different types of copepods.
Yep.
And you could have a whole bunch of stuff going.
My wife mentioned, I don't know, randomly, she just mentioned like, hey, like, breeding clownfish. And I was like, they just came out of nowhere. Like, let's try to breed clownfish. So
that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I think what happens is people see clownfish laying eggs and they think how sad it is that the eggs never reach viability as fish. And why don't you go in there and get those eggs and put them somewhere and there's most people don't have any idea of sort of the microscopic scale of those fry and what it takes to feed them and not suck them up in a filter, all of that. Like, it's really hard.
That is true. However, my wife gives me so much shtick about the tank that if she's suggesting something, who am I to like crush those dreams, right?
So do you, in all seriousness, would you actually think about breeding clownfish?
No, but I will try. Or maybe the other things that come along with it. Maybe the other things that come along with it, like getting Phyto to attempt to feed,
with
like,
rotifers. Hey, gotcha.
Like, maybe that can be like,
See, I don't even think that way. So you're an expert.
Just saying, I had one successful batch of clownfish. Let's try breeding fangs and angels.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
They bred copper. I saw an article today in a magazine.
I did see that.
Yeah, copper band. Like, wow.
That one's pretty cool. No, I think that, when they were successful with the yellow tang, the science that's there, once they figure that out, it's going to be pretty similar to a lot of other species out there.
Yeah.
Did you read the article in depth? Because they had they did some work to set up the spawning pair. And once they got them to spawn, the eggs weren't viable. The nitrates were 160. And what they realized is, let's do a 95% water change before they spawn. And guess what? The eggs were viable. So it was a difference between having 10 nitrates and 160 nitrates. I'm like, people really let the nitrates get that high? So basically they flushed the entire system with sterilized but natural seawater. And that was the final step where they got the eggs to fertilized eggs, where then they became fry. Yeah. And I was like, geez, like, we as reefers know, like, not for a multitude of reasons, not to let your nitrates get that high. But no 160, kidding. It wasn't the Reef Builders article, didn't go in depth, but I went back to it was hard to read, but I think I read the original scientific paper, which always gives you a headache when you try to read those. Mm-hmm. But I saw that, and that immediately stood out to me. I was like, geez, 100. I would have thought, I think if you and I were doing it, we would have probably never let it get that high, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, because we know the knock-on effects of that.
Yeah. So
my LFS sent me the guy at the LFS sent me a message on Insta. They have a pair of captive bred Bellis angels available there. And so he sent me a link to an article by the breeders who talk about what they're going through to get these things commercially viable. Because right now, in the quantities they have available, they're thinking they're going to cost somewhere around $700 a piece. But as they become more able to accomplish this, they're looking at getting it down to match the wild caught price. So there would be no reason to go wild caught anymore. That if they can get the price down to match the wild caught, people have the option of buying captive bred. And that's Bellis angels, which is a genicanthus species, right? So, I mean, I can only maybe they'll be able to do my Melanosphalos when I'm ready to get another pair.
Well, I think the fact that there's people that are starting to see some writing on the wall that some of these collection areas are going to become more and more difficult, and this is the way. And when you can control the quality and you can start building the quantity, you know, you think about when a fish breeds and maybe maybe like 1/2 to 2% of those maybe make it to an adult.
Yep.
If you could even get 10 or 20% to survive, and then on top of that, you know, from an aquaculture standpoint, if you were to partner with countries or coral restoration efforts, that might help get your way in to say, well, let me try breeding some other fish too.
Yeah.
Let me collect some things that are normally not allowed, and let me see if I can make them viable. I mean, it's the unfortunate thing with the economics of it is that if it's something you can make money off of, and people profit from it, they're going to be like, well, maybe we should save this stuff or try to keep it around somewhat.
I know, right? It's too bad, but yeah,
they'll get better at it. The price will go down. I think it started like that with a lot of things. So I'm happy it's going, like yellow tangs. I'm happy it's, you know, I'm happy they bred them. The price is expensive, but I think to some extent, and I'm just saying I'm guilty of this too, to some extent. I think sometimes we think of fish sometimes as too much of a throwaway. I think when it's captive bred and stuff, we'll just put more effort. Maybe everything will be, maybe the nutrition of fish, maybe treating fish, maybe compatibility with. I always get pissed that the one serious compatibility chart we have on the internet is like that stupid live aquaria chart where you have to
can't even read. And it makes no sense.
I've tried to build one, man. I have all the data in like I don't know if you have a programmer out there that can help me, but I literally have all the information from it in Google Sheets. And I'm just trying to build a form to just someone can say, hey, I have an angelfish and I have corals. Like what, or you just select 2 fish from the drop down and it'll say yes or no, like just a few questions. I've spent time taking all that live aquaria stuff and putting it in Google Sheets. So I just need,
I used to be an Excel master.
Trying to find like who's gonna get along with who. That really one of the biggest things that I always felt would be needed for a compatibility chart is the size of the tank.
And if you get them at juveniles, because I think when you like now I have a established gem tank that's my pride and joy. I'm trying to introduce anything in Zebrasoma, like I think Zebrasoma tank or anything within that shape. But I'm seeing people like introduce 2 baby yellow tangs and like a 75, and they'll get along for years until they get big and the tank gets mature. So you're right, tank size, that's a good one.
Tank size, you know, it depends. Some fish that are territorial, they're going to have a bubble of space that unless you get to a very large tank, you're never going to go out, like the whole size of their tank's going to be their bubble, what they'd have in the wild.
Yeah.
Like a good example, a purple pseudochromis. most people consider those to be nasty, mean, and awful fish. I had 3 of them in my 700 that got along okay, and they were breeding actively. And they all had territories in there divided up.
Mm-hmm.
One was kind of a go-between, the other wasn't allowed. But there weren't any similar fish. They were all with really aggressive fish. So there wasn't anything to really give them competition other than the damsels, which the damsels stayed out in the open in their own territories too. But that becomes part of it as well, is do they tolerate to be in a group or solitary or a pair, or some of them will tolerate solitary or a group, but a pair won't work.
A clownfish, like you can have
Yeah.
parcula, which are the most docile fish, and you can probably have clownfish in the tank at first and keep adding. I've seen where, like, I remember I had this experience with Billy Pipes. So we went somewhere and Billy's like, that's a 300-gallon deep dimension, and there was a clownfish in it, like a gold nugget. His anemone, his anemone was on one side of the tank, and it doesn't matter what you did. You put your hand on the other end of the 6 foot, and it was coming for you. And the owner, and I was looking at the, I was like, you got nice anemones in there. He's like, I need to have 2 employees to take an anemone out because one person needs to play defense, because this, and he's like, this clownfish like draws blood. So he's like, we just kind of leave them there. He's like, when we see that there's enough nems when they've split, then we'll make a concerted effort to go in there with like a big net and like back this fish into a corner while we spend a half an hour or so and take out as many nems as we can. But I mean, we're talking like that's a 6 or 7 foot tank, right? And the nem is on one corner. And if you come and you're acting like you're putting your hand in it, like the fish came up. I think I have videos somewhere, but man, that fish was so. You have the most peaceful clownfish, and once they're mature, and you add another clownfish to the tank, they get nasty. And it doesn't matter if they are, like, when I was a new reefer, I had 2 pairs of baby clownfish, black and white, and there was just one day where something happened and they could not stand each other, and it was World War III until I got a pair out. Like, they were fine. It was a 4 foot tank and they were fine. Like, for 2 years they were fine, and then one day I woke up and it was like they couldn't stand each other. And we're talking where they were living in the same nem, and then something happened and they were like, no, you can't be here anymore. And the smaller orange fish were more aggressive to the black bigger ones. So I had to get the black bigger ones out. I think the black ones were like saddleback or something, but the little ones were like, yeah, no, not having it. You can't live here anymore.
So my 120 I had in Michigan, I bought a pair of black parculas, but they wouldn't go in the sea anemone. Had a Colorado sunburst, they wouldn't go in it. I always hung out on the top of the tank, typical of a lot of captive breds. They never see the anemone. They don't want to go in the anemone. I tried to force them in the anemone. They didn't want to do it. So eventually I bought some skunk clowns because I'm like, yeah, they'll go in. So the black parculas were always in, they just always were in their top end of the tank. Never really went down. They were always more in the upper tier. Skunk clowns were always in the anemone. When I went to go and tear the tank down and I pulled the anemone out, yeah, World War III broke out in there. And those black parculas just kicked the crap out of those skunk clowns.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. I haven't decided if I'm going to keep my gold stripes in the 400 or if I'm going to move them into the reef tank or the big fish tank. But I'm thinking I'm going to try multiple clown pairs because I'd really love to get a Magnifica or 2.
Oh man, I just had to get rid of one the other day, man. You
What,
knew
I'm
that.
not
Magnifica?
anywhere. I'm long ways away from getting one. So
Yeah, I got one, but it just was not happy anywhere in the tank, and it just one night of it walking across and causing damage, I was not having it.
Right from the
Yeah,
beginning of my reefing experience, that's why I've not kept anemones, because of course, at the beginning, you don't know anything. I didn't know enough. I knew that it was common to have them with clownfish, and that's why I was looking. But when I started reading about them wandering around the tank, randomly deciding to perch on a power head and getting shredded and all that kind of thing, I just thought, do I really want to have to worry about that all the time? So I've stayed away for many years.
I've had an anemone that stayed put for a long time, and then at one time it walked across, and you could literally see where it walked across because there
The
was damage. The
path of death. Yeah,
That's how I ended up with that's how we ended up doing like a 10-gallon NEM tank.
yeah.
Because but I tried that Magnifica was beautiful, purple with white.
Mhm. Yeah.
It was beautiful. Like I wish. I should have known something was wrong when the guy at the LFS basically gave it to me for free for like some bubble tips. I should have knew there was an issue.
Yeah.
But that was beautiful.
now
Yeah.
I really want to. So like bubble tips, I found if you put them on an island rock where there's sand, they do not cross sand, and unless it has to be really upset, it releases itself off a rock to go free floating, which it's pretty rare.
Yeah.
And even when I buy a new bubble tip and if it's not attached to something, what I'll do is I take a fish net and I put it over the top of the rock and put the anemone in there and just leave it there for a day or two until the anemone grabs on, and then I remove the net. But they won't leave those rocks typically. Magnificas, I've never kept one. I know they can, if they're not, they need to have like ridiculous power lighting on them and ridiculous flow. And if they don't have those two things, they just move. But again, I thought about with them is I would make like a rock point, just like a spire, and it would be on the top of that spire. I just blast it with light and flow.
Yep.
Put them on there and hope they never walk away, because they'd have to walk all the way down, and that's not enough light. So they hopefully just
Yep. Well, especially
stay.
if you put a rock at the top that has a really good crevice in it, so where they could feel that there's a place for them to withdraw if they need to, because I think that's part of it too. They have to be able to pull in if they're feeling
I'm
threatened
gonna
here.
That's one thing I plan to do in this new display is I always loved those shots where people would take like a really narrow base rock that's sticking up and do a lot of SPS and then maybe some non-photosynthetic on the side. I want to do a few of those freestanding, but that would be planned for one, is to try and make it to where it has some rock crevices, but then be ultra high light, ultra high flow, so that I could do something like a Magnifica on there.
Yeah,
I tried that with I think your idea will definitely work. My issue is just in a 4-foot tank. I tried that, but I guess I had the other rock or the back wall too close. So you know a typical bubble tip will keep his pedestal small. Yep. The Magnifica has the ability to like
stretch.
I don't know if it. Yes, we can have 1 foot. Yeah, it's weird. Like a bubble tip, you will never see the part that's touching the rock larger than like a dime or a quarter. But the Magnifica, like I've seen it where it'll stretch where like 1 foot will be on, like the foot will stretch as long as the base or the disc, where it'll have a foot on one part of the wall. So it cannot. So when you're doing that pedestal, just make sure there's nothing else within stretching distance of it, because it'll stretch. Like that's what happened to me. It got
a big problem.
Yeah. Well, you have the space.
Oh, time out. Super chat. Thanks, Tony Close. I appreciate that. Thanks for everything, giving up your time to do the streams. Oh, hey, this is my social time, because I don't normally like people a lot. So it's really good to be able to, talk to everybody. I love it. So, but thanks, Tony. I appreciate that. And good night, Benny. Hope your babies are doing well. Yeah, Diacanthus says, I love Mags. Only large anemone I'll keep. The other anemones being rock flowers and Bali red carpets. They love a flat platform on top of a balmy and love mixing currents above their tentacles. Well, there you go. That would be cool. I could see that.
Yeah, I tried to mix rocks with my bubble tip, and it didn't turn out well for the rocks. I also tried to mix the Magnifica with bubble tips. It didn't turn out well for the bubble tips. The Magnifica sting packed way more punch than the bubble tips. They actually vacated. They started vacating space, so you could tell.
But that's the one thing. Like, someone I know that's got a coral farm was actually telling me, even with bubble tips, they were raising like high end ones, and they were like, we won't put other color forms in with others because they'll go to war with each other through chemical warfare.
Yeah.
I learned that. I have red, and actually I have bubble tips, and so far someone gave me what's called a black widow.
Yeah,
I think that's the only time I can mix a bubble tip with, because I've tried mixing green, I've tried mixing white, and my red bubble tips like want nothing to do with those. Like they just end up like, because what I have is I have a nice pedestal rock, like from Uni Corals. So whenever there's babies, they will tend to like get pushed off to the side or go on the glass where it's easy to get them off, and that's the ones you trade or you sell. But I've tried with different types. I wanted to have like an anemone, like how you have a Zoa garden, but the other colors.
Anemone garden.
Nope. No, the greens.
So will they just not go next to them, or is it will you put the green and the red start dying?
The green, no, the reds will not. The green, you could tell who's winning by who has to move. And the green was just not. It didn't do well. Every day it kept moving. It just never found its spot. I will make these so whenever like I need like them to isolate itself, I have like these things that I make with Marco Rock, and then I cement tonsy magnets to them so I can isolate them in the tank. It had to be chemical warfare because it wasn't even comfortable there. No matter how much light, like at one point I had that 10-gallon tank being lit by a radion where like if I didn't clean the glass every 2 days, you couldn't see in the tank because so much light was hitting the glass. And like I've tried so many things. No other NEMs are comfortable in that tank other than bubble tips, other than other red bubble tip types. I've tried rock flower NEMs. I've tried green. I've tried white. I've tried.
Do you have UV sterilizer on there?
I recently took it off, but I did.
Okay. I was just curious. I wondered if that might kind of zap some of the chemical warfare, but it could be something beyond that too. So
and then that tank had high turnover, so I don't think so. That tank, someone told me about that. Alex, it might even have been you, because then the 10-gallon NEM tank has much higher turnover in terms of filtration going through the sump than the big tank, because the two tanks are connected. So that tank probably turns over like 5 to 10 times an hour versus the big tank is only 1 or 2. I think you told me that, and we tried. That's something I tried where I just have that tank turning over a lot more, and nothing seemed to work.
And clowns don't host in rock flowers, do they? To any degree?
Not on a normal basis, no.
Yeah, because they don't move, as Marcus says. Algae Warrior said his clowns hosted Sinularia instead of the rock flower.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, mine host in the xenia. Well, they don't host now, but the male used to hang around in the pulsing xenia before he and the female got together in the green hairy mushrooms, and that's where they live now, the green hairy mushrooms. They love it. I don't think I'm going to try and get them out of there because they're so happy in there. It would be a shame to change that environment for them. So I think they're going to be in there. I don't know if they're going to stay in Mollywood or go in the tank. I don't know what I'm going to do about the scape because I really haven't planned an aquascape to accommodate that. So we'll see. And Diacantha says the foot column on the Magnifica is really pronounced. You give a strong rocking current waveform, it pulls them up and they look incredible. Yeah, they are cool.
They are very cool. I've only ever got clowns, like my clowns now that are spawning, they were in the Magnifica. But I could never get any other clowns to go in NEMs. I ended up in my NEM tank, I ended up getting like 3 or 4, the one that Alex mentioned, skunk. And they went in almost immediately. They went in almost immediately. But one of the skunks, actually, when I bought the Magnifica, it came with a skunk. And I thought, cool, let me throw it in with the rest. But he has, well, the other skunks just have a single stripe on the back. He has another like bar on his face. So they're like, they don't attack him, but they don't let him come in the NEMs. So he's in the same tank, but he just can't go in the NEMs. They see him, they live together. Just once he tries to go in one of the NEMs, no, they're not having it. If a NEM goes like on the glass and it's off the side, he can live in there. But once he tries to go in any of the NEMs on that pedestal, they're like, nope, we can be friends, but you can't live with us.
All right, I got a question.
Yes.
I think I found out what my new little one of my freebies was. I believe I was watching Than's live sale today, and it looks like it's like Panisoma or something like that.
Samacora?
That may be how it's pronounced.
P-S-A-M-M-A-C-O-R-A?
I believe so.
Yeah, because it's funny. ATF in the house emailed me, or he made a comment on the last stream and wondered whether it was a Samacora. And that's the name I was trying to think of, and I couldn't get it in my brain.
I do believe that's exactly what it is.
What is it? Oh, what color is it?
The best I can describe it is like a dull brown, but
a dull faded yellow almost.
It's got dull faded yellow spots to it, like mouse. But I mean, I have a picture of it, but I would have to probably exit the live stream to send it to you.
I remember it had sort of what looked like mouths along the top edge of it, right?
Well, that's kind of it's just a bunch of ridges. Like there's nothing real mouthy to it.
Okay, so it's more of a growth habit.
There are some Samacora. I've had a few Samacoras, and when they're not happy, they can be a little bit dull and look drag. Like the green one. Like there's a green branching Samacora, but when you give that thing highlight and it's happy, I think Samacoras have some of the brightest, most vivid colors. What I've seen.
Okay, so they are highlight.
The ones I've had.
Interesting.
Because see that's my only concern with this. I don't know if it's happy. I don't know if it's not happy. I don't know. So,
how long have you had it now? 2 weeks?
Maybe? Roughly. Maybe a week, little over that.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say if it starts getting pale or dark, that might indicate it's not happy, but sometimes they just take a long time to settle, and then all of a sudden you'll notice that one edge has reached out and is starting to encrust.
Okay, so then I should just probably pop it off the frag plug and drop it somewhere.
Is it on a frag plug right now where it is?
Yes. So are the green star polyps right next to it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't leave it on the frag plug until you figured out where the good one is. I think Alex is showing us like a green Samacora, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Now I'm like second guessing myself, but I'm pretty sure that's a green Samacora.
Yeah, when you have, I think Samacoras have some of the like most vivid, brightest colors.
And they really don't have significant polyps or contrasting polyps, do they?
Not a lot, no.
They're usually body color. Yeah.
And it's seriously hard. Like I just broadcast fed the tank the other day with like a good portion of a full brine break, and a couple of the brine shrimp landed directly on it, and I thought they were, stuck, whatnot. So I reached down to go get it off, and my nail accidentally touched the coral, and it's solid ridges.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like Velcro.
Okay, that's interesting.
Because it was hanging on to whatever it was chunked, but it was too big of a chunk for the coral to do anything.
In the chat, a few people have said, Algae Warrior said they're versatile, and Marcus also said there are encrusting types, which I've come across too. I came across an encrusting yellow one that when I bought it, it was so pretty. I think when I just searched like Semicore, I found the one I had on Tidal Gardens, but I just didn't want to put the effort in to get it to color up.
Yeah.
I eventually got rid of it because I just, I like what Alex was describing with that pedestal at the top where you can put, like, I have one of those, and I just didn't have the time or effort to like put it somewhere prominent to get it to color up. So I just left it up. And it wasn't the type that would, because it's yellow, it didn't fluoresce in blue light. So I just kind of gave up on it.
I feel like yellow is, pardon me, yellow is one of those colors that's really hard to maintain. And it has something to do, I think, with potassium. So I don't know.
I was just talking, funny. This is the third time today talking to a reefer where potassium has come up. I was just talking to Greg Carroll about potassium. We were talking about like the ion director and how do we think? And he was explaining to me that, hey, potassium is just almost as prominent in seawater as calcium. So maybe it's something we should be paying attention to. So,
well, and the thing about potassium from I remember from when I first encountered it is the ideal level is around 400. They don't even give a range. They don't say 380 to 420. They say 400. And if it gets much above 410 or much below 390, you should adjust it, because the specifics of it need to be right at that 400 if possible. I used to test for it all the time, and I do have a Two Little Fishies potassium additive, but I haven't done that in a long time.
I got two clues that potassium were important. Give me a second, Alex. Is when I was doing Zeovit, like, it's just one of the things they recommended you test for outside of the regular things. And just also Triton. When you do Triton, you usually get these little bottles of, 100 ml of additives. The one additive they give you a liter of is potassium. Like, that's one they know that you're going to be dosing pretty often. So you get a liter bottle instead of 100 ml like macro element bottle. So when I saw that, I thought like, this might be, more important than some of those other trace elements. Alex?
Oh, yeah. Oh. You were mentioning Greg Carroll. Yeah, he I went ahead and I got the same media he's got to refill my reactor the rest of the way, that Coral Lazarus. So we'll see how this stuff works.
Nice. That's cool. Yeah, and potassium as well, you have to be careful about which type of additive you use. Like, there's potassium iodide, there's potassium nitrate, which of course is like not a carbon dosing, but you know what I mean? Like to bump up I might be getting them all mixed up, but I know there's a lot of different types of potassium, and you have to be careful how you use it.
Yeah, potassium nitrate.
You can get real crazy and get potassium hydroxide.
Yeah, I was just thinking 2+, 3+.
And what would you do with potassium hydroxide?
There's a couple of coral. Well, there's at least one coral farm that's using it as kind of a alternative to kalkwasser to raise pH, but it's some pretty dangerous stuff. You got to be very careful with it.
Yeah, because even calcium hydroxide. Yeah.
That's Chris Meckley from ACI Aquaculture is using it, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I've watched his videos on that. Yeah. And I think I've known people who've dosed. I remember years ago when I was at like Elos had potassium nitrate to raise, nitrate levels. But instead of doing like even today, I picked up like an ICP test from the store because I just always thought potassium test kits were like a pain in the butt. So instead of like getting a potassium test kit, I figured I would just get, the reason that conversation came up, we were talking about the GHL Ion Director and if it's worth the extra money to like just have an automated potassium tester.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's talking about potassium hydroxide. Marcus says potassium chloride. That's the other type of potassium. See, and I seem to think that, like, I have in my head that some of these salts, the potassium various types, are the ones that get used in combination in things like Alpha Reef, where the calcium and the alkalinity or the carbonate don't precipitate out. Yeah, because they're salt based instead of carbo. What's the word I'm looking for? Carbonate based.
Yeah.
That might be wrong too. Oh, what's this puppy's name?
Oh, this is Kylo. Say hi.
Hi. What is it? Hilo?
Kylo.
Harlow?
Like Kylo Ren.
Kylo Ren.
Hello, Kylo. Kylo. Puppy. Kylo.
What's
Very cute. I like the ears. So is she a min pin mix? Have I asked that before?
He is a min pin mix. Yes.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, I saw that right off the bat. I've had one of those. They are fearless.
Carbonate, yeah.
Min pins.
I like rat terriers. That's one of my favorites. But
Min pins are absolutely fearless, I'll tell you that.
yeah. There was a rat terrier min pin cross for adoption some years back, but other people in my house don't like them. So I'm not allowed.
Yeah, unfortunately I have one of those and she just gave puppies.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Or
but they're beautiful puppies though.
Hey, cue balls.
I just moved to Alpha Reef.
Oh yes, I used it on Mollywood. I like it.
Yeah, but I'm doing the DIY. Actually, I can't get, in Europe, they actually have the Alpha Reef powder, which is cheap.
Yep.
Actually, you can order it in Europe and have it shipped here.
If you order it on Amazon.co.uk, it's cheaper than getting it from the States for me anyway.
.co.uk is not available. I tried to order it on Amazon.de.
Oh, okay.
And but I mixed it up, and because my magnesium always seems to be high, I just mix it up with a little less magnesium than what they recommend. Because my magnesium always trends around 1500 anyway. So, but I like it. You know what? This is the first I used it in the past. I use it on nanos, but I literally this week just put it on my. When I was sitting on my dosing pump, I had an accident and I overdosed, and my alk went to 11. And guess what? Didn't skip a beat. Went from 9 to 11. Nothing skipped a beat. It just so yeah.
Hey, One Golf Jones. Better late than never.
Yeah. So I'm excited to try it. One dosing pump instead of like 3 or 4.
Yep.
So we'll see how it goes.
Well,
I didn't know you used it on Mollywood. I did not. I don't know why. I feel like I should have known that.
I probably didn't really talk much about it. I only had I only bought one bottle, and because I had to dose such a small quantity, I did fairly frequent water changes on that tank to control the nutrients because of all the fish, right? I had 40 fish in there at one time. So it made, I know. So I did fairly frequent water changes, but still I needed some adjustments when I started keeping SPS corals in there. I have a couple of encrusting Montes and things like that. Sunset Monty, I think, and a Starburst. So I didn't dose very much of it. It lasted a very long time. And the way I did it was the first chamber on the right holds the filter sock. And of course, I modified mine, cut off the bottom, put a egg crate across the bottom inside, and loaded it up with media and filter floss. And that's how I used them. But there's a tiny gap right behind it if you push it all the way forward. And that's where I put the tube to dose the All for Reef. So it went down outside the filter sock and then went down, through the rest of the system. And it worked great. I used one of the little Camor Dripping Pros, not even the Camor one that's supposed to be for aquariums. I used the one for plants because I got this thing like 2.5 years ago when it was before they came out with the one that was specifically for aquariums.
Okay.
And the thing works great. I love that little setup. Really, really simple. And I mean, my grandson wasn't too attracted to it, so it didn't end up on the floor too often. And so it was really good. So the All for Reef did the trick. It really kept things balanced. I liked it.
Yeah, I've heard they recommend it not for big tanks, but I've seen there's this guy at BRS that's been running it on his 60-gallon. He has more SPS than I do. He's been running it for a long time now. So
yep.
I'm gonna try it. Like when you know how with like regular 2-part you dose it and then like a half an hour later you can test to see what your levels are. I think this you have to test like 24 hours later before all the alkalinity, like I don't know the word. I'm gonna say metabolizes. I don't know if that's the right word, but
my habit is always to test and then adjust. And then I wait a week and test again, and then if I need to adjust, I adjust. So I've never done the sort of test immediately after to see the result. I always wait a week, and and I felt like doing that consistently always gave me what I needed to do right at that point in time, and it seemed to work. And I want an aqua spin. I desperately want an aqua spin.
Oh, Greg Carroll has one.
I know he does.
For his club. His club has one.
Yeah.
And they have one at Manhattan Aquariums here, and people use it. Like they bring it in and they get their test kits, and they get their test results. I'm always thinking if I have a problem, like I always think and say like if I have a problem, I'll get an aqua spin just to double verify what I have at home, and then at the same time I'll just pick up a Triton test so you have like an immediate answer. But he has one, and I've seen them use it at the store, and it seems to be but I'm at the point now where I think I can see things that's going on in the tank. So like
we got a question here about dosing. Hey, Dagoberto Mendoza, is it okay to dose trace elements after a water change? I use Red Sea Pro Salt. I don't know. I don't tie dosing trace elements with my water changes. When I use the balling method, the trace elements went into the solutions, so they were always regularly dosed consistently. Yeah. I had the fauna marin though, not the tropic marin, which I'm not going to get into it, but I talked to Lou Ekus for quite a while, and he told me all about that. So I know the deal there. And so the trace were dosed on a consistent basis based on the alkalinity, calcium, and all that stuff. So I never tied trace elements to water changes. So I don't know what the answer to that actually is. Is it okay? I would say sure, but I don't know.
It's one of those things where you'd almost have to test it with like a Triton test.
Yeah.
See, well,
space it out by a few
water.
days.
You know, is the new water like dosing it, or is that new salt not have that stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's in small amounts and the risk of an overdose is pretty low.
And it depends why you're dosing the trace elements.
Yeah.
Because
Or how much water change you're doing. If you're doing like your regular scheduled monthly water, I think sometimes we over, like if you're doing a 10% water change or even a 20% water change, you're not affecting, like if you have 100 nitrates and you're doing a 20% water change, you've gone from 100 to 80, which in the grand scheme of things is not that much.
and
So
at
we're
those
talking
levels, temporary.
when we're talking
The
trace
scale of the water
elements,
change should definitely be a factor too.
when we're talking trace elements, like we're talking even smaller numbers. And frankly, what I also think is there's been times where I've been in danger where I had to do like a big water change. My thought process is I'm just doing a reset to 0. So if that is a decent salt mix, you should be back to a regular trace element. I don't want that also to sound like I'm always screwing with my tank where I have to do gigantic water changes. But I'm always like, if I got to do an 85% water change, then I have 85% new water. So chances are it should be back to a nice 0.
My interpretation of all of that was always that water changes replenish your trace elements.
Yeah.
And then it's up to you to adjust your dosing to get everything where you need it to be for the levels you like to keep in your tank to keep it stable. So,
I think with a good quality salt mix, you're going to get some in there, but I think kind of hose point is it enough to make a difference?
Yeah, exactly. And do you really need the trace elements? I guess the best way to find out would be to do an ICP or some type of test like that to see whether you do actually have any deficiencies anywhere. And then you can kind of look at where the deficiencies you might be able to supplement for them, because there might be things you can't really supplement for, and whether you should or not. Like there's nothing worse than finding out you have really, really low iodine, so you dose iodine, and then you find out you have really, really high iodine because you can't test for it yourself. So it's just one of those things that it's really hard to keep the balance, I think.
Yeah. I think we're talking trace elements here. So I think water changes and stuff do not affect them that much. Someone, the question was ESV.
ESV, that's what Alex has got. Getting pricey now with my demand.
Yeah. The guy who does ESV
I don't know if you can find it. I haven't been able to find it forever.
I haven't seen it in stock anywhere.
It's here in New York, baby. Like the guy who owns or the guy who does ESV, it's a New York company, Long Island. So I was in Manhattan Aquariums today and they had it. So I think out here, I know producer Reef, who was in earlier, I was talking to him yesterday and he had to get it from Amazon. Like all the stores were out. So I think it's probably a pandemic shortage issue.
And I think a lot of that is down to transportation.
Yeah.
It seems like anything that has to travel is really becoming more difficult to get because maybe they have to ship bigger loads to make it worth it. I don't know.
Yeah. But I trust the ESV. Like it's one of the trusted brands that I see people trust. So if you ask me like what 2-part I trust the most, that'd probably be very close. I'd have to think about it, but that would, if not number 1, that would probably be number 2. Like it's not going to be, it would be a shame. It probably wouldn't be below 3 on my list, probably 2, but that's tried and true. People have been using it for years and it just works.
I saw that video about BRS. I think it was Thomas showed the recipe to create all for Reef. So it might be easy to get hold of that.
There's a lot of places.
ESV salt a long time ago.
I have ESV salt actually because I like the fact that you can play mad scientist with it. And there's been times I don't know what happens where like
I remember you talking about that. Yeah.
My magnesium sometimes will end up at 1600, dude. I don't know why. Like that's why I stopped using the Brightwell Kalkwasser. I don't know what, like I was doing Kalkwasser and then Triton, and my magnesium would always end up high. So I just do the ESV salt, but just add less magnesium. Like, instead of dosing the magnesium to be 1300, I would do like a 20% water change, but only do it at 800, and that would drop it. So I don't use it for everyday water changes. I only use it when like something is going crazy and I need to like either drop my calcium. They've warned me, like I've spoken to, like I've messaged them, and the guy said like, you're going to be playing with your trace elements when you're doing that. But I also warned him and say like, if I'm going to do that is because I notice something's wrong. So at that point, I'm not worried about macro elements. I'm worried about like my magnesium being 1700 or some crazy. I forgot what I was doing, Alex, and I ended up having to do like a bunch of water changes. One of those situations, I don't remember how I ended up in it, but it was reef crystals. And I don't know if it was just the salt. Like I just ended up at the bottom of the barrel where like the magnesium was high, but my magnesium at the end of those like water changes was like 1700. And it's not that things were dying, they just weren't looking good. So
I had that problem with reef crystals too with my temp tank, and the freaking alkalinity on it was off the chart.
Yep. So I went in, got ESV, and I just did it where I just did a water change with like less calcium, less magnesium, and voila, I was back to within normal range.
But you see, the thing is, you can do that because you've got the numbers because you've done the testing, so you're aware of what to do, and you've got the experience now to understand what you need to do to get it back in balance. So like people will say, don't play with that, but if you know what you're doing, you can make those little adjustments, right?
Yeah. ESV, like you literally make water and then you add salt, and then you add all the elements separately to it. So you can decide, like it'll tell you, like if you follow our instructions to a T, you'll get 400 calcium, you'll get this magnesium. So then it's up to me to, like add less magnesium, but just by, like they warned me and said, when you're doing that, we understand why you're doing that, but when you're doing that, you might also be, you want to do 300 calcium, you might also be doing 300 potassium or 300 of another level. So just be careful. So if you end up with lower traces,
because of the way they combine things, so that you're not having to dump in 20 different little tiny pinches of things.
But it's good. People love it. I'm surprised it's not more popular. Maybe because again, the mad scientist way of just too much to mix. But
there's B-Speak buys the 8-gallon ESV buckets. Not as expensive that way. I wonder how long that would last.
In New York, when you go to local fish stores in New York and you buy the gallon jugs, you actually get liquid. But if you order the gallon jugs from BRS, you actually get just two. They ship you 2 1-gallon jugs with just some. It's literally 2 empty 1-gallon jugs with just a little bit of crystal in the bottom, and then you add water to it. I was surprised because I've never gotten it that way before. You add water to it and like mix it up and just leave it sitting for a few days, and you have ESV. But all my years of using it, because I've always gotten it local, I was always used to just getting liquids. I thought something was wrong. I got pissed when I first, and I messaged the guy on Facebook, and he's like, no. And his cool fact, his name is Rob Stark. And I was like, oh, cool, from Game of Thrones. He was like, what's that? He said, what's that? I was like, no one's ever made the joke. He said, yeah, but I still don't know what that is. And I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me.
God. Marcus Aurelius is talking about an iodine supplement. And Marcus, after I did an ICP test that showed iodine was a problem, I got the Kent iodine supplement, and that's what I used for quite a while, probably about a year, until I did the next test, and it was right in line. So the calculations to get it where it needed to be were exactly right. So, yeah.
I'm sending this off tomorrow, so hopefully everything is good.
Yeah. Oh, so Carlos says he used ESV for years before switching to a calcium reactor. Probably number one on his list if he was to dose 2-part again. Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many people who trust it. Like, you know what? That would be number one. If someone asked me for what's the most trusted 2-part, that would be the number one. And it's balanced.
And Unorthodox Reef is saying if you reach out to them, they take the time to talk. Bob spent 30 minutes on the phone with him discussing trace and how to adjust. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I like ESV. Good guys, been around a long time. A lot of people with good tanks use them. So, and they're not the most expensive. For a fully 2-part with all the traces involved, it's not crazy expensive.
Oh, hey, Marcus's Reef. Yeah. Dagoberto says, my zoos exploded in growth after dosing iodine. Yeah, that may be one of those things that if you're having problems growing zoanthids, check your iodine levels and see if that's the issue. I have read that before. I'm sorry if I'm missing any questions, you guys. If I missed a question and you want to pop it in the chat again, I'll watch for it.
There's one by Marcus a little further up with some of the salt mixes. If you test right out the box, have crazy high or low mag levels. I always test before. I've noticed that with, I right now I'm back to Instant Ocean because it's cheap and there's a store not too far from me that
when you can get it.
Yeah, when it's on sale, like you can get it for like $25 or $30 for the bucket. So when it's on sale, I usually buy like a year's worth. But I've tested, and sometimes I do Instant Ocean now. I don't do Reef crystals anymore. But sometimes with Reef crystals, like the parameters at the top of the bucket would be different than the parameters. So I don't know if it settles out or what.
And I was always told if you have a bucket, you should roll it around on the floor.
Yeah.
And put it upside down, let it sit, and then roll it around on the floor and like that.
It comes down to how their giant mixing vat is putting it all together and if they mixed it well or not.
Yeah.
Which seems they have some inconsistencies there from time to time.
Yeah. I live in an apartment. I can't roll it around on the downstairs.
Well, you could, but
I'm still waiting to see. The next week will be interesting because I have no pH probes on my tank right now. I haven't had a working pH probe since my last house. So
I don't have pH probe on either. But wait.
Supposed to get some in so I could put it back on my Apex because I kind of interested to see what it's going to look like here.
Oh yeah, my Hydros.
Oh yeah,
is the starter pack,
and
it has a pH probe.
Yeah, amazing.
Does it have calibration solution with it?
Yeah,
it does.
now you're going to be able to see like, hey, like when I have my skimmer running, what's the difference in pH versus if I bubble scrub, does the pH, like that's how you know that's how I knew like all these things made a difference. And I did find that so what I've learned is that skimmer outside and kalkwasser is consistent throughout the entire year. Like other things that I've done gives you more of a swing and is not worth it. Like doing CO2 media gave you a crazy high spike. Yeah. But if you're willing to replace that media every week, like once a week, like
That's too expensive. What I did, I put an air stone in the sump in the center chamber and just ran it all the time from an air pump that was beside an open window. And so I always had the bubbling in the sump. And I think it made a difference too. I was talking to my husband about pH the other day because we were discussing getting outside air in down to the skimmer and to do the bubble scrubbing, blah, blah, blah. And what I learned is that there is no magic method, tool, supplement that will raise your pH from 7.8 to 8.3.
No.
What happens is you do one thing and it goes up 0.2, and then you do another thing, it goes up 0.1, and then it goes, so you by the time you're doing 6 different things, you get from your 7.8 to your 8.3. And so I'm going to do the same kind of progression in the new tank. And right now I've got 2 big open, well, 3 actually big open tanks with tons of surface agitation, plus the waterfall thing going down, plus the Stegosaurus, whatever, lock lines coming out of the trash can overflow and dropping water in. So I have all kinds of plate. Oh, and the other thing is the egg crate I have inside the trash can overflow is about 6 inches down from the top. The water level that goes out through the bulkheads, through the lock line and the nozzles, is about 8 inches from the bottom. So there's this much of a drop, like a foot, from where the water comes through the filter floss on the egg crate and drops into the trash can. So there you go. There's more aeration happening. So I should really check the pH. I wonder what it actually is right now.
I'll tell you a few things that have affected mine. The amount of people in my home. So if it's only you and your husband. Also, you, Alex, and I, we're in winter states where,
yeah,
it's also different for us where we have our homes that's sealed. Like somebody like Greg, I don't know if he's listening, somebody like Reefgrrl who's in California who has like central air or a air exchanger or things like that. They tend not to worry about, like in Florida where they have like AC and they keep the house at a certain level, or in Texas where they have entire house ACs. Like they tend not to worry about stuff like that, like we do, because we're sealed. Like we're fully sealed. We need that.
That's an interesting thing you say, because my house, my new house I'm in, it actually swaps out the air in the house.
Yeah, the HRV. We have one of those too.
They actually told me, they're like, I can't remember if it's 4 times a day or 4 times an hour, that it's like every 15 minutes I have a fan, my exhaust fan in the bathroom kicks on and just pulls air through the house. Now, what that does in the fish room that doesn't really have that movement right now, I don't think that's getting exchanged nearly as much. That'll change once I put the dehumidifier in line a bit more, but I'm already considering, knowing that it exchanges in the house, when I get my pH probe, I'm going to probably see where it's at. And then I got a Nest thermostat, so I'm going to program my furnace to auto fan, like once an hour, just pull air through the house and rotate it. And then I'm going to eventually exhaust my dehumidifier out in the finished basement, so that'll suck air into this room from the rest of the house, because it'll be a negative pressure space in here. So I'm going to see how those things go before I go putting outside air lines in.
Yeah.
And you guys also have so much water volume. So all these things that I'm talking about, like for me, going from like a Tunzi skimmer to the Royal Exclusive made a huge difference, because I don't have such water volume. You guys have a huge water volume. So it's going to all the things I've done, you'd probably need a gigantic, like you guys have skimmers that are probably doing the #1 job that they're supposed to do. They're skimming the tank and keeping your nutrients low. But if you were, it would be like, and probably for both of you, for your skimmers to pull outside air and make a difference, it will probably take on ridiculous amount of wattage that just would not make it efficient. You'd probably need, you probably have like 7 or 8 times the water volume that I do. So you would need like 7 or 8 times the, the skimmer, air. I always go for big skimmers like that pull like a lot of air. That's why I always do Vertex, Royal Exclusive. When I had that Tunzi skimmer, the little Tunzi skimmers, like those skimmed great. It was also a feature where if the water level raised up, it would choke off the air, so the skimmer never overflowed. But it just didn't pull enough air, so I couldn't use it as a skimmer. So I think the amount of like when I have people come over, pH dives because it's such a small space.
And somebody made a comment, and Freestyle Traveler, I know you said this before, putting an old skimmer pump in the sump and pH jumped by 0.2.
I know there's a question about Instant Ocean that we'll go back to, but I just saw my unorthodox reef that says my Nios Quantum 300 bumped up my pH on a 650-gallon system. And my skimmer, like if I wasn't to put outside air, because it's just mixing, like high CO2 air in my house anyway in the tank, it actually like would nosedive my pH. My pH would actually go down. When I did like CO2 media, like when I do CO2 media, I put it on the window where it goes outside and it still only lasts a week. If I do CO2 media and just have it just pulling from my apartment, it lasts 2 days. So I think there's a lot of variables. You guys, you're absolutely right. We're all right with the different things. Like it depends on how many people are in your house. Like, do you have central air? Like, how is it circulating? Like what Alex said, like, what's your water volume? What are you dealing with? Like you're doing, you probably will notice that with all the splashing and the bulkheads, you probably have full diffusion. You probably won't even see a difference in pH no matter what you try, because you're probably at max saturation with all that mixing and your skimmer. So unless you're doing calculus or something, you probably won't see a difference in pH.
And it depends too. Go ahead.
I was going to say that's why I really, once I get my pH probe, because I did have outside air draw before in the old house. And it did raise me up a tenth. But yeah, I kind of want to see where it's at. And then once I can measure it, then I'm going to start toying with things on air circulation. And then I might go to an outside air source and, just keep slowly adding things up to change stuff.
And the other aspect of that, and one of the people say to me, why are you doing that? Why you've got this? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? It's redundancy. Because if you just rely on one thing to handle something as important as this, and it fails, you got problems. But if you've got 6 different things and one of those 6 things fails, you might have a slight drop, but you don't have a problem because you still have those other 5 things to back it up, right? So I will always go the route of redundancy, and it might seem like overkill, but it only seems like overkill until something fails and you're glad you got it, right?
Yeah.
All right. Fletcher's question has been there a while, so let me answer it. Instant Ocean, it varies a little bit, but it usually mixes up at about 10 and a half alkalinity, about 400 to 420 calcium, and maybe 1300 magnesium. But I'm not doing gigantic water changes anyway. Like I'm just doing I'll mix up a 20-gallon thing, like maybe 18 gallons once a month. And between that, I'm doing the nano and the big tank. So I'm probably doing 10-15% every month. And it's not really for nutrient export. I just find that it just makes me feel good.
Yeah. I haven't done a water change yet.
Yeah, water changes for you are going to be expensive. So anything you can do to do less of them.
And that's where the trace elements matter, right? Because, if there's a way to, the Coral Essentials that I'm dosing right now, I really like. They're easy. You do it by drops. Now I put 10 drops in 3 days a week. And I'm seeing 1 or 2 things that aren't happy, and I think it's to do with lighting, but I'm not 100% sure yet because I haven't checked it. I still haven't checked PAR. I've been too busy. But 100-gallon water change for me is half a bucket, so it costs me $75 or $80. So there aren't going to be frequent water changes.
Nope.
But I'm ready. If I have to, I can do 100 gallons out of 600. So
Alex is scratching his head because we don't want to hear what water changes are going to cost him. Really?
500 gallons is what I'm set up for.
Yep.
No.
And you've got the skid in your garage that has the 12 buckets or 24 buckets.
How much does a water change cost you? Like when you're doing a 500-gallon water change, what is that costing you?
I mean, a couple $100.
Nah.
I'm gonna try and avoid them.
Yeah, as much as possible.
See, this is the idea of if I have a 400-gallon frag tank that I'm producing frags in at a steady basis, I could do some trading with my LFS, and I could trade some stuff to him and get some supplies in return out of that.
Hey, can you imagine if Alex is like, potassium is low, he'll need like 5 liters of potassium to get it back to normal. So.
I'll say this much. Once I get my pH probe in here and I start messing with stuff, because of when my fish room's complete, I'll be over 2,000 gallons. I have put some serious thought behind messing with potassium hydroxide potentially if I have to. If I'm fighting that hard to keep the pH up, I'm going to try a lot of other stuff first, but I might go to that level. I'm gonna probably end up getting a calc stirrer. I want to get my pH probe first and see where I'm at first, and try a couple other things with air circulation in the house, see where we're at, and then I think that's going to probably be something I'll do is I'm going to do a calc stirrer, and then in conjunction with that, then the calcium reactor can go online once the demand goes up enough. So
I'm also going to say that, so the last 2 weeks, I've watched Travis Fisher Hex like put a calc stirrer on his system.
Yeah.
That guy's, first of all, I don't see, like now I know enough like reefers in tanks with the 200 to 300 gallon range who grow corals. Fisher Hex grows corals a lot, and I was surprised how low his pH was. So I'm not saying don't worry about it, but as long as it's not in a dangerous range, like just don't, because he was at 7, it dropped to like 7.6, 7.7 at night, and only went up to 7.8.
Yeah, I mean, I was at like 7.8 to like 8.0 or 8.1 in my last system. And that's where it's kind of one of those things where kind of, what was it? Is it ACI Aquaculture is who's playing with that?
Yeah.
I know a couple other people that have been slowly or quietly starting to chase that a little bit and have been seeing some pretty positive results. So
the whole thing is that it's stability again. So if a system is accustomed to 7.8, a system will grow at a certain rate at 7.8. And from what I've read, because I've looked into it a lot, is increasing the pH does improve growth.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only one component of that. So you need so many other supporting components to be right to take advantage of that. I'm sure that's one of the reasons why most people get told don't chase pH, because you're not there yet. You're not at that point where everything else is where it should be, and it's stable and it's consistent and you're seeing positive results. pH is like that one final key that you turn and it opens that door and you get those extra results. But you have to be able to manage that, because as soon as that growth rate jumps, you have to adjust everything that's supporting the growth rate.
And I've seen more people screw up their tanks by, I mean, I remember, I don't think I ever got caught because it just didn't seem right to me. But, you know, I'm seeing like you still go to some LFSs, they still sell pH increasers and pH boosters.
Oh yeah, pH boost to 8.2.
Yeah, so there's a lot more people who will screw up their tanks doing that. But back to in Alex's old tank, man, I would see like encrusting. He would have like some crazy, I remember those Tonga branches you have, man. Like within, Alex and I are not someone, we don't talk every day. Or I wouldn't look at your tank every day. But I remember like there'd be a 6-month gap. And, like sometimes because his tank is so big, you can't tell scale.
That's right.
Some of those Tonga branches were like the size of my Amazon Alexa. And then after not seeing the thing for shouldn't have said the name, sorry. But as soon as like the entire branch would be encrusted around the Tonga branch after like 6 months, and then the thing would start growing. So I think there's just something when you have a big tank. Maybe the corals just appreciate the water volume. Maybe it's the stability of the big water volume. And man, when you start growing at that size, like, I don't know, man. It's just, I just have this hunch that I've seen bigger tanks just usually do well. I know people say stability, and maybe it is, but I don't know. Like, you got some crazy encrusting.
I think stability of the nitrogen cycle is a little bit that you do get with volume. But stability with your carbonate and your alkalinity, calcium, all that doesn't matter what scale your system is. That's all based on consumption. You could crash that in a day at any size tank.
Yeah.
If you got enough corals for the consumption. And I don't know. The interesting thing when I was listening to ACI on the pH chasing, and one of the things that I thought was very interesting that they noted was as their pH climbed, they had to turn their reactors down and everything and slow down their other dosing, because the way he was explaining the chemistry is that a lot of that carbonate that was bound up in the rocks and in the tank from the lower pH was getting released.
Really? I usually when I do.
He said that he was. I think it was. I can't remember if it was Reef Bums or if it was Evan's stream where he was talking about that. And he's like, we had when we started getting the pH higher, we had to turn everything off because the alkalinity shot up like a rocket, and the understanding of it was that everything they were dumping in was just getting bound up immediately, while the pH higher, it was unbinding it and releasing it in solution.
I usually find
that makes a lot of sense.
I usually find the opposite, at least in my tank. Like now it's spring and I open the windows. I have way more consumption, like in the winter, because like anything you do to, like when I went skimmers and I got my pH, or when I added kalkwasser, like my consumption went up because the higher pH just caused, more growth. That's one of the, especially when you had the Trident. The amazing thing about the Trident or these automated testers is you just get consistency in testing and you can see. So when I had the Trident and I went with the bigger skimmer, and and then the cool thing about the Apex is you have these graphs you can overlay. So once you saw an increase in this, you saw a definite increase. Well, I saw an inverse relationship with my alkalinity, because then I needed to dose more to keep. So basically what I'm saying is I've seen the inverse of what Chris described.
Well, he did say that was kind of the initial thing. It did come back. Like they did have to start increasing again. It was just that initial, when they started spiking the pH up to the higher level, is that they turned everything, the way you were describing it, they turned everything off because everything that was bound up suddenly got released. And it took them, I can't remember how long he said it was before they were able to turn things back on and it balanced out again. But that was one of the interesting things was that initial spike, a lot of stuff got dumped out and the elk spiked.
And it's probably because it wouldn't have happened if the pH hadn't reached a certain level. So it wouldn't happen at 8.2, but it might start happening at 8.4. And who of us has regular 8.4 in our tanks, right?
This is way above my head. Let me just say, whoever's listening out there, we're just.
Yeah,
but I remember
just in my perspective.
Yeah,
my perspective,
I'm learning everything that you guys are saying, so thank you.
And I'm just looking at it as kind of an interesting thing to where that's kind of what I'm looking at it going, maybe this is something that I should, because I never really tried to mess around with pH a lot before. But as I know BRS was just saying it on one of their last videos, they were talking about pH, and they're like, every scientific study you read, ocean acidification is a problem. And while we do get stuff to grow, I mean, it's even like Travis, where he has pretty low pH, but he still grows stuff like weeds. I mean,
but he's got it down. He knows his system. He knows exactly where everything needs to be. And not only that, how to get it there and keep it there. And I still don't have that. I know what to do. It's the getting it to that point that I'm still working on learning. And,
and with the new system too, like when I look at my aquarium system I have here, I'm like, I am starting over for learning how this system operates and consumes and how it's going to behave over time, because it's not the same thing that I had before.
Yeah.
And that's kind of when it's like, well, if I start now and I'm watching that stuff, because I know that when I get to the full scale of what this system is going to be, I don't think my calcium reactor alone will be able to do it.
No.
And that's one of the other, and seeing a lot of other people that they do that combo of calclosser with a reactor, or some people are doing 2-part and a calcium reactor and calclosser. And, that's where I'm kind of looking at it and go, I only messed with calc once in the old system, and I did it in a very crappy way that I should have never done. And I stopped. But I think if I try it this time, I'm going to get a stir and try it out the proper way. So
I was never able to keep SPS at all until I started messing with pH. And my pH, it wouldn't be like 7.7. It would drop to like 7.5 at night. 7, because 4 of us in an apartment fully. And this especially got bad when my apartment building redid our windows a few years ago, when, before in the winter you would have a little bit of a draft, but when they came in and sealed everything, like God, we literally, I think the building went from needing 4 boilers to like 2. That's how much leakage we had, where you literally needed to pump heat in all the apartments just to keep us warm during winter. So so it was better overall, but there's no, there was no ambient air coming in during the winter.
Crazy, man. Well, we've found out with looking into the humidity aspect of things for the basement, because of all that open water down there, that the stuff we have, because it's a new house, air conditioning, an HRV, and mainly the HRV, we have a fan, we have a dehumidifier. So all of those things we have to manage the humidity come with the house. So we're going to keep an eye on it. And if we need to do anything else, we have the option, it's roughed in, to run an exhaust fan out the side of the house. I know the plastic. My husband says, I'm not putting plastic on the ceiling. But I think it's because
everybody's doing it.
It's fashionable. Yeah, but so-and-so did it. I know. So that also applies to pH, is all I was going to say. All of those things also apply to pH because they involve the movement of air and the transfer of air in and out, and controlling the amount of CO2 that's around at any given time, right? So
I'll tell you one cool thing about the hydros that I want to do. Like, I know with the Apex, you needed like different modules to do this, but with if you have the Control 4, Cindy, you get like $50 or $60 device from a kid called Harry's Aquatics. You've heard of it?
Yep.
Which with that 0 to 10 volt port, and then you can buy like $30 sensors for like CO2 or humidity. So for a $50 box, and then maybe another 50 for $100, about $100, you can probably get your CO2 humidity sensors. Like, he was warning me about like, hey, like, make sure you don't overload the port. So it went above my head again, but there's ways with just $100 you can probably get CO2 readings like right in your controller, which I'm assuming for you and Alex.
Simple. We were talking about it today because my husband and I each have had an ATO flood because of not remembering to close the valve on the feed hose. And it ended up siphoning because the hose at the bottom of the trash can that is my ATO reservoir is actually below the level of the bottom of the water tank, right? So we had an overflow, we think of around 30 gallons. So what we're talking about is getting the skimmer overflow sensor and using it inside the ATO container, mounting it maybe 2 inches from the top, because the floaty thing that's in there stops the water level at about 3.5 inches from the underside, well, from the top edge. So if we mounted it about 2 inches and then get one of those things that sounds like a really loud horn or a bell, because from where I'm sitting, the sump is located at the front corner of the house below there. So from here, from our bedroom, wherever, you can't hear anything. My ATO alarms when the pumps run too long, once in a while, not very often. You can't hear it up here. You can barely hear it as you approach the room. So that's what we were talking about with the hydros, like get a skimmer overflow sensor and use it for the ATO reservoir so that if we do forget to shut that valve off, we'll hear a really loud alarm before long, before an overflow, right?
Or you can also set it up so it'll send you a text message. So if you're someone who has a phone or an Apple Watch, like I like it for that. You can get the hydros to make a really annoying piercing sound that I absolutely hate. But
I did not know that. See, I haven't even opened the box yet.
You can also have it send you text. And what I like about the hydros is when you were getting text messages from the Apex, it would all come from different numbers. So I literally, good thing about the hydros is when it's texting me, it literally comes from the same number. So I save a contact in my phone called hydros notifications.
Yeah.
So you can set that up as, like.
I heard your talk with Greg. Carol about the hydros and how much you liked it.
Yep. So
what was that? Was that a live stream?
I think it was a live stream, probably.
Yeah, I think so. And I was interested in that because I understand the whole, you don't want it coming from a different phone number all the time because I'm suspicious. I don't, anyway.
Yeah, so I have a so if you have an Apple Watch, or you can set it up so it texts you. I don't know if you can have it text both you and your husband, but you can have it text you, and even if you don't have your phone around you and you have your Apple Watch, you'll get it. Or you can have email. So I set it up for certain things. I've set it up so the hydros makes a sound, I get a text message, and I get an email. Mm-hmm.
So the only thing is the other end of the equation, which is, which neighbor do we phone to come over and shut off the damn valve?
What kind of valve is it?
It's one of those two little fishies, small inline valves. Like it fits in a 1/2-inch hose. That's what we use. I mean, I guess you could. Can you replace that with a solenoid, maybe?
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Like you can have a solenoid. You can get a solenoid, and have a solenoid like I know hydros.
That's what Unorthodox Reef is saying. You could just get a solenoid valve to shut off your line.
Just make sure it's one that's power on to open.
Yeah.
But that's Apex language there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
That's That's actually a standard solenoid
Oh, I see.
mechanical
Okay.
control
Yeah.
link.
I bought the wrong solenoid the first. So you're talking like, so what you want is you want a solenoid that's usually closed, and then you're the one that have to open it to let water flow through it. So, you know, whenever that, so I don't think Hydros has half-inch solenoids. I think they're all quarter-inch. So
Yeah.
Hey,
I'd say
Acro-breeder.
this is if it's power on to close and you lose power, it'll just leave the valve open. And that's what it is that you want it. If the power fails, it'll close the valve and it can't operate.
Yeah.
As a fail-safe.
Yeah.
But start with
exactly.
a notification. This is how you stack stuff. Start with a notification. And
Yep.
the notification is not enough to get you to take action. And you're like, okay, the notification is not enough. Then we have to take it a step further. And that's how you end up with like a crazy automated system or you don't even know.
Or a basement like Alex.
Just don't remove the manual valve to close things. Always keep the solenoid and that in line.
Exactly. Well, and realistically, I know I've been busy. I've been away from home, blah, blah, blah. But normally, that's not our normal life. Normally, I'm around all the time. So an alarm works. And the
watchdog is loud as heck. Like those things are loud. So between the watchdog and like a text message, I think you should be good enough. A text message and email, you know, like I've also set it up where, you know, I have a Gmail account and I've set up when Hydros emails me, it is a priority email. So you do get that notification on your phone. So between a text message, an email, and a watchdog, like, I mean,
I think
you're home.
I think we can certainly start with that. I mean, just because this ATO thing, my biggest concern is that because the whole area around there, it's between the stud walls that hold up my tank, that hold up the floor that's going to be under my tank. They're wood. And they're not painted underneath because we didn't install them, but my husband painted the rest of it. And then we've got the blue carbon bridge holding up the shallow 50. And when we had this overflow the other night, a couple of the cement blocks had soaked up water about 2/3 of the way up the block. And there was water underneath a couple of the floor, like the stuff that's nailed into the floor. So I know there's water there. I know it's going to dry out because it's not a constant wet area, but it just kind of worries me. So I want to deal with it. I want to make sure that we have a way to catch it when it happens again. Because here's the thing. When we turn the pump on to start pumping the water, it goes. When your hand is within about 2 inches of shutting off the power bar, the breaker pops. We don't know why. The breaker pops. Sometimes you shut it off and the breaker pops.
Say that again.
So we have the pump and it pumps the water out, right? And it runs for however long it is, 15 minutes. So when you go to shut it off, when the ATO is at the level we need it, when your hand is within a couple inches of the switch on the power bar, the breaker will pop. You haven't touched it. The very first time it happened, I went over and I shut it off and the breaker popped, and it doesn't happen all the time. It's a huge mystery. So that's what happened. My husband did the fill the other night, and when the breaker popped, he got distracted with going over, turning the breaker back on, blah, 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 and forgot about the valve. And so you can't turn the valve off before you turn the pump off. Like that's, you know, we don't want the hose to blow off the fitting because it's a pretty strong pump. So it's pump off, valve off, and any distraction. And that's what happened. And that's what happened to me too. I got distracted. It wasn't by the breaker going off. It was by something else. So an alarm, if it got to within 2 inches of the top of the container, would certainly be the way to go so that we could shut it off. Yeah. Oh, hey, Jake Dog and Acro Breeder. How is the... Wait a second. How the fish tank in top right screen, they has underwater microphone? I don't know. I don't think so. That's True Skills tank. Oh, you mean the mute? He's on mute. Yeah, I think his lights are going down.
Yeah, I would definitely say though, if you have a breaker popping, I would that it's happened a few times.
Yep. But only when that power, see, that power bar is dedicated to that pump. So the other thing that's plugged into that outlet, aside from the power bar, is my rock tote that's cooking my arches, and there's a heater and a power head in there, and those are going all the time. So we don't know if there's a slight sort of if there's a bit of a surge when we shut the pump off because it has to arrest itself. We're not sure.
I've had that happen. I forgot what device it was causing it, but basically the only way to solve it was to just eliminate everything, just unplug and replug everything one by one. Turns out it was a heater.
Yeah,
and then when I checked, I had one of those glass heaters that had broken. Because remember, like, I would leave my heaters in the tank all summer, even when you didn't need them. So it turns out it was a heater.
Yeah, Justin Washington, hello. Sounds like a bad breaker. Well, we're still within the Tarion warranty period.
Well,
so
what I would do is, if it happens when you turn the pump on and off,
probably
just off, not on, just off. That's the weird thing.
What I would do is, if it's on a power bar that's got other things, I would kind of go down the direction Ho said.
But it doesn't have other things. The power bar only has the pump, and the reason we use
there was a heater and another pump on there.
That's in the electrical outlet below.
So it's on the same breaker then.
It's on, yeah, it's on the same breaker, and those are constant. There's also a fan on this breaker, but in a different plug. It's across the room.
Probably you kind of have to do a process of elimination.
Yeah.
But the only reason I tell you that is I'd want to know what kind of breaker it is. If it's a standard breaker, but if it's in your basement, there's a good chance that it's a GFCI breaker or an AFCI breaker, and it could be tripping on a ground fault or an arc fault. And if that is what it's doing, you really want to find out what that is, because you could have something that's failed. It could be a bad breaker. That is always a possibility, but breakers, if a breaker's tripping, there's something not right.
There's a surge. There's some kind of a surge or a short happening.
Yeah.
Try eliminating the thing that you're plugging the pump in, right? Take everything off of it. And then plug the pump back in that plug bar. If that goes, then try plugging the pump directly in. Like, just eliminate and just make a note. I've had to do that one by one, and believe me, at the time I had 37 devices on my Apex, and it turns out it was a 36 one I checked. So but it was just a process. Like, try putting the pump in itself. Take the surge protector out of the equation and trying to heat. Just take everything out of the equation until you've found, because there's something. It could be a bad breaker, but then there could be something that's one of those devices.
I want to think it's the power bar, but who knows, right? And the only reason we use the power bar is so we could shut the pump off with a switch, leave it plugged in, and turn it on and off. So, because I always feel like the more often you plug a plug in and pull it out, the more chance there is that it's going to eventually become damaged. So I figure if you can plug it in and use a switch, but maybe it's that power bar.
I saw your video when you did that, when you spoke about specific.
Yeah.
So just use another power bar from somewhere and try that. and see if that works.
Yeah, it could be in it, that I would, just given the nature of my professional career, I would say is that you really want to know what's going on before you have something that's a more catastrophic failure that could result in someone getting shocked or a fire starting.
Yeah.
Because there's something going on for that breaker to trip. It could be bad, but that's not very common. That there's something in there causing a fault of some kind that you definitely want to find it just before something bad happens.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, the only time it ever has happened is when shutting that pump off. So that's what's so weird about it.
It could be the switch itself.
Yeah. Yeah, on the bar.
That's going to be on the hot, and it could be that there's faulty insulation or, the switches on power bars, depending on the type of power bar, aren't necessarily made to be turned on and off like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we should probably swap it out with another power bar and see if it happens. Yeah. Not fun. All these things you got to figure out. Overloading your breaker, 15 amp, may not be big enough. Yeah. Oh, hey, good night, Algae Warrior. Thanks for coming by.
For my tank, I took the 20 amp. So my apartment has a 20 amp outlet in every room for the AC, and I ended up taking the 20 amp GCFI for the tank for that reason.
Yep.
I couldn't get a big enough AC for the living room because of that, because, then you're trying to put a 10,000 BTU on something else with something else. It's not a great idea. But it ended up being the right decision is basically what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's a breaker to trip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we just found it so weird that it happened when we shut it off.
Yeah.
Because it ran fine the whole time, and as soon as you shut it off, that instant it would pop you could hear it pop.
Yeah. I've had a Jabo pump do that to me once, and it turned funny and it turns out it just burned up the controller. Because I honestly think with Jabo pumps, the controllers are probably the cheapest things, or where faults happen on those things. But I've had that before.
Their newer ones are actually a lot nicer.
No, these were the old ones. The
old DC or DCS.
DCS, yes. The old DCS, yes. Those were the old ones. The new ones, man, I've seen Travis, or maybe not Travis, maybe not Fish X, but I've seen people with the some really those powerful Jabos, and the box almost looks like a Royal exclusive box, or maybe it was Alex. Yeah. And I'm like, what the? I'm like, it's showing wattage and everything. I'm like this.
Yeah, they got the big ones too. Well, I mount them on aluminum, but the 15,000 ones on the back side of the controller, they got a steel plate on it for a heatsink now.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, they're stepping up their game. Royal exclusive. Watch out, man.
I think they probably heard a lot from people about how cheap everything always was, and maybe they just jazzed up the controllers to improve things.
Oh, really?
But I have the feeling, too, it has something to do with the fact that they might be manufacturing other pumps for other people, too. And they're just taking it down there. I'll say this. There was one I saw that Reefgrrl just did that I think I'm going to buy one to try it out. They had those platinum blue pumps or something.
Yep.
It looked interesting because it was just the fact that it was a regular return pump with a wave maker built into it. I'm very interested for some DIY purposes.
I think
the wave maker.
I think Alex is spot on. I might have some background info, but I think Alex was spot on when he not saying correctly, when he guessed that the company is making pumps for other people. You just noticed that there's some small companies that make pumps. And sometimes they look exactly the same.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, yeah, they might be making pumps for people, and then they just, take some of that tech and just put it in their own pumps.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yep. Oh, I believe it's totally true.
It might not be a welcome thing, but it might be something they just can't do anything about. Because
what are you going to do? What are you going to do, right?
I'll just say, like, there's some companies that they're not pump manufacturers, so they obviously have someone making pumps for them. So, like, hey.
Yep.
That's why I'm looking to repurpose some current pumps to make some DIY modifications to things.
What have you got to lose, right?
Not much. That's why I kind of want to try one of those platinum blues out and see what they're all about, how their little controller is.
Hey, so I'll just call them out on it. Like, if you look at the new Red Dragons, like Red Dragon 3s work, but if you look at the new Red Dragon 5s, I think you can go find like blue line pumps that basically have like the same controller. And then there's Jabo pumps that have very similar pump bodies. So it's not just like, we don't, we're not trying to be like, I'm not trying to be shady and be like, it's cheap companies doing this. Like, you have big companies that are like, when you look at like some of the the newer Bubble King skimmers, like, and they have this, what's called Red Dragon Eco 5 pump, like, no, man, like Blue Line, a bunch of pumps they just changed the faceplate on the pump to make it look.
Well, here's how I look at that. If a company wants to maintain its reputation, it has to stand behind that stuff. So they're not going to accept low quality standards because it's going to affect their reputation. So regardless of where it's made or whatever, they're not going to accept inferior materials to put in their products.
Yep.
So it doesn't mean all of the pumps maybe made in that same factory are that quality.
Yeah, that's true.
But some of them might start improving based on, kind of adopting some of the tech into their own, because who does the R&D for this stuff? I mean, Deltec, for example, I don't know who designs their pumps, but people have said to me that they just look like cheap Chinese knockoffs. Well, I don't know if they'd want their reputation staked on something that they couldn't feel was good enough quality, right? Oh, hey, Aaron. Oh, he's back. Okay. Oh, that was weird. He wanted to change spots. So you know what I mean? Like it does, just because it's made in China and used in a brand name that's meant to be high end doesn't necessarily mean it isn't any good. I don't think anyway.
Maybe made in China is not necessarily a bad thing. Like, even when I say cheap Chinese pumps, I'm talking like the pumps that, everything. Come on, man. Everything is made in China these days. They have the manufacturing. Like, when you buy an iPhone or you buy it from Apple, and you buy it in the early days, like, you literally get like, not even in the early days, but let's say an iPhone comes out and you buy it within the first 3 to 4 months. You literally get a tracking number where it's FedEx shipping it to you from China. So it's not, like, I'm not saying maybe I'm putting my foot in my mouth, but yeah, China doesn't necessarily mean like cheap Chinese.
Although I will say, if you don't know what to look for, it's very easy to buy $20 pumps off Amazon, and the cord is so flimsy, you're almost afraid to plug it in. Because I mean, I've like every once in a while I would need, my husband and I made a DIY dog fountain. So it was a big plastic bowl from the dollar store, and then it had a smaller plastic bowl in the middle. And under that, the plastic bowl in the middle was turned upside down. And I can't remember what we had on top of that. Maybe it was 2 of them, one facing down and one facing up. That's what it was. And the pump was underneath the lower one, and holes were drilled with a tube put through so that the water could go from the pump up into the upper bowl. It had fluted edges, and then the water would cascade down. So it was like a DIY dog fountain, because our dogs always drank out of the cat fountain, and they drank it dry. So we thought, well, we'll make one that's big enough for 2 big dogs. And so I ended up going on to Amazon to get one of those really small square pumps to go in there. And I was afraid to plug it in. That's how flimsy the cord was. So now I'm learning a little bit more about what to actually look for when it comes to those kinds of really cheap pumps. And I mean, it didn't have a name. It had numbers. I don't even remember if it had a manufacturer, but it was like $20. And I've bought other $20 pumps that have been awesome.
Yep.
So, you know.
I saw a comment you put up where it says, never seen a copy of an Abyss. Yep. Abyss is in a class. You also spend a crazy amount of money.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Abyss is the top of the line. Then after that, you have the Red Dragon 3.
Oh, here he comes.
Yeah.
Are we going to do an unboxing?
No, but you know, it was interesting that if someone said no one's copying Abyss, and I know why that is.
Have you seen the components on it? It's made in Germany. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're keeping their manufacturing in-house. So
Yep.
if they don't give their blueprints away to anybody, and they're not asking someone else to tool up to build them,
Yep. Well, what
why am
about
I going to try and tool up for something that?
Also, the
Yeah.
components. It's not only that. Like some of the components like that they're using is like, you know, when you open like a Red Dragon 3 and you look at the impeller, it's completely different than you open any other pump. Like you could feel the impeller is different. Like I'm pretty sure if Alex took the impeller out of that and laid it down to an impeller of any other pump, it's like a different class. You can tell.
Yeah.
It's like a different.
I honestly haven't even opened it up all the way yet.
How can you? Always disgusted by that.
I know. I don't know how you guys.
I was just thinking. Yeah, look, it's still in the original plastic. Hasn't been touched.
How do you guys do that? Like, I have a Red Dragon pump that obviously I can't use it until my next build, but I have that thing open and I've smelled it a bunch of times, and it's just, you know, like.
Okay, I'm gonna go get the box. Give me a minute.
Wait, back up a second here. Wait, what did you say was going on? Did you say you smelled it?
Hey man, I have a Red Dragon pump that I can't even use on my current tank that I'm going to use on the next tank, but I've taken that thing out. I've sniffed it. Come on, like how could you not, like, how could you get new gear?
Maybe we got to have your wife on here. Oh, we got to talk to her. Does Greg know about this?
Hey man, like I'm pretty sure, man, listen, you could also tell about the warranty too. Abyss have nice warranties, yeah.
Well, yeah, and I think that comes down to it too, is that it all depends on the level of components and manufacturer. And if you're keeping something in-house with small quantity manufacture, price is going to be high. You're not sending it out to anyone else. You're going to be able to retain some of that because from an outside company's perspective, maybe a Jabo or somebody buys in Abyss and says, well, let's tear this thing down and see if we can build it for cheaper. And they might look at it and go, nope, we can build something that might be kind of comparable in our own way, but they wouldn't build it necessarily the same part. But then again,
it's different.
If there were 10 companies like Abyss out there and they all manufactured high volume and they went to that another manufacturer in China or another company or another country where patents and copyrights aren't really looked at, well, then they might go, well, we already tooled up the factory to build these things and we're getting all the components. We'll just make our own.
My brother went to China when he was in college years ago. And he was touring one of the factory cities. Like one of the guys said to him, like, you want us to make anything for you, we can make it. And he's like, you give us a sneaker, we'll deconstruct it, pull it apart thread by thread and learn how to, and then we can make it without any branding or with your branding on it, with just different level of, like quality materials, but.
Okay, so here we go.
You know, the next time Reefgrrl does one of his morning live streams, I might need to bring this up.
I'm reefing with. Hey, no one need. I think everyone knows already. I have a problem with gear, so I don't need to do one of those. I'm reefing with though, and I have a problem. What are you opening? Oh,
There is a new punk smell to an Abyss,
yeah.
just so you know.
Doesn't that feel good just having it? Oh man! All right, I'm gonna go off camera for a minute because now I feel weird.
Poor O, he's never. Poor O, we're gonna scare you away one of these nights.
Oh man, I feel
I
weird.
wonder what a power adapter smells like.
Oh.
Hey, just so you know, the Abyss pumps, they smell like Venus Schnitzel, yeah?
Like what?
Like Venus Schnitzel.
Wiener Schnitzel?
Yeah. It's a German dish. It's a pounded pork chop that's breaded and fried. It's very delicious.
Oh yes, I believe me. I'm from Pennsylvania, Dutch country, up here in Waterloo. Smells kind of inert to me, but it's just a power adapter.
Are you from Pennsylvania, Dutch country for real?
Well, I was born in Preston, Ontario, which is now part of Cambridge, which is part of Waterloo Region, which is big time Mennonite country, and a lot of German centers. The city of Kitchener used to be called Berlin until after the war, and they had to change it.
Because you said Pennsylvania because there's good swaths of Pennsylvania. That's like
I probably should have said Mennonites. Okay,
No.
what's this?
That's the oh jeez.
Hey,
Well,
maybe you should clear your palate so that you can properly do this. You know,
I'm just. This is perfect. Wait. I made sure to spit it back.
This is making me think of like Hell's Kitchen, where Gordon Ramsay does the blind taste testing with his contestants. We're gonna have at a show. Reefgrrl could be the announcer, and he's gonna open a box to that's blindfolded and go, "What is it?"
It's a Vectra M1. This smells like rubber. This smells like rubber, and this smells like something, but not metal.
Sorry,
No. I've been on the stream so long now where I need to switch. So now I have iced coffee.
Iced coffee. I still got my Diet Pepsi caffeine free going. Okay, so here's the box. Here it is. Can't really see it, right? Wait, I gotta move the other bits so that I have lots of room to open the lid and smell it. Ready?
Well, at least I have people in the chat agreeing with me. Like, I mean, macros to check health, so no judgment for me. Oh, so thank you, Diacanthus Reef.
So I kind of feel like there's something missing here.
Uh-oh.
Well, like, where's the controller? Like, I'm not kidding. Like, I'm not joking with you.
You had the power.
I got the probe
and
the calibration, whatever, which I have lots of anyway.
Yes.
Okay. And I have this thing. I guess it's a temperature sensor, right?
Temperature probe.
Okay. And I have the power supply.
Yes.
I was sure I took it out and looked at it. Maybe I left it over there on the table. And I've got the power bar.
Yes.
This thing.
How does that smell? Ooh.
It smells like plastic. I better go over and see if I left the main part of the unit over on the table. Otherwise, somebody made a mistake packing.
Oh my gosh.
you imagine?
You will just
my pump is actually in the box. So
okay. Like this is probably towards the end, so I think we can just edit this out before.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know where the controller is. Now, how do you like that?
Oh,
well, I'm going to have to make a phone call because the controller is not in the box.
There should be another white box with the controller in it.
Yep, it's not in here.
And there shouldn't have been any space in the box. It was packed with the controller in it. So
yeah, there was space, and I haven't even opened it yet.
Oh yeah. No, then if there was space in it, it's packed. Yeah.
Yeah, this part.
Yeah, that's the biggest part.
I don't have it. How do you like that? They
Well,
shipped it to me and didn't give me my controller.
You know what?
I'm glad I did this.
Send the stream to them and tell them.
Yeah, yeah.
Unbox.
I mean, I did the video, right? Now I'm mad. Okay. Well, I'm glad I found out now.
At least you found it.
Well, at least I found it now and not when I went to go get it all set up and did all my reading and blah, blah, blah. But no, seriously, I had not opened the box. I looked at it because I thought I'm going to do some reading and figure out what I'm going to use it for. Huh. Yeah, there's going to be an email followed by a phone call.
Or hopefully, Reefing with O didn't get the Jabo made by the musty Chinaman. Never know where that circuit board has been. I don't sniff Jabos. We only sniff high-end electronics.
Yeah, who's this? Diacantha. She should have known when she got a waft before opening the box. The controller wasn't there. Well, no, I mean, in my defense, I've never had a controller, nor did I ever expect I would get a controller. So I would have really no way of knowing what a controller should smell like.
I wonder.
I can't wait till we have shows where we can be in person together. This is going to be fun.
Hey, next weekend is Reefapalooza Orlando.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not quite. I'm about 14, 13, 12. I'm about 10 days too early for that. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll be in New York, and I'll see how Chicago's going.
I'm gonna go to the Chicago one. So,
hey, if I'm in Chicago, can I get a tour?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know if we will or not. A lot is going to depend on what sort of comfort level we have with traveling, because it's not sort of a drive there and back in one day thing. And I loved Chicago when we were there. Both of us did. And I'd go back in a second, but I don't know. It may not be this year, next year.
You don't have to. We are that.
You come into town. Well, I know some places we can go to get some food, some local eats.
Yep, definitely.
You don't have to be nice. Like we are one of the countries that people are actively trying to avoid. Like it's that point now where we are. So like. Well,
the thing is the border thing.
Yeah,
it's so hard.
I understand. You don't have
and to. We're getting criticized because we're not apparently vaccinating fast enough. Well, I mean, I get that, but I think we messed up the priorities. Our government messed up the priorities. And it should have been people who had no choice but to be exposed to other people who had to go to work and couldn't stay home. Those should have been the first people, then, and the essential frontline people, then the old people in homes, because if those essential frontline people aren't vaccinated and they go home and their significant others or members of their family work in factories and they have to go to work, and they're not vaccinated, well, what good does it do to vaccinate the elderly people, because they're going to be constantly exposed to it? So I think they got it wrong. That's just my personal opinion. I've had one shot, and they're talking about pushing the second shot out several months. We do have an appointment in July for the second shot. So I don't know.
I think we're at the point now. I live in New York, where we were one of the hotspots, but the army came in and set up, like, we had 24-hour vaccinate. Like, I got vaccinated, like fully vaccinated a month ago, and it was only 3 weeks between. We're at the point now where they've stopped 24-hour vaccinations, where anyone who's 16 plus can go in and get it for any reason. Like, we're at the point now where we have more than people who are willing to take it. I don't think, you know what, man, we're getting off topic here, but I personally don't think they're going to start mandating it, because it hasn't been fully approved. Right now in the US, we're going off of an emergency use. Like, I think usually when drugs are approved for like regular use, there's a certain amount of testing that goes in. So I don't think like businesses, how in the US, like, we basically sue for everything. I don't think businesses would put themselves in that liability for a drug that's not.
So just to speak to that, I just saw Pfizer's about to get their full FDA approval, and it will no longer be a experimental thing.
Yeah.
And I think part of the process of the trials was different this time, because my understanding is they undertook parallel trials as opposed to consecutive trials in some areas, where to save time, and it's a different process.
Yeah.
So I may be misunderstanding what happened, but the feeling in the drug companies is that the data they got from the trials they did was equivalent to the data they would have got from spending 2.5 or 3 years, because of how they did it. So
I haven't worked in healthcare. I've just worked in healthcare marketing enough to just know that one of the issues with drug trials is just finding participants. I think with this instance, they didn't have a hard time finding participants.
They did not.
So I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm glad I got my. I have family who are not comfortable with getting their vaccine shots, and that's cool. That's their choice. I was just comfortable with it, and I was like, so I got it.
Well, the way I look at it, people behind us had a baby shower last weekend when we're in the middle of lockdown. And there were people of all ages, not social distancing, no mask. And the only reason we know this is because for the first time since we moved here, their curtains have been open. And of course, we looked because we saw activity. It was during the day. And so we saw people and whatever. And apparently the ladies got dropped off. The men went and played golf at a course that opened in spite of the lockdown. We're the only place in North America that we can't play golf here because of the lockdown. So my take on this is, now I know who to avoid. If that's how they respond to the concerns we have in the lockdown, and you're only supposed to be with people in your own house, or you're like one other household, and they had 10 people there who were not observing any of the precautionary things you're supposed to. Plus, you can't have a gathering indoors. You can't even have a gathering outdoors right now. So, that I will just stay away from them. And that's my take on it. I'm not going to tell them what to do, but I don't have to be part of their life, right?
Yeah, we've been through, like I said, I live in New York. We've been through like some really tough lockdowns, but thankfully New York is one of those places that is a lot of people taking up the vaccine, and I think we're slowly, like, I was in Manhattan today, and movie theaters are open. Restaurants, you can, like, at certain capacity, like I actually sat in Chipotle today and had a burrito with my kids, which was, kind of cool. So we're getting there.
Yeah, it's going to take a while.
I'm not forcing anybody, like anyone who doesn't want to, like, that's your choice. And that's cool. But
I have no judgment about that, because everyone, you can't tell somebody how to feel. So whether you agree with their feelings or not is irrelevant. Feelings are real. You can't say to people, well, don't feel that way. If they take action that's antisocial or whatever because of how they feel. That's another whole thing altogether. But people all feel differently, and it has to be respected. So you can't judge because you don't live in their brain or their head. And you just have to carry on and handle it by avoiding them or doing what you need to do to stay safe. You know what I mean? Like there's
No, I agree with
too
you.
much people hating other people for the choices they make when they have no input into the reasons for those choices. I hate getting criticized for choices that I make for good reasons.
It sounds like griefing a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly like griefing.
No, I'm not just joking a joke, but when you said that, I was like, wait a second, are we still talking about it? Or are we talking about like the lights you chose or the pumps you chose? Because sometimes people get mad at you for choosing a pump or something. So I totally get it. I 100% get it. Like, we love to say here, like, it's a free country, so you make your choice and I make mine, and we just, we agree to disagree. I always say to people, like, my wife and 2 kids, son who's gonna be 13, son who's 8. I can't even get my family to decide on what's for dinner. Like, I just have to make a choice, or we just have to be like, all right, everybody wants this, so today we'll have this, and then everybody's like, okay, so I'll get my choice in 3 or 4 days anyway. Or even if we're like, we want chicken today, someone wants fried, I usually want curry, like somebody else might want something else, so even if we decide on what meat we want, we still want it all prepared different ways. So I don't try to convince people, like, hey, I just say my opinion or my feeling, and then we just move on. We agree to disagree. Like, I can't even convince my kids, who should listen to me 100%, what to eat for dinner. So
I had the biggest memory I have as probably a 5-year-old kid. My sister and I were babysat, and I was in kindergarten, and I came home after school, and so this lady would give us lunch, and she gave me cream of mushroom soup, and I smelled it, and I said, I can't eat it. And she said, well, why can't you eat it? I said, well, I don't like how it smells. And she said, well, you're going to eat it. And I got about 2 spoonfuls in, and I puked all over the place. And it's because she forced me to eat it, and I knew it was not going to get past my nose. So, you can't tell somebody what their reaction should be, right?
Did that to my aunt when I was a kid. I was staying at my cousin's house, and she had prepared something and decided that she was going to make me eat green beans. And she's like, well, you can't leave the table until you eat them.
Yeah.
Well, 5 hours later, she said, you can go ahead and leave. And I just like, no, I ain't doing it. I don't want to do it. I ain't doing it. My mom did the same thing to me once with like cherry tomatoes when I was a kid. And my friends were like waiting outside, just like, they're like, do it, just eat it. And I'm like, no, I ain't doing it.
Yeah. But was that sort of a visceral physical reaction? Or was it just that you didn't like being told what to do? Because for me, it was a visceral physical reaction. I knew I couldn't do it.
I was very afraid to try new things when I was younger.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to try it. Like, or I'd try it a bit. I'd be like, I don't like this. I don't want it. Like, I think with the green bean or the cherry tomato at the time, I tried a little. And I was like, I don't like it. I'm not doing this.
It's crazy. When I was a kid, I didn't have a choice, like, in not trying things. And now, like, my dad is so shocked when, like, my son doesn't eat something. He's like, it's too young to have an opinion. Sometimes, like, my son doesn't eat certain things, or they go through phases where they'll like this and they won't like this. But when I was younger, I didn't have a choice.
Yep.
My kid has.
Every time they tried that with me, I just wouldn't do it. And now that I'm older, I eat all those things and it doesn't bother me, but it was just something when I was a kid that I was like, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
There was one thing when I was a kid I would not eat and it's almost like the more my parents tried to force me to eat it, the more corn, like especially corn on the cob, the more my parents tried to force me to eat it. Is one thing I would prefer go to bed hungry than eat it. And it's funny, once I became an adult and moved out, married my wife, like I guess there was like a negative attachment to it. Now I eat it. It's fine. It's made. There's no like reaction to it. It's just like, oh, it's corn. So it's funny. Sunday I was at my parents' house. We were at my parents' house having dinner. But I was like, wait a second, you eat corn now? Like I tried to make you eat that for years and you never did.
I remember my husband and I were in Toronto for back in the day when I did craft shows and things for my other hobby. And we were staying at this hotel that had a restaurant, and it had a lot of Thai food on the menu. And he really likes that stuff. I like some of the flavors, but I can't tolerate some of the really hot spices. And so we got a pizza, and it said, I can't remember what it didn't have the little scary ghost pepper beside it or anything like that. It just said spicy Thai pizza.
Well, that don't mean anything if it don't have the pepper next to it.
So I took a piece and I had 2 bites. I was hungry, and all of a sudden tears started coming out of my eyes. My eyes started to run. My nose started to run. And this was a restaurant that had cloth napkins. So what the heck? You don't blow your nose in a cloth napkin, right? So I'm running out of the restaurant with this napkin like this because literally, like my face was streaming. That was after hot? 2 bites.
Was it that hot?
It was.
I can have pepper in it. Like, wow.
Yeah, it was terrible.
If you don't like spicy stuff, though, you know, like some people have better tolerances or build those tolerances. Like,
that's right.
I have a habanero sauce that I love, and I can eat a lot of it, and it's not crazy hot to me. But if I switch to something else that's spicy, I'll feel it then.
I find I get a stomach ache after a while. So
I don't like this hot for the sake of hot. I can actually tolerate hot, but when you have hot, like I've just looked at different levels of peppers, and even my wife I'm West Indian, so we have a lot of spicy food. But when you have something that's just hot for the sake of hot, and there's no flavor associated with it, I hate those. Like, because it prevents you from enjoying the food. Like I've had really hot peppers that made me cry, but the food, it added something to the food. But then I had spicy that was just hot for like no reason. Like it didn't add anything enjoyable to the food. And that is the one, because then I'm dealing with the hot after, and I didn't get any special flavor out of it.
Yeah. And I have 2 rules about food. Number 1, you should not have to fight with it to get it in your face. Number 2, it shouldn't hurt you. Yeah. And so I don't get the whole food that hurts you. I just don't understand it.
I can take herbs if it's flavorful.
I can go to the point where I'm crying because it's that spicy, but it has to have good flavor. Yes. If it, like what you're saying, like when I got into hot sauces when I was younger, there were a few of them that were just hot to be hot, and they tasted awful. And I'm like, why am I doing this?
Yeah.
But some of them that were some of the spiciest things I've had, they really had a good burst of flavor on them.
Yep.
You'd be crying afterwards, but then you'd be like, okay.
My husband likes that stuff. And big difference between hot and flavorful. And speaking of food and flavors that people don't like my husband doesn't like cucumbers and I love them. Johnny Martinez, someone mentioned earlier, is your cucumber still floating around from last week? Did you ever see it?
So after that night, I did open up one of my buckets of sand from the old tank. It smelled awesome.
Oh. I was gonna.
I hope you took video.
No, I didn't take video, but I'll say this: it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. So I did rinse out a bunch of it, a small, maybe like 2-3 pounds of it. Got the ammonia smell out of it, and put a little in the tray. I have not seen him since that night, but now that you mentioned that, give me a sec. My battery's low, so I'm not going to move my phone, but I'm going to go look for them.
All right. Yeah, speaking of low battery, it's look at this. It's 12:30. Jeepers.
4.5 hours, right?
And I'm thinking about that stupid controller. I'm gonna have to look because I could swear I saw it inside a plastic bag.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether I just reached in and took it out just to look at it and put it down somewhere.
Probably in a white box, but then when you open that white box, it was in a plastic bag. I think so.
I don't know.
Plastic
I
bubble.
don't recall the box part of it, but I'll look around here. I've been moving stuff all over the place and oh, wait a minute. Is there a white box right over there? Let me go look. Hang on. No, that's
No?
not it. No, it's
Let me know what happens.
yeah, I will. It's not, I mean, I always put things back in boxes. It's really not like me to remove something from a box and not put it back.
Sea cucumbers are alive and kicking and on the bottom.
Oh.
Cool. So do you think he goes in the sand during the day then maybe?
Based on where his location's at, I would say no, but I'm sure he's got something to eat now. I think there's enough algae and stuff starting to form up it feeding heavy every day. So
Oh yeah.
Like there's a noticeable algae film on the glass and on the tiles on the bottom now because the astrea snails I threw in they mowed down a visible path, so it's everything's going the way it should.
So he's got something to eat then. That's good.
Yeah, I think the detritus will take a little while to form, but there should be enough there to keep them going.
Yeah. Well, that's a relief. And what about the hawkfish? Is he still invading the clownfish den?
He is still doing that from time to time. I haven't watched his close, but been in there. I took that picture the other day and posted it on Instagram, and it still doing it. I don't get it, but
yeah, Oral, I don't know if you saw at the end of last week, the hawkfish in Alex's tank was actually under the same rock as the two clownfish in their anemone.
Really?
And they're gold striped maroons.
Oh.
Swimming around in and out.
Okay.
Very bold.
What kind of hawkfish?
Just a scarlet hawk. Or not scarlet, a flame hawk. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I'm looking for a flame hawk. Can't find one.
Yeah, they seem to be available around here last year quite easily, and I haven't seen one in a while. I love them. I'll be getting one.
Ugly Man said here in Australia we go picking mushrooms, not hunting them, so yours must be dangerous.
Yeah, because who was it that said, it was Tony. He said, I never ate mushrooms till I picked them fresh with my granny in Ireland. I love them now.
What weapons do you use to hunt mushrooms?
And then Marcus Arelis said, I mushroom hunt. If you haven't found one you like, I will say there is one put there you will like. If you haven't found one you like,
I'll tell you what.
Out there you will like.
The local store by me has them where it's a big portobello mushroom, like a big 5-6 inch one with spinach and cheese and spices on it. You put that in the oven with some olive oil. Oh,
good. Yep. And Ugly Man's wanted to know what weapons you use to hunt mushrooms. And Marcus said 10 finger spears. And Ugly Man said, we go picking, not hunting, so yours must be dangerous. Look at this.
Wow.
I've ate over 120.
I have to say, if it's in Australia that you're going to do anything outdoors, the level of danger involved to the average human that doesn't live on the most deadly continent in the world where it's, oh yeah, there's a brown snake, or there's a funnel web spider, or jumping jacks, or some other crazy animal that will kill you.
Yeah.
I don't know how people live in those places.
Oh, look at True Skills. He's got the black and white going on now. The lights are totally off. Yeah, it's I remember when my daughter went to Australia one year for a couple of weeks over Christmas and New Year's, and I had just read that book by Bill Bryden, and it was about Australia, and it was like Yeah, Australia, there are 126 different ways you can be killed by wildlife. It was like, oh, great.
Yeah, I see growing up in the Midwest of the United States, when I lived in Michigan and even in Illinois here, there's only like one venomous snake, and they're very, very rare. There's no poisonous insects. We don't have killer bees. I mean, we don't have crocodiles or alligators or any of these things that would try to kill you or maim you in some awful way. Well, if they had bears or big cats in Australia, a snake or something or a crocodile would probably eat them anyways.
Yeah, probably. Ugly Man is from Australia.
Yeah, see?
It's more dangerous in your house than outside in Australia. Well, especially if you could get a scorpion in your shoe. That's the biggest thing I fear is spiders down your pant leg when you go to put your pants on or that kind of stuff.
But it's only scary to you because you haven't grown up with it. Like I imagine in Australia, there is like kids are taught, like make sure you check your shoe or step on it before you go in it. So and imagine like you do that as a kid one time and get stung, you never do it again in your life.
Yeah.
Well, that's because if you get stung, though, it might be the last thing.
Yeah, but you know how like here, like peanut allergy, they'll have like an EpiPen in every school. I imagine there's like anti-scorpion venom in like every house. And you know what? I shouldn't be making fun of Australians, but I imagine there's stuff like you have anti-venom or or maybe you have like how people spray things here to keep bugs out. Maybe you have something you spray to keep the scorpions out. I don't know, man.
You'd adapt locally for survival, right?
I just saw something where they were having the floods in Australia, and I'll tell you what. Oh, you want something to make you cringe? Go look up the recent floods in Australia and type in flood spiders on YouTube, and you'll just find out how creepy crawly and crazy it is. There were walls and fields filled with spiders.
I don't think I can watch
you couldn't
that.
step without spiders.
Yeah.
And I was just looking at that. I was like, oh man, if you had arachnophobia, there's no way.
Yeah.
That's a 9-inch camel spider chasing you.
I heard those things are not very friendly. I mean, you got huntsmen in Australia, but at least they're not venomous. They're just really fast and big.
Yeah. Well, this thing probably like body-wise shape itself, probably 2-3 inches across and probably 5 to 7 inches long, not counting its leg span. I'm at full sprint. It's keeping up with me.
Diacantha says spiders are fine until they disappear.
Uh-huh.
What the heck does that mean?
The scariest spider is the one that you saw in the ceiling and now you don't know where it is.
Ugly Man said he had a venomous snake in his garden a few months ago. It left after a day or two. So, I mean, in Jamaica, we had like insects that they told us were poisonous, but they were everywhere. So you never feared them. You just know, like, if you're going to kill them, step on. Yeah, like it wasn't like, like for instance, our national dish in Jamaica is ackee, right? When we eat it, the rest of the Caribbean islands sometimes look at us like we're crazy, like it's a fruit. You leave it on the tree. It's poisonous. You got to let it open and release the poison. And then you have a few days to pick it because then once it's on the tree for like a week and then falls on the ground, it starts to rot and then you can't really eat it again. So then when I've told like people from other Caribbean islands, they're like, oh, and by the way, like even after all of that and you've picked it, you still got to clean it properly or then it can kill you. So there people, and then when you tell people that story, you're looking at me like, and this is your national dish that you eat? Like, so I guess it depends on where you're from, like, like where you're from. Like you just don't treat things. Everything is different. We have packs of wild dogs roaming. So, in Jamaica, we have wild dog packs roaming. So when we come to America, and you're like, people like have dogs as like house pets and they're on your bed. We're like, what?
Yeah.
A good friend of mine was from the Dominican Republic, and he grew up there. And he told me this one story, and it still gets me to this day. And he goes, well, we're at our house, and a couple of relatives from the country came over. And he's like, well, I went to bed, didn't think anything of it. And he says, all of a sudden, I start hearing this scratching noise on the wood floor, like, it's like, and he's like, I jump up and look around, and there's nothing there. It's like I lay down again, and then the next thing I know, I hear this like jumps up again, nothing there. Third time he jumps up, and he opens the door a little bit, and then he looks down, and he realized that crashing of the wood is a giant centipede that's like deadly venomous, and it's like this.
Oh my God.
So he's like, I grabbed a machete and shot it. But he goes,
Wow.
the relatives from the country had like brought some like fruits and vegetables and stuff with them in sacks, and he's like, it was probably in one of those things, and it crawled out. It was in the house.
Yeah. Oh.
And we wonder why countries like in North America don't allow foreign fruits and vegetables in without permits and have to be declared, right?
That is true. Absolutely.
How a lot of bad things come through customs.
Good point. It's funny we're talking about animals that can kill, and we have things in our tanks that can do that too. So true.
Oh,
So true.
On the side note, you said something about controlling your stuff through your Nest. I believe Alex.
Oh, I was talking about with my furnace to get my airflow in the house going. I was gonna program through my Nest thermostat to get my furnace just to put the blower on.
Okay.
You can program the fan on to go on at periodic times for however long you want.
Okay. Where I was going to go with that is I was floating YouTube the other day, and coincidentally, one of the investigation shows I end up always finding is like CBC. It's an investigation show up there in Canada.
Marketplace, yeah.
Exactly. And the last one I just watched was an entire series about Nests and the Wi-Fi cameras. And if you don't have an individual password for every individual device, the light, the camera, the Wi-Fi router, the whole thing, like some of these camera setups, like if you have them as factory passwords, the world is watching you.
Yeah, I saw that. There was a case where security cameras, the people did not change the factory password, and they discovered that video of them was on the internet on a website.
People were able to go in and legitly turn their light off, turn their heater up to 75, turn it down to 22, start flicking on rooms and screaming at babies and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Make sure your stuff's packed up.
That's why I use two-factor authentication, change the passwords, so that even then, anytime I've ever installed cameras and stuff,
run a VPN as well.
The general living quarters, they can only see entrances, exits, or very specific things. So even if they're on when I'm home, they're not watching me.
Like, for example, I could turn O's lights off right now.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm not going to do it. We did that once.
Order something for you, though. Maybe if you need the Biz 400 there, I can order it for you.
No, that is absolutely true. I don't think it's true for like newer stuff now, but what we got to understand is, like, for some technology, like some stuff
your house gets mapped out.
Yeah, some I think for the newer stuff now, like security is built in, but you can imagine there's a lot of people who haven't updated their stuff in a while, or some stuff that maybe was built with the capability to be updated. I remember, like, like it was easy to just get the IP address or cameras and just, like how people find just working on the web, when you have like I'm just, let me know if I'm going down a rabbit hole, but like something called WordPress is like a very popular blog software. So if you wanted to start a blog, you don't have to pay anyone anything. You just get a domain name, get a hosting company like GoDaddy, and install this software yourself. Like you have guys who like literally just scan all day for it just to see what version of WordPress you're running, because that's not something you can really hide. And they know, like, hey, like if you're using this
How
old
to get through it.
that you haven't updated, they know that it has a security vulnerability. So if they can do that, then they can scan for cameras and say, oh, she's using like the first generation of Nest before Google even bought it. So we know, like, we can log in, and then it tries the password. So security is like always going to be like an ongoing thing. It's been since since the invention of the internet. And
that's why I won't have a device like the Alexa
Yeah,
or even the Dot or the Echo or any of those. I don't need it. I can get up off my chair and turn the light on.
Hey, I know this is going to sound completely weird, but if you guys were to watch the last portion of, I believe it's The Dark Knight, when he goes in the so-callable Bat Cave, and he goes down there and he's got Morgan Freeman and he's like, hey, what's this? And he starts showing him all the little cameras on the wall. He has linked every cell phone and used them as an echolocation device. Yeah. That's what that shows you. That is capable of what we are capable of doing.
Yep. Okay, I'm getting a little scary now. It's getting a little scary.
But
I agree with you. And I have a healthy level of paranoia about that sort of technological intrusion. And
that's exactly why I won't allow stuff like that. Cell phone, I'm good with, but
hey, listen, during this pandemic, I've even turned off location services on my cell phone.
Yeah,
because
I do that consistently.
I don't travel around, but I don't want to see on a report about all the trips between my postal code and another postal code when I drive to the next town to get my groceries curbside.
So
I just shut it off.
Don't stop that.
So I will tell you this. I will tell you that.
Nobody's going to nail me down.
I will tell you this though, that I think Alex knows. Like, I think Alex and I have had private conversations about some of this stuff. So I think in the newest release of Apple, they did do a thing where apps can't track you because
you have to give them permission.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Well, so basically, what I'm happy is that I think that a lot more people are now thinking about
this exact problem.
And privacy in general, because I don't think enough people. I think at one point we were sacrificing convenience for, and I think some of us would be scared. I actually saw like an article. Yeah, I think some of us would be scared, like the amount of things like Facebook and like Google know about you, and
it's quite creepy.
Well, what's really fun on Facebook, when they show me ads, I click in the upper corner and I say hide ad or report ad or whatever. And I choose one of two things. Either it's a sensitive topic or already purchased. And I've done this on Instagram. I see far fewer ads because I hate being targeted for advertising. It's like reading online news. You only see what they feed you. Whereas if you have a newspaper, you can look at all the pages. And if I'm looking for something, I'll go looking for it. But I don't want all this targeted crap.
The crazy thing is, like, they don't even need how sometimes people will say, and I've heard friends say to me, like, hey, I was talking about a topic, and
it'll come up on your phone.
Yeah, they're not listening to you. but they have algorithms that
Oh
are
yeah.
just. I explain the scenario with my wife and just let her know, like,
It's called what do you refer to it as?
so we have friends who we vacationed with before, right? And obviously, if that person is an Android phone, like obviously Google knows, they're calling each other. We vacationed before. We live in the same area. We're obviously friends. We've obviously talked to each other. So if that person starts Googling vacations, and because you're the same age and presumably you have the same type kids in the same age. So once our friends start Googling vacations, you start getting ads for vacations. Vacation before. So it's not like they're listening to you, because your wife might say to you, hey, what are we doing for vacation this year? It's not that necessarily they're listening to you. They just have enough information about you. And also, Cindy, you might be paranoid enough to not. We've all seen those ads where you'll install like a game and it'll say, we need access to your contacts. And you say no.
I was going to say that. Yeah.
You say no, but you also have friends that have you as Cindy in their book, and they'll say yes. So enough friends say yes. They have your phone number, so they don't need to get your phone number from you, because other people have the phone number in their phone. And so, they don't even need to get it from you. They can know if all the people around you, right? My sister.
I think I'm fairly safe because I don't have friends in my contacts. Honestly, I don't. That's not how my sort of social interaction happens. I don't keep records. I remember them. I don't need them in contacts. I don't list them anywhere. I don't ever allow access to my contacts.
But you don't
through anything.
You don't,
I get
but
that.
someone else might.
Yeah.
Yep, I get that.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. So just.
I mean, just to protect myself, right? And I know that it's not all. I know that I'm not going to prevent everything, but the more I can prevent, the better.
It's. I would say this. It's almost impossible. In today's technological world, it is. It is darn near impossible unless you were to basically, and even if you gave up on all that stuff, and didn't use it.
Yep.
Well, and to O's point, that somebody could, through analytics or some type of data, go, well, whoever is here doesn't use that stuff.
Yeah, the people.
So how many?
But maybe they drive by. But maybe they look at Google Earth and see, hey, that person's got a pool in their backyard.
Yeah, my sister joined Facebook last year. She was surprised, like when she joined Facebook, it suggested me, mom, dad, everyone. I was like, yeah, they probably knew a lot about you before you even joined.
How many? I have like 17 friends on Facebook because honestly, I use Facebook for very specific reasons. So the thing is, people you may know, usually when those things come up, there's like one mutual friend or whatever. And I always tell it to close that, to hide it. And sometimes I'll go through and spend 5 minutes removing them. And what I said to my husband is, I love the idea that the kinds of things I do when it comes to ads and things I look at and whatever are so schizophrenic that they'll never be able to put together a true profile for me, honestly, because I do it on purpose. I don't click on things I'm interested in.
I hate to tell you, but they probably figured out the algorithm for that too.
I hate to tell it to you.
Possibly.
I hate to tell you, but
long time ago.
The fact that you're on Facebook and you probably use Messenger, and you probably use WhatsApp, and you probably have an Instagram account.
I have Instagram.
Yeah, you. As Alex said, hey, let me tell you something.
But you know what? My Instagram is Reefgrrl. I don't have a personal Instagram account.
Still no,
and I use my Reefgrrl Gmail address for that. I don't have any family members as followers.
You might.
Yeah, but you might have it enlisted on a device with a different account.
You
You
have other
that's
family
the-
members that follow you.
I don't even
Well,
have
no, it's-
Instagram on my iPad. I only have it on my iPhone.
you might think
Well, that's the thing though. With on that iPhone, what other actual accounts do you have logged in? Because that's where it's making the connection.
But the thing is, the only social media I use is Instagram, YouTube.
But I'm not saying specifically for the Reefgrrl. If you have anything else logged in on those accounts or
And
on those devices,
And I hate
it links
apps.
everything.
So let me tell you,
I don't use apps because I
let
don't
me say
like
this
them.
to you. You might think you're putting in all this effort, but remember, so let me just give you one example. Are you signed into Facebook right now
No.
on your computer? You've signed into Facebook on your computer before.
The only place I use Facebook is my iPad.
Okay, so you've signed into Facebook on your iPad before, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know how every time you visit a website, it sometimes have share to Facebook or something button?
Mm-hmm.
So because you were signed to
registers you
Facebook on your
being
iPad, it knows every site you visited. So what I'm basically trying to say is it is very hard to get out of these ads. But I will tell you this though. In the last few months, in the last few weeks, you've seen Facebook and Google get really upset at Apple for
asking our permission.
Yes. So this is how you know that something is really affecting them when they've started to complain about it, right? When Facebook is basically running advertises like, hey, small businesses, you need to tell Apple to stop letting us track you because it's going to hurt small business. When you see Google, like Facebook taking out full page ads, then you know, like something
is up.
Yeah.
LinkedIn seems to have worked with regardless of every email. Yeah, I don't have LinkedIn either.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. Like, you might not, they know who you are because your friends have given them access to your phone book. Yeah.
Ugly man. All of a sudden, Facebook is showing ads on my page showing me pumps that are worth sniffing.
Well, that's because
Weird.
you probably Googled it, buddy. You probably Googled sniffing pumps. So now they know. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, I hear what you're saying. And that's a large part of the reason why probably 10 years ago, I started paying attention to this stuff. And I don't use apps. And it's because I don't trust the kind of stuff, the kind of data that they can gather on you and share without you knowing.
No, I'm not.
And that's been going on for a long time.
I'm not telling you.
Yeah. Well, no, I understand. And I know but like, if you search my name, you'll find everybody but me.
Oh.
I do not show up in Google searches. I used to. I don't anymore.
I want to show up in Google searches, but I want whatever people find is the positive things I have to say about myself. Like, I think this whole like sniffing pumps thing, like if anybody puts it on the internet, I want them to I want that to be buried on like page 12.
Well, as soon as this is over, then I won't update the description to say that we have some fun sniffing with reefing with sniffing equipment, reefing equipment.
So then what I'll do tomorrow is I'll go register like a Tumblr account or something to make sure that whenever you search my name, like sniffing pumps is on page 12 where no one's going to dig. So, hey.
Hey, actually, one of the reasons I was so good at the job I used to have is I'm the one that digs. Right. I'm the one that goes 15 pages in.
to
find stuff.
I had that job once too. Like, but yeah, it's the world we live in.
Sorry, freestyle traveler. I didn't say goodnight when you said goodnight.
It's the word Kate. Yeah. The statistics class.
Good grief. Kate.
All right.
Algae stinks too. Okay.
It's 1 a.m. I think
oh my God.
Yeah, it's midnight for me too.
Midnight.
So this is my record 5-hour live stream. Oh, I'm getting into Dave's nanotanks territory.
I I am cold. My blanket.
Yeah, I took the cat food out of the fridge rather, a while ago to warm up so I could feed him. And you know what? I'm not going to be able to go to bed tonight until I look everywhere for that box. Like seriously, once I have to find something, I have to find it. And if I can't find it, then there's a couple places I know to look for it. But it was on my table. I got it. I took it out of the inside box. I looked at it and I went, "Am I going to open this?" And I went, "No." And I put it on the table. So
I
don't know.
one briefing question. Do any of you like make your own fish food?
No, but I
was
thought
just
about
talking
it.
to my wife about that today.
I mean,
About
I go to
grabbing
the
some scallops and shrimp and some nori and whatnot, and throwing that together. But I got to figure out how that's going to work.
So I can't. Okay, this is my third. Oh man, I can't. I'm on my third version of my own fish foods. I just wanted to know what everyone else thought.
Yeah, I've thought about it. I might once I get a whole bunch of big fish that need food.
I gotta think about that because I mean I do go to usually I'll go to when I want specialty stuff I'll go to the Asian market and they'll have a lot of different varieties of seafood in a raw form that's just flash frozen that isn't cooked that I can pick up.
Yeah,
but yeah, I probably should do that.
For Alex, I think it would make sense. So I of course, I have a food processor, which is a cost, but then I will buy like squid, scallops, salmon. Was it tuna or salmon? I don't remember which one. Then I'll get some stuff from BRS, like the Paracoccus Power. I'll put a lot of like coral food in it. But the thing this thing is so jam packed when I make it. Like I think I put on my Instagram account like what I put in it, but I put Reefgrrl, I put everything in it. And I think it works out. Like when I was paying like $20 a month for Rod's food, I end up spending like 50. So the stuff I buy from BRS, I'll reuse it. It'll serve me like 2 or 3 times, 2 times before it expires. But I'll get a year and a half of fish food out of like $60.
Jimmy Christmas.
Then I will also because like even on Facebook, you can get like, not Facebook, on Amazon or even the Asian stores, you could get 100 sheets of nori and 100 large sheets. That's each sheet is double what you get from 2 little fishies. You'll get that for like $7. So I even have fish food where when I'm making, I was trying to open my freezer to like show you, but I'll even make fish food where I'll make some with more coral food. I'll make some with more. Yeah, I got that. I'll make some with more seaweed. Let me see if I can find different versions. So
you have flavors.
Yeah, like some, I'll have some for when my tangs get bigger. I'll have some for, yeah.
Question for you. Do you get just green or are you able to find like browns or reds?
So I use green because then I can find pellets and did. So this one, well, obviously it's bad, but this one has a lot of speckles in it. So this has more coral foods versus other ones will be like, like heavy on the seaweed. So this one, towards the end of it, I just threw a bunch of reefroids in it. Then there's other ones that'll have more pellets. So there's other ones that I'll make for friends. So towards the end of it, I won't put coral foods, but I'll put more proteins because they have more aggressive fish. So it started out as a cool project, but
that's
yeah, it ends up, I have
Well, one thing Marcus RLS says is he once used perch bro and lost 21 baby cichlids because the eggs turn out to be toxic. So maybe not caviar.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Like I always try to find stuff where I'm like, all right, I know this should be okay.
So some stuff has more tuna in it. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of specialty stuff.
Yeah, that's something I definitely got to do this time around once I get stuff going. Because I mean, there's some things though, like the PE mysis shrimp, like you just can't get a good substitute for that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you can. So you can get you can get the PE. So I don't like to. So again, this is my third time doing it. So I don't like frozen PE mysis because it when it defrosts a little bit for you to blend it's terrible. So I'll get the PE pellets. And then I'll get the flash frozen pellets from BRS. But I'll rehydrate it using like some like Celcon and some of the other Vitachem. And like this stuff, I even have like, I put like coral amino in it, Reefgrrl. So I'll rehydrate it using, so I don't use like and BRS sells 2 different types of mysis. So you can get the big ones, which I find that the fish don't like. So I don't use that anymore, or the small one. But I also buy like gold pods in it. I also put, I put all different foods. Like I'm even putting, even though I put so much seaweed, I put seaweed pellets. Basically, you go on BRS, and if you're buying in enough bulk, I make sure I have everything from like small pellet micron foods up to large. So I'm covered the full spectrum. Yeah, like I know, again, Alex, I'll send you some pictures, but you see this has a lot of like white things in it because this is more coral food. Yep.
Okay.
So this has gold pods in it and coral food versus some other ones will have like big chunks for like aggressive fish. So this one, there's not a lot of coral foods, but you can see it has a lot of squid and calanus in it for.
Okay.
So how do you decide what to feed when? Do you like kind of rotate through and take a little piece from each bag every day, or how do you do that?
So the small bags are more like coral foods, like just regular Ziploc. And then you've noticed I have some Ziploc bags that have reds in them, which this is going to be more the aggressive. These are probably the ones I'm going to end up giving to friends. So I do kind of label them the way.
So, but I mean, if you're going to go and feed your tank tomorrow, because it looks like there's a bunch of different types of of mixes,
I only
would you
one at a time, and I rotate. You're right. I rotate.
Oh yeah, okay. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, now my SPS aren't that big, so I'm using more of the balanced.
Yeah.
But then maybe like one of the one I just showed you, Alex, that has a lot of, that's for when my nutrients get low. Because when you feed that, because that one has extra calanus, extra seaweed, a whole lot of extra reefroids, a whole lot of extra, what's the BRS one?
Help boost up a little bit of the phosphate nitrate.
Oh, yeah. Yes. So when I'm going to get to a point where the corals will start growing and because I have a clarice that I'll get low nutrients. So that is, and that one I also squirt extra like amino acids in it right before I froze it. So yeah, that one I only have 2 packets, but that's for low nutrients versus other ones is more balanced. It has more protein and just seaweed. So
lots of people are talking about making food in the chat here, Oral.
Yeah. Yep. It was fun. Like I said, I got a food processor, and then got a food processor.
I just have to ask because it just seems like the right thing to do is how did the house smell after you did that?
Does it smell like a good piece of equipment?
The first
I wasn't going to go there. I was being legitimate.
I know.
The first time it smelled really bad. I think the second time, I don't know if I just got used to the smell or, you know what? The last time I tried to use like kitchen equipment and then wash it, that did not work out. So this time I actually bought like those metal pans, and they were one-time use. So as soon as I used them, I sprayed bleach in them and got them out the house in garbage immediately. So yeah, I think I tried to reuse, and then I cut open like a trash bag, spread it over everything. So when I was actually finished and I had any spillage, I was able to just, because the first
That's a good tip there. I like that.
I got seafood. My wife, even though she helped me, we got food with the processing everywhere, and that was a pain in the butt to actually like get the smell out of the kitchen.
Hey, Johnny, thanks for coming by. Take it easy, and I hope you have a good week.
Yep. So that is, it was a nice, of course, you're not going to use your wife's food processor. So I made sure to get my own food processor. So
I'm the wife, and I bought a food processor, a mini chopper specifically for it, but it's been sitting in the cupboard for 3 years because I've never got around to doing it.
I tried a little cheap one, like a Ninja blender, like one of the one that didn't work. So I ended up getting a good food processor. And also the food processor, I like that I can reverse the blade and get like really big chunks or like smaller. So I don't have I imagine Alex will, if he was doing what I did, he would probably make 2 types, one with big chunks of protein for his aggressive fish, and then you'd make like really small pieces for I put a lot of seaweed in it because I feel like the seaweed holds everything together, because when they're eating, like everything just doesn't once it hits the tank, it doesn't like explode at once. They still have a chance to bite and grab, and then the little fish gets the pieces that come off. So I like that it's good.
Good night, ugly mans. Thanks for coming by. Hope he didn't cause you too much.
I'll send you guys some photos of like just everything I put in it, but I basically went to like, first time I did it, I went to like BRS and bought like BRS and Saltwater Aquarium, made sure I have every fish food they have, but that lasts a while. And then I put some of it in the fridge so, it's not expiring. But like everything they have for like the hatchery diet, like I basically made sure I had I have a list where I listed out like the size of the food. I just made sure that for every fish I could possibly have, there is some kind of food size for them. And like you might not get it. This is my 3rd time, so you might not get it right the first time. Like I learned about the mysis. Using regular mysis didn't work out for me.
Yeah, trial and error.
Yeah,
for sure. It's fun.
Yep. But it'll be cheaper the first time you do it, because you got to get a food processor. It might be more expensive, but later, like you might learn that going forward, like here in New York, seafood is cheap. I go to Chinatown, and like these are fish, so you might get stuff that's close to expire. Like you could get, and you could mess with your proteins. Like you could, I don't like squid too much, but I keep using it so Alex might use squid because I think it has a thicker, like rubbery like base.
There's some fish that just love it.
Yeah, I don't really like it. I use a little bit of it, squid, but scallops. Every summer I tend to go to like the Jersey Shore, and when I go to the Jersey Shore, I will spend an hour just picking up clams. So I come back with a lot of clams, and then when you keep them in the fridge for a long time, if you're trying to shuck fresh clams, it's a pain in the butt. But once you put them in the freezer and they die, like they're so easy to shuck when they're dead. So it's probably not worth the amount of work, but since I'm at the beach and it'll take me like an hour to catch 25 to 30 of them, why not?
Yeah, I think that's part of it, is actually having the source for stuff like that.
Yep. And like in New York here, we have a lot of fish stores where you can get fresh fish. It might not be the same somewhere else. Fresh fish is cheap. Like fresh fish here, fresh seafood, not the highest quality, but you can get fresh seafood cheap. Like even if you go to even like the expensive places is still not crazy expensive. So getting fresh like tuna, stuff like that is not bad. Probably the hardest part is if you want to use shrimp, peeling the shrimp. That was probably the part of it that took. I was gonna put it in with the shell and everything, and my wife said, "Hell no, don't do that."
Well, I guess if you have puffer fish, it's good though, right?
I was gonna say if it's predator tank, they take offense to not having that tail.
See, I think this, you know what, Alex, this sounds like a project like you would definitely do, because it sounds like this would be like, it would be like just you, like just dropping stuff in and just seeing how your fish respond to it. I also put garlic in mine, which I don't think garlic does anything for health, but I've also tried, like I've made fish food with garlic and without garlic, and when you drop them at the same time, the fish go for the garlic. There's something with garlic. So I've actually made I've made food with like the same food, just tip garlic in the bag before I froze it. They go for the garlic first. Always go for the garlic first. There's something that provokes their feeding response when you put garlic guard in it. Now, the garlic guard said it prevents ick and cures a whole bunch of stuff, which I don't think it's all, but they do go more aggressive for fish with garlic.
I look at it as an attractant. That's how I use the Celcon.
Yep.
And if it has other benefits because of the fatty acids and whatever, great. But I use it mainly as a food attractant for them. Good night, B Speak. Thanks for coming by.
All right. Sorry for going on a 20-minute rant.
No, that's fine. Like, this is where you learn stuff. It was always those kind of last-minute tangents. I remember one of Dave's streams, it was Meldium came on with the snakes. And oh boy, that was cool.
Hours. So
yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, I should probably say goodnight and get looking for that box. Find out, or good morning. Whatever.
Depends on where you live in the world.
Happy Mother's Day, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yep, it is that. Apparently breakfast is being made for me, but it could end up being lunch by the time I get out of bed, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, thanks a lot for the fun and laughs tonight. It was great. And I'll keep you posted on Instagram about what happens with the controller, because I'm at a total loss.
All right.
So
yeah, keep me. At least you have the stream at proof that said, "Hey, I opened it on camera and it wasn't there." That's
right. Oh, and somebody said add spinach. Marcus Erlis says add spinach to the food. I guess that would be greens. I think that's what Travis uses: collard greens or spinach, whatever he has available.
But see, seaweed is so cheap, and then I also have the seaweed pellets also. So I actually think I've overdone it with the seaweed, because now I think I've overdone it with the seaweed. Yeah, you get like 100 sheets for $7.
Yeah.
And if you go to like $10, you get 200 sheets. And like I said, the sheets that you get are double the size of what you get in the two little fishies pouch. Yeah,
it's like a nori aisle at the Asian market generally. So
yeah. You know what? I had already bought my seaweed on Amazon when I went to the Asian market. Like, we have 2 Chinatowns here in New York City. So when I went to Chinatown, I already had seaweed. So, but you're right, you can get it in their store, which is probably fresher than what I got on Amazon. But yeah, seaweed is so cheap. I don't need to do spinach. And then my son likes to cook, so I just rolled it up and he just cut it like he was cutting onions. And then I just that was, like when you go to like getting like a burrito bowl, how they'll put lettuce as the base. Like, that's what we did before we started mixing everything. Like, the seaweed was the base before we started pouring all those liquids. So I probably overdid it with seaweed, but seaweed is so cheap, I don't think I need to use spinach or anything else.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's cool. All right. That's it. We're done.
Oh.
So maybe we'll see you next week. And thanks, everybody, for hanging in. And anyone who's on a replay, oh my God, thank you. And good night. And we'll see you guys. Have a good week.
Have a good week. Good night.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you later. Bye.
Cheers.
Bye, Aaron.